Hey there, everyone. Welcome back to Utility Sports. Super excited to cover the NBA trade deadline some more today in our live stream here on the channel. Welcome, everyone. I'm sure a ton of you are tuning back in from the group yesterday. Hashtag the real ones. We got the group back here today, and we're going to talk about all things NBA trade deadline related. Shout out to everyone in here already. Ezzy Ball says, let's go. Utility long live stream ahead. Presumably, we will be live for at least 5 or 6 hours again today. So yesterday I put in 6 hours. Hopefully we'll get the same thing today. I did sleep a little wrong on my neck last night, so I've got like a little bit of soreness there, but that's all right. We're going to work through it. I'm not on the injury report, so we're going to keep playing through this the whole time here. Mandy, welcome to the stream. And I want you guys to all either comment your favorite trade idea right now or tweet it at me at Utility Sports on Twitter. Links in the description for that if you need it. Brisket says, let's go. One big-time Raptors fan. Shout out to Brisket. Let's get some hype for him in the chat. Josh Holloway says, let's go. We got some hype going on. A lot of people excited for the NBA trade deadline. We're one day closer. I know yesterday not a lot happened, but it's the calm before the storm. Usually we see this each and every year. The first day, maybe even the second day, a little bit's quiet. But then by the end of the kind of trade deadline, we've got trades going left and right. And I'm hoping we have a busy trade deadline this year, which is what I'm currently expecting. Here we have No More Kings saying, what's up? Welcome to the stream, No More Kings. Welcome everyone in here. It's awesome seeing how many people just pour in so quickly. We're just now 2 minutes into the stream, and we got over 40 people watching already. So that's a huge shout out to you guys. Thank God for notification gang. Make sure you have your noties on for the channel. John here says, hey, everyone. Welcome back to the stream, John. Glad to have you back in here today. Harry Carter, Bucks 2021 NBA champion, says, don't forget to like the live stream. You guys heard the man. Make sure to leave a like. Tomas, welcome back to the stream today. He says, hey, with 2 Ys, he's feeling a little zesty there with the 2 Ys. So shout out to him for being back today. No More King says, wear a neck brace all stream, but never address it. Yeah, just do that. And then all of a sudden everyone's wondering what's wrong with me. And I just ignore those comments. That would be great. No More King. But it's actually, I can't even turn my neck really that way. So we're going to work through it today. I'm not a wuss. We're going to play through the injury here today. JC So Cool says, Lakers mock trades. We will definitely get to some of those, JC. So you stay pat right there. We will get to that very soon. There is something I want to touch on before we get to some of those mock trades. Tomas saying, let's go Raptors. We got some nice Toronto Raptors fans here already. That's awesome to see, as well as fans of a bunch of other teams. Right now, what I really want you to do is I want you to go comment your favorite team. Let me know who you're a fan of. Let's get that in the chat right away this morning. So I know who's all in here. John says, Kuzma to the Kings for Davion Mitchell, a first and whatever to make the money work. Not a bad idea. It would probably have to be Harrison Barnes in that deal as well. Dio here says, watching here in Manila, Philippines. That is crazy to me that we've got people watching from all over the world. Shout out to you, Dio. Glad to have you in the stream with us. John here says, tie us to the Wolves for Leonard Miller and contract matching plus second round pick. That could be possibly Kyle Anderson in that deal. Ronell here says, watching from Manila. I hope the Nets trade Dinwiddie, Dorian Finney-Smith, and Royce. Crazy. We have 2 people in here from Manila. That's awesome to see. Shout out to you, Ronell. Glad to have you in here. Ben Taylor, big-time Rockets fan. That's exciting. You obviously saw what I had on the thumbnail for the Rockets. Shout out to Rockets Edits on Twitter for hitting me up with that. I asked him if he could make one of those for me for the trade deadline specifically, and he did. So shout out to him. Surya says Mavs. So we got a Mavs fan in here. That's awesome to see. I'm a Dallas Mavericks fan myself. Although I'm not repping any gear today. Tomas says Raptors. We got handicap here saying Thunder. Mark Hoffman says the Portland Trailblazers. Tequila is a fan of the Wizards. Shout out to the Wizards, man. We got a big Wizards gang here at Utility Sports, which I love to see. Harry Carter says the Bucks. Of course, that makes sense. Josh is a big-time Cavs fan. That's great to see. Essential Classic says Bulls, but really close to finding another team. Hey, maybe we'll see where DeRozan gets traded, or we'll see if Caruso gets moved. We'll have to keep our eyes. Caruso probably not getting traded this year, but you never know. You never know. G1 says Mavs, and because I'm German, very interested in the Magic. Hey, listen, they've got a great roster. Franz Wagner, Mo Wagner. Got to love the Germans there. Yesterday, someone brought up the possibility of Dennis Schroeder going to Orlando and kind of unlocking that German national team a little bit more. And I kind of like that idea. They've been linked to Tyus Jones. Of course, Chris Paul, there's some rumblings about, which I don't understand necessarily as much for them. other than, hey, he's a veteran point guard who has been around the league for a long time. He could definitely help them, but I don't know. Long term, it doesn't really make sense as a target for them, in my opinion. Brian here says he's a Bulls fan, but also a Thunder fan. Thunder are fun to watch, man. They're a great team to watch. Buddy here says, Magic fan from Germany here. Say, listen, the Wagners are pulling everybody. All those former Mavs fans are turning into Orlando Magic fans now, but that's okay. That's respect. Shout out to you, buddy, for being in the stream. Glad to have you in here. And it's, again, crazy to have people from Germany. So shout out to all the Germans watching as well. No More Kings says, Pistons in the timeline where the Miles Bridges thing didn't happen. And we signed him in free agency. Makes sense. You never know. Don't rule out the Pistons on Miles Bridges, although it's more likely that the Lakers or Mavericks or Suns probably trade for him, to be honest. Dio says his favorite teams are the Bulls and Suns. I like that. So we got some people with Eastern and Western Conference teams, which is fun. Fun to see for sure. Josh here says, by the way, it is currently 12:03 in Manila. Shout out to the Manila homies in here. Yeah, shout out to you guys. Thank you, Josh, for sending that in. Sal Cali says, watching from Somali. Thank you to you, Sal Cali. Appreciate you. Dorian Finney-Smith to the Mavs. Tomas wants to know if that's a realistic possibility. We'll talk about that in a second. I did almost put Dorian Finney-Smith on the thumbnail today. Opted to not do it. Might be on the one tomorrow. But it was going to be in a Mavericks jersey if I had him on there. So we'll talk about that. I don't want to rule that out at all. Harry Carter says, thoughts on trade talks regarding Portis for Williams. The more I've thought about it, the more I like it for Dallas. I don't think Portis is perfect. But at the same time, I do think his rebounding would actually be pretty important for the Mavericks, who just fail to rebound the ball. I think that he would give them some second possessions that they don't get right now, and then also just helping clean up the defensive glass a bit. He's not going to solve all of the Mavericks' issues. He's not going to make the Mavericks a real title contender, in my opinion. But I do think he would enhance the team. And if it's just straight up for Grant Williams or maybe Grant Williams in a second-round pick, I think that's a pretty good win for the Mavericks. But then also for Milwaukee, I actually do think it's a win as well. Even though Bobby Portis is a big stabilizing force off the bench for Milwaukee, the one thing I'll say is at the end of games, you're just not going to play Giannis, Portis, and Lopez together more than likely. Whereas Grant Williams probably can slate in more as a true small forward, even though he doesn't really play like one. With Giannis's skill set, I think you could put Grant Williams as a corner shooter on the floor with him. And you'd be very big, defensive oriented, which I think the Bucks need. And that's where I think Grant Williams is a little bit of an upgrade for Milwaukee over Bobby Portis. So I actually do think it makes some sense for both sides. Mark here says Brogdon for a young player and a good first. Time to start Scoot. I like that quite a bit. For Portland, if they're able to go get Quentin Grimes and the 2024 Mavericks first from the Knicks. Jared Glenn says, go Spurs, go. Love to see that. And then Nick says, hopefully at least one trade today. So JR, I don't know if you know this yet, but Nick is a huge Spurs fan as well. So you two should definitely be hyping up the Spurs in the chat all day long. And if you guys aren't a part of the Discord, I would love for you to go join it. Discord link is in the description. Make sure to go join up in there. It's a great place to be. A lot of fun talking hoops with everybody in there. I feel like that's one of the things that makes this channel a lot different than other ones. I don't feel like any other content creators my size or bigger are in Discords with their community, and they're constantly talking with all of the people that enjoy watching their videos. So I hopefully feel like you guys think that's what separates me from a lot of these other YouTubers as well. So shout out to that whole process. Venkata wants to know if Kyrie Irving will get moved. No, he will not. Robert Carter says, can the Miami Heat acquire Nick Claxton while keeping Hero, Rozier, Butler, and Bam? So the Heat do have a couple tradable firsts. They could also go and amend their current pick that they owe to Oklahoma City, I believe, to maybe open up a little bit more of a pathway to do something like that. But at the same time, I just don't think that's the way they're going to view team building. I think that they like Bam as their center, so I think they're going to probably pass on Claxton. The Killer wants to know how the Wolves gig's going. Going really well. Before games, I get to go and watch every single team work out, and it's a lot of fun. I have practice availability that I'm able to go to. There's a ton of different things that I've been able to go and see and do this year that I haven't been in the past. So it's been a pretty big blessing for me. And then, of course, just kind of growing my own personal following on my own personal Twitter. Links in the description for that if you guys want to go follow me on my personal Twitter and see more Wolves news. That would be great as well. Nets Legend says, I hope Tony Snell comes back to the NBA. We'll have to see what happens with him for sure. JC So Cool says Kyrie really on the move again. I don't think so. I don't really believe that at all, to be honest with you. Shout out to Venkata for joining the Discord. Shout out to you. Safwan says, will Mikal Bridges get traded? I see him in a Rockets jersey on your thumbnail, LOL. Yeah, so I have Mikal Bridges on there because there's been a lot of rumors and speculation about the Rockets making some big type of trade, and Mikal Bridges is a name that has been linked to them quite a few times, and there's been discussions about, is it going to be Jalen Green plus 1 or 2 firsts? Is it going to be Jalen Green plus 3 or 4 firsts? What's it going to look like? So we'll talk about that trade potentially today quite a bit in this live stream. Deshaun says, what team actually needs a trade? I think at this time people just want trades to happen, but who actually needs an upgrade to make a push? I think the Clippers could use an upgrade. Someone in their front court who's defensive-minded that could help stop Nikola Jokic, could help match up better a little bit with Karl Anthony Towns. Someone like, I don't know, Nick Batum, who was super important for the team. They just obviously don't play PJ Tucker at all. They don't view him as essential in their team in any way. So they need someone who I think fits the bill defensively. That can also knock down open shots. Jonathan Isaac's like the premier option because of what he gives you defensively. He's not going to play 30 minutes a game. He's probably going to miss some games down the stretch of the season. But if you get him, he really enhances your team defense because of his ability to guard bigger players one-on-one, smaller players one-on-one, and he can also be a big-time help defender. So I think just his defensive playmaking plus his actual ability to get stops on a variety of different players really separates him from other possible trade candidates this year, just because he's really, really darn good on one end of the floor. Venkata wants to know if there's any new rumors for the Clippers. So as of right now, there's not a ton of new rumors for the Clippers, but we will be keeping our eyes on them because I think they are going to be active. Ezzy Ball says, Memphis fan from the UK since the Jaren Jackson Jr. draft. That's sweet to see. Kelvin here says, Mavs getting Portis. Mavs fan from Philippines. Well, shout out to you, Kelvin. Portis, I think it will be pretty solid in Dallas if he does go there. Show enough says, let's go Wizards. Any news? So the news right now is that Tyus Jones has interest from the Orlando Magic and a few other teams. The Minnesota Timberwolves are one of them. There's a bunch of interest around the league in Tyus Jones supposedly right now. I think the Lakers were on that list. So Tyus Jones probably going to get traded this deadline for sure. Brisket says, I saw Knicks like Bruce and Hawks have interest in Grimes, 3-team trade possible where Murray goes to the Raptors. I don't really understand why Toronto would do that as much. I mean, they've just kind of torn it down now. So trading for Murray would just feel a little weird to me, I honestly think. Rudy the Boxer says, Finney Smith for Toppin plus. Finney would be really good in Indiana. And the reason for that is, one, he already has a relationship with Rick Carlisle from their time together in Dallas. Carlisle was the head coach who oversaw Dorian's development in Dallas with the Mavericks, and I think that a reunion there would make some sense. I think he would really thrive next to a guy like Tyrese Halliburton, just like how we saw him succeed to his highest levels playing off of Luka Doncic. Jacob here says Nick Richards for Damian Jones and 2 second-round picks. That's not the worst idea, to be honest. Nets Legend says at this point, someone just take Dorian. I will see if he gets traded. I mean, you guys have seemingly held out at this point. John Piner says, what do you think? What do you think Shamet and DeLon Wright will get traded to or for? Any ideas? Shamet to Detroit just makes a lot of sense to me. He has an existing relationship with Monty Williams. The Pistons need more shooting, and he's an affordable contract. So put 2 and 2 together. Those two things kind of make a lot of sense. And then he'd probably get traded for a second-round pick or 2, and then DeLon Wright probably a second-round pick to, whatever teams don't get Tyus Jones will be interested in him. So Minnesota could show some interest there. I think that realistically, maybe Sacramento or reunion there makes a little bit of sense. Outside of that, maybe like a team like Milwaukee would have a little bit of interest, although I don't know if it's the best fit. Gifted Card says Brogdon is a solid mentor for Scoot and still has another year on his contract. I hope my Blazers keep Brogdon. Here's the thing, though, Gifted, that I would say that extra year on his contract is pretty pivotal for trade value, because if you trade him this trade deadline, the team acquiring him is not going to look at it like a rental. They're going to say, oh, we get him for 2 playoff runs. We get him for 2 playoff pushes. That's a good thing. Whereas if they trade for him next year, they'll look at it as a rental and you probably get less value for him. So Smoke says, let's go. What's good, man? Shout out to you, Smoke. Appreciate you being in here again today. Rudy says, Tony Snell made $54 million in his career. I believe he'll be okay. Yeah, but if you can help him out, that'd be cool. I mean, like, we're talking about a 15th roster spot. So if a team decided to give it to him instead of, player X, Y, or Z, I don't think it would end the world for that team. Shocked Universe says, I would love for the Celtics to get Alex Caruso. Yeah, I just don't think that they really have any way of doing that. Maurice here wants to know, do I think the Bulls could really get an OG Anunoby type deal for Caruso? I think the point of what they're wanting is like two guys with some team control that could help them, you could plug and play right away. So you're looking at two guys probably on rookie contracts or close to it. For the OG Anunoby deal, of course, RJ Barrett was on his rookie extension. But Anunoby was as well, whereas Caruso's making quite a bit of cheaper money. He's making only $9 million. So if you can get a player making $5 million and a player making $3 or $4, the money works out there. So I think that's more of the line that they're looking for, is two guys who have proven some stuff already in their young careers that would fit financially into Caruso's contract. Tomas says D'Lo to the Raptors for Dennis Schroeder. So the money doesn't quite work on that. The Raptors would have to take back a little bit more, or give up a little bit more, excuse me. Bryce here says, Woj Twitter, breaking out of Sacramento, the Kings make a move for a rookie forward Kobe Brown. The deal sends a future first-round pick to LA. I do not believe that. I have not seen that myself. That's not an actual thing. So be careful, Bryce, with what you're putting in here so we don't spread misinformation. Tim wants to know my take on a possible, I'm guessing just trade. On the Spurs possibly acquiring Tyus Jones. Would he be a nice compliment to Trey, or too similar to him to be the next level effect? He's a little bit better than Trey Jones right now. He would help San Antonio. The only issue is that I see with teams trading for Tyus Jones is a lot of the time you're not going to be able to play him with your other point guard. And you might say, well, what's the flaw with that? Look at what Boston's doing. They have two point guards in Drew Holiday and Derek White who can play together. They've been massively successful together. I think it's a really good thing for lineup flexibility. Right now, Minnesota has that lineup flexibility with Nickeil Alexander-Walker and Kyle Anderson kind of co-sharing the backup point guard role. Because of that, since they both have natural size and positional size, you can play either of them next to Mike Conley and get away with it. Whereas if you get Tyus Jones, I don't know if you can do that as much. And Tyus and Trey, yes, they're brothers, and yes, they probably would have natural chemistry, and they both move the ball. They both do a lot of good things. Defensively, can you afford to play them together? And San Antonio is a little bit different because you have a 7'4" freak on the back end who's going to block every single shot seemingly. But that's something I'd be a little wary of, but at the same time, it's not like the end of the world if they do something like that. So we will see. A.TV wants to know any Bulls updates. Just right now, it sounds like the Levine market is really quieted down. I think Detroit is backing off of that front. I don't have official reporting on that, but that's kind of where I'm feeling right now, just given my intel. And then also on just Chicago, it's going to really center around if they do something for DeRozan. I think that's the big thing to watch right now. The Dirty Bubble says, does Tyler Hero remain on the Heat on Friday? Yes, I think so. Brian King says, thanks so much for this. Yesterday, a live stream was amazing. GOAT status. Appreciate you, Brian. Shout out to everyone in the stream right now. If you guys are enjoying, make sure to leave a like and then also subscribe for more NBA content going forward. Connor says, how's it going? Great, Connor. Glad to be here again today. Brian's got some waves in the chat. Let's get some hype for Brian. He was in here all day yesterday as well. Ronell says Rockets and Pelicans inquiring about Mikal, but Nets not budging. Yeah, my expectation is the Nets do not trade Mikal Bridges, ultimately. Brian says, I want to see Caruso or Bruce Brown trade to the Thunder. Both have championship experience and fit the Thunder playstyle. Yeah, either of them would be excellent. Brown, I think, specifically would really help them in a lot of ways because he is a very good small screener and he rolls hard, which is, like you said, everything that Oklahoma City likes to do. He's a bit better of a screener, and he's definitely a better roll man than Caruso, which is pretty unique because he's a 6'4" guard, but he's really good at it. So, yeah. That's Legend says, yeah, we're declining any Mikal trade talks. That seems to be the case. Thoughts on Trent Jr. to the Rockets? I mean, it's all right. I don't really know if it moves the needle that much. He's shooting the ball pretty well this year. We can play around with the trade machine for that here in a little bit. Brian says, should Orlando Magic trade for Christian Wood? No. Devontae Hunt says Pistons need to do something. Yeah, we'll see what they do. They're an interesting spot for sure. Callum says another great stream. Hope the Rockets don't trade Jalen. Yeah, Jalen Green's 21 years old. People have to have a little bit of patience with these young guys, like just a little bit. Banjito says, would you trade PJ for Josh? If you're talking PJ Washington for Josh Green, I would do that if I was Charlotte. If you're getting like a second round pick with it, like it's hard to gauge because the one thing is Josh Green's on a poison pill right now. So that like complicates a trade like that a little bit. So Caden here says, could the Pistons trade for Tyler Hero? Probably not. Zach wants to know what's good. A lot of stuff. It's been a great day so far. We got 240 awesome people watching already, and it's not even 10:30 in the morning yet. So shout out to you guys. Shout out to everyone in here. Let's get some balloons in here. How do I do this again? There we go. There's the balloons. Let's get some hype in here for everybody. Shout out to you. Send some balloon emojis in the chat right now. Havoc Gaming says, do some Josh Giddey trades, and also do you remember me from last stream? I do, Havoc. Shout out to you being back in here again today. Hopefully you're subscribed to the channel so you don't miss out on future uploads and content. But shout out to you, Havoc. Glad to have you in here. Let's get some hype for Havoc down in the chat below as well. Alex says, what is Portland doing? Portland's one of those fascinating teams. They've got a lot of trade flexibility this year. And I think there's going to be a lot of contenders interested in their players. I think the Knicks will have a ton of interest in Malcolm Brogdon. You saw Jordan Clarkson in a Knicks uniform on the thumbnail today, but I think a trade for Malcolm Brogdon does make a little bit more sense for them. I think his flexibility into their lineup, both on and off the ball, fits a little bit better, as well as I think just being a little bit more stout of a defender. Clarkson's, of course, a little bit just a bit more wiry than Brogdon. So I like Brogdon a lot. I think Jeremy Grant could be traded. I think teams like the Mavericks would be interested. I think the Kings will show a little bit of interest, although I don't expect the Kings to actually trade for him. Akun Goat says, hey, Sheldon, what's up? Glad to have you and Marcus both in here. Shout out to Marcus. Havoc says Brogdon isn't a good mentor for Scoot. I mean, like having veterans around is good and all, but at the end of the day, guys are going to develop regardless, probably. Like, as long as you're giving them somewhat competitive basketball games, like right now, Portland's not even doing that anyway, really. So John says the Wizards are going to have the world record for second round picks. We might have the whole round. That's a great thing to have. Gives you trade flexibility. Zach says Brogdon plays nothing like Scoot. Yeah, I mean, it's just sometimes mentorship is overblown, to be honest. Darren says, any news on the Spurs? So San Antonio has been linked to Tyus Jones. That is something important to note because, well, that would be a really nice addition for them. In my original trade deadline predictions video, I talked about the Spurs trading for a point guard. That was my prediction. I said that they will trade for somebody who plays point guard, whether that be a bigger trade like DeJounte Murray, which I was a little bit more skeptical of, or a smaller trade. Tyus Jones would fit into that category, or maybe even like a DeLon Wright, someone who is less experienced or less valuable around the league, probably is someone who I think makes sense for San Antonio. Just wanting to take a small step forward, kind of end the year with some competitive basketball games. Getting a point guard would be helpful there. Marcus says, what are realistic moves that you think Lakers will actually make, Sheldon? I think the DeJounte Murray one's really the one to watch. Otherwise, Bruce Brown makes some sense centered around D'Angelo Russell. There's reportedly rumors that the Lakers or that Toronto has been in on D'Angelo Russell, which I don't really know. It's prime time. Do the Raptors have player problems? Will a trade solve issues, or do the Raptors have deeper issues? Mean a Darko problem? Does he need to step down? No, they move the ball actually relatively well right now. I think the Raptors are in an okay spot. They pass the basketball. I think that's been one of the big things that they focused on this year. So I wouldn't be necessarily worried about Darko yet. I was a little critical of the hire just because I felt like there's other options that could have really helped enhance his team. But part of his allure was the fact that he's a developmental coach. He has a long track record of that. And I think with Darko, if you give him young players, which is what they're doing now with Scotty and Quickly and all of the supporting cast essentially now, besides Jakob Poeltl and a couple others, like they got a young team. Give them some time now. Let's see if they can figure it out over a couple of years. I would love to see them trade Jakob Poeltl though for someone who can shoot the ball at center. That's what I would say. Bray says, look at Sheldon, man, so inspirational. Appreciate you, Bray. You guys all inspire me. You guys are all awesome, and I love having you guys in here. Smoke wants to know if I see the Celtics making a trade. I could see them making a small one, either for a backup big man, just give them a little bit more center depth so that they can body with Embiid in case he comes back for the playoffs, which we're going to talk about right now. Adrian Wojnarowski tweeted this morning saying Philadelphia 76ers star Joel Embiid underwent a left meniscus procedure on Tuesday and will be reevaluated in approximately 4 weeks. How Embiid's recovery goes over next few weeks will be paramount, but there continues to be a belief that the door isn't closed on the possibility of the reigning MVP's return this season. So if we're thinking about what will the Sixers do this trade deadline, this tweet is super important for giving us kind of an inside look at how their organization feels internally right now, because there's optimism that Embiid will return for possibly the postseason or maybe even the end of the regular season. We don't have a real timetable here, but if they feel like there's a chance he comes back for the first or second round of the playoffs, they should look at really making a push for a trade this trade deadline. Still doing something that makes sense for them long term. You don't want to just push all the chips in for a 37-year-old player and hope that's the guy that was the missing piece, I think. But if you're looking at anyone from 27 to 33, 34 years old that you feel like can give you 2-3 more years at least, then you're looking at a good trade partner and someone that I think the Sixers should express interest in. We'll talk more about possible options there for that. Salvatore says, do you think the Knicks can make a surprise trade for Mikal Bridges? He would be awesome there. Him and OG Anunoby on the wings is just insanely good. But I don't exactly know if I see them actually making that trade, just because I'm not sure if Brooklyn's going to trade him, first of all. And I definitely don't expect them to trade him to their big brother over there in New York. Havoc says Celtics probs won't make a trade. And if it is, it's for a guy like Drummond. Yeah, I just think something small. And I do think that at probably worse, they trade Steve Mikhailuk just to get off his money and save a little bit against the tax and just maneuver in the aprons a little bit. Nets legend here says Celtics should trade Pritchard and Hauser for Bruce Brown. That does not work financially. Havoc Gaming says Nets want 4 firsts for Mikal. There's a bunch of teams that have that to give that up. I think an example of a trade that the 76ers would love to make is acquiring Mikal Bridges, ironically, because they traded him away on draft night. Obviously, the whole, his mom works within the organization type of thing, which is funny. But the whole 4 firsts for Mikal, like Philadelphia has 5 tradable firsts right now. So you never know. Dacian says Trey Mann is going to leave the Thunder and become Anthony Simons. Swear he was going to play the Thunder 6-man role. Trey Mann's talented. I don't know if I see him turning into Anthony Simons, though. Trey Mann's got some talent, but I don't know if I see that level of play from him. James Henderson says Trent Jr. to the Rockets. Let's talk about that now. I think now is a great time to jump over to that as a thing to talk about, because I don't actually hate that fit. Obviously, they've been linked to Mikal Bridges, but realistically, Gary Trent is just a cheaper, probably more affordable option, if we're being honest. So let's get over here now to add team 1 in. This will be the Houston Rockets. And then let's add in team number 2, which will be the Toronto Raptors. And this is actually, I think, kind of a good trade idea to talk about. So let's get Gary Trent over to Houston. He makes $18.5 million. So to match money, that'll be a little tricky. But luckily, Houston does have a couple tradable salaries. Jock Landale comes to mind. We also have Jayshawn Tate's contract, which would come in handy here. And then off of that, probably Reggie Bullock's contract, just to get the money a bit closer. I think that should be within striking distance. It is. And then from there, Houston would have to probably give up a pick. I don't see them giving up the Brooklyn first, so the Brooklyn second rounder would go in this, as well as the Oklahoma City second rounder next year. There is a report saying that the Nets don't want 2024 draft picks. I don't really know that. I think this Nets second rounder is one of the more valuable second rounders they could get in a deal like this. So, I mean, something like this, I don't love it for the Raptors, but I do like it a bit for the Rockets. I think that Gary Trent Jr. would give them a little bit more shooting help. Let me check what he is shooting on the year from 3. I know a couple of weeks ago when I last checked, he was shooting pretty well, but that's the one thing about 3-point percentages is it often dwindles sometimes for guys who aren't the best, actual 3-point shooters, although he's shooting 42% still from 3. So he's shooting really well this year. I think Houston could really use another shooter. For his career, he's not as good of a 3-point shooter. He's up to 39% for his career now, but he has years where he high volume, and he shoots like 36%, 37%, which isn't bad. I'm not suggesting he's a bad 3-point shooter, but I don't think he's like a true 42% 3-point shooter for like what he'll probably continue throughout his career, to be honest. I think he'll probably hover anywhere from like 37 to 39, which is still good. I'm not trying to trash him at all, because it's still a very good percentage. What he's doing right now is actually absurd. And that's part of a byproduct of, their ball movement being a bit better this year. Josh Holloway says, Warriors get DeJounte Murray, Hawks get Wiggins in an unprotected first. I don't really like that for either side. I like it for Golden State getting off of Wiggins, but I don't think DeJounte Murray is the best fit in Golden State anyway. Mark here says, waiting for one contender to make a trade, then all other contenders might follow to keep pace. That is a good point. I think right now, teams are trying to figure out what all their options are before they go do something. And then when someone does something, it'll probably cause a little bit of a chain reaction, like you're saying there, Mark. Venkata says, apparently there's a rumor saying that 7 to 12 guys on a team can trade instead of top role players. For the Clippers, if you're talking about, yeah, that's kind of like, that would be the PJ Tuckers, the Bones Highlands, like guys who are out of their rotation. Troy Dilworth, welcome to the stream, Troy. He says, Meep, we got some meat pipe in the chat. Zach says, Rick Carlisle obsessed with playing 2 point guards. Yeah, he is. But at least, like, Indiana's point guards are tall, at least. So it's not as bad for Indiana. Like, imagine playing, like, right now, something that the Minnesota Timberwolves do a bit is play Mike Conley and Jordan McLaughlin together. They're both like 6'0". So I literally walk in the locker room and I'm as tall as both of them or taller. So Akum Goat said Milwaukee wanted Josh Green with Grant. I'm willing to do a straight swap. Can you see Dallas budging on that? No, they're not going to give up Josh Green and Grant Williams. First of all, financially that won't work unless like Pat Connaughton and someone else is included. And even Dallas should not do that. If Dallas gives up Josh Green with Grant Williams for Bobby Portis, that would be pretty dumb. Havoc Gaming says, do you think OKC would want Jeremy Grant? No, not on that contract. LeBron says, since the Kings aren't trading Harrison Barnes, who do they get? I wouldn't completely rule them out trading Harrison Barnes, although they could just do something around Davion Mitchell's contract, plus another small contract that they have, maybe like Colby Jones, plus another small one to get to Alex Caruso's numbers. So Dylan wants to know any Oklahoma City Thunder updates. As of right now, we don't have like really concrete evidence, but I think just the trade that makes the most sense for them, from my perspective, is Kelly Olynyk, who is playing really, really well this year. Like, I don't think people have understood how like well he's playing this season. He's been really pivotal in the Jazz actually like winning games this season and being like just flat out a pretty good team the last month and a half or so. And he's shooting 56% from the field, including 62% on 2-pointers, which is basically a career best. I think it's the second best number of his career. He's shooting 43% on threes, and he's shooting 84% from the line, while averaging a career high 4.3 assists. So he's literally like playing point center for them at times. And it's actually like working really, really well, which isn't really surprising for anyone who knows Olynyk's skill set. Like, that's what he's comfortable doing. But it's pretty unique. So that's why I think he makes sense for Oklahoma City, because he could space, handle the ball, still do a lot of different things for them. Alan says, what if the Thunder went all in at the deadline and got Markkanen, Olynyk, and Mikal Bridges for 10 of their 19 first-rounders? Dort, Giddey, Zhang, and expiring contracts. How many championships for OKC? I'm not sure if you can just easily buy championships like that. Don't get me wrong, their roster would be insanely talented, but at the same time, it doesn't necessarily guarantee anything to me as like, oh, well, they for sure win then. So I think that's pretty like risky, because both Bridges and Markkanen are extension eligible starting this offseason, I believe. So you'd have to commit a ton of money in your Oklahoma City. So I don't really see that, Alan, although it would be a fun thing to run on a 2K simulation, because they'd probably be really damn good in 2K. Braithwaite says Fournier, Grimes, Sims, Arcidiacono for Caruso, Drummond, Carter, and Craig. Maybe a few seconds sent to Chicago, but I feel like they could leverage Grimes and Fournier's contract to involve no picks. Yeah, I don't think so. I think that like Caruso is probably going to net a first and a swap or 2 firsts, because he's really darn good. So, and then your salary is probably just off a little bit there too. I think you have New York setting out a bit too much salary. Zach here says random, but I'd love for Anthony Simons to end up in Orlando, but I don't see a pathway realistically. Dude, Anthony Simons in Orlando would be insane. Like, he would actually be so good there because like his skill set perfectly blends into what they don't have. And they have a whole bunch of talent around him that kind of makes up for some of his weaknesses, I think. So that'd be really good. Flair says, very quiet trade deadline. Well, part of it is because we're still 2 days away from the trade deadline. Like, I'm probably one of the only people on all of YouTube live right now talking about the trade deadline because most people know that the first couple days are quiet anyway. But I thought, hey, look, I'm already going to be prepping for trade deadline stuff. I'm going to be spending a ton of time talking about it anyway, recording videos. Why don't I just stream? And you guys can come in here. We can have some great, collaboration, talking about possible ideas, possible trades, and just having a good time. And I feel like that's what we're doing. So shout out to all 350 of you awesome people watching. Make sure to leave a like on the stream and then also subscribe to the channel if you are new. I'm going to check how many subs we're at right now. You guys killed it yesterday. We hit 22,000 subs, and I would love to see that number keep growing. So shout out to each and every one of you. View says, you feel Stone will be motivated more to make a move since Fred VanVleet is going to be out for a while. Probably not. I don't think that's really going to move the needle too much on if they make a trade. They've already made the deal for Steven Adams, which isn't going to impact their roster this season. Although, under my current understanding, that deal is technically not even fully finalized. So I think it's possible we see Memphis go out and target someone making $8 to $9 million, or even more, depending on what they want to do, because they could technically aggregate salary to Victor Oladipo's contract and make it a 3-team trade if they were to attach someone like Zaire Williams, for example, or a few of their other younger guys. That makes some sense for me as a possibility. So I don't think Stone's going to really make a big push for this year, and I don't think VanVleet being out is going to affect that. I think they're just going to use it as developmental time, give some in-game reps to Amen Thompson, let him have the ball in his hands, which they've been doing a lot more recently. The one thing I'm not sure if I love as much is when he doesn't have the ball, they've been putting him in the dunker spot a bit, which I understand the idea, but at the same time, he's a guard, so he's probably just got to work on other areas of the floor and maybe cutting from the hash and doing some different things that way. But, they're trying different stuff with him, and they're trying to win too. So it's not just all development. They're trying to win games. So TG says, is the Celtics trading for Drummond or Nick Richards? There is news that it might trade Horford and a couple of young ones with $6 million and picks for a player like Sabonis. They will not do that, TG. I promise you Sabonis will not be a Boston Celtic. Promise you. What I can also say is they're not going to trade Al Horford. I could see them trading for Nick Richards or Andre Drummond, or another big man like that who is super cheap and rebounds the ball. Otherwise, they're going to have a quiet deadline. So don't expect anything for Sabonis or anything like that. DeZento says, Brown and Yak to the Thunder. What's coming back? Probably Jakob. I don't think OKC really wants Jakob Poeltl, to be honest with you. He just doesn't fit the way that they actually play. So, to be honest, I think the Thunder would have more interest in Mike Muscala coming back than trading for Jakob Poeltl. Havoc Gaming says, hot take, OKC makes the finals and can beat the Celtics. That's a mildly hot take. I mean, they're really good. They're first in the Western Conference right now. Jayton Gamer says Jalen Green to the Bulls. So let's talk about that because I did see that on my timeline as well. And just because I saw it on my timeline doesn't mean it's real. Doesn't mean it's actually going to happen. But I do just want to touch on it. I mean, we're a couple days before the trade deadline. Let's just talk about some of the possibilities. So the deal was really Zach LaVine to Houston was centered something around Jalen Green, who has a couple years left on his rookie deal, making just under $10 million. The issue here is you have to match money. So you're going to have to probably send out a bunch of players. And this is where things get complicated because you're quickly seeing oh my gosh, they're kind of out of salaries to trade. They'd probably have to trade Jeff Green and Reggie Bullock. And then they're at a spot where this, I think, works. Yeah, that money-wise works. I don't think, and I don't even know. Does Houston have to give up anything else with this? Maybe I don't know. Maybe this Oklahoma City second rounder. I don't know. Who wins this trade? Taking in LaVine's giant contract. Who wins this trade? LaVine's good. Don't get me wrong. I really don't see him as an Ime Udoka player, so I don't really understand the idea behind this trade, honestly. Trinity Vincent says 3-team trade that brings D'Lo to the Spurs and Murray to LA. What do you think? I don't think the Spurs are going to want D'Angelo Russell at all, to be honest with you. Havoc here says I'm still waiting for the Killian Hayes trade. Let's talk about a possible Killian Hayes trade right now. So Killian supposedly wants a new situation, which I can't believe because the Pistons have given him opportunity time and time again to do anything in the league, and he's not good. But the most often rumored place for him is San Antonio, so let's trade him to the Spurs. And I think the one thing that does make some sense for Detroit coming back could be like Doug McDermott to get a little bit more shooting there. So let's actually turn this into a 3-team trade, because there is something I like from Detroit that I think is a real possibility for Minnesota, and that is Monte Morris. Let's have Kyle Anderson go back to the Spurs in this, and then we have Doug McDermott go to the Pistons. So we need a little bit more money moved in this one. What we're going to do here as well is let's attach Wendell Moore and send him to actually, no, I don't want to do that. Let's do where's our money need to come from? We need the Spurs to send out a little bit of money. Let's have them trade out. I know Spurs fans are going to be sad, but let's trade Mamu Kelishvili to the Pistons. I mean, something like this. Pistons turn Killian Hayes and Monte Morris into Doug McDermott and Sandro Mamu Kelishvili. Maybe there has to be a second rounder in there. Let's actually go add that from San Antonio as well. Something like this right here, trade to the Pistons, 2024 second. I mean, something like this. Like, what do we think on that? Pistons get McDermott and Sandro and a 2024 second rounder. The Spurs get Kyle Anderson. He comes back to San Antonio. His playmaking could actually be really good next to Victor Wembanyama. Anderson and Gobert are actually a pretty good pairing for Minnesota when the two of them are on the floor with no other big man. So I think he could actually be pretty successful back in San Antonio, kind of as a helpful facilitating piece next to Wemby. Killian Hayes, whatever, I don't actually care about, but I mean, the Spurs have been linked to him, whatever. And Monte Morris goes to Minnesota. So the Wolves get more of a natural point guard rather than Kyle Anderson, who's been playing pseudo point guard for them. I don't know. It's not terrible. What do you guys think? Troy says, Rockets fan happy with the Steven Adams trade. Not worth it to trade first-round picks for a great role player. Need to save for legit stars. Flair, what are the Nets doing? They need to rebuild, but they don't want to right now. The Nets are so confusing. Yeah, they're in a weird spot because they don't own their first-round picks. Pirtle trade to the Sixers. No Embiid for at least 4 weeks. They will not make a trade for Jakob Pirtle, I promise you. Love seeing those balloons fly in. That's awesome to see. We got a lot of balloons in here. Joe Johnson says, would you pick up Caruso if he's available right now? Yeah, Caruso's really good. If a team can get Caruso, they should. Havoc says, could I get a shout out next video? Well, here's your shout right now. Everyone, let's get some hype in here for Havoc Gaming. Darren says, Wembanyama needs help in the middle, and of course he needs a point guard. I think the rest of the team is fine. Yeah, I think Kyle Anderson I would really like back in San Antonio, actually. Nick Shelton says, in your estimation, how many years away are the Utah Jazz from being a legitimate playoff team? Well, right now they're a play-in mix team, right? They're 10th in the West right now. It just kind of comes to like who they get. Keontae George is solid. I think Taylor Hendricks is going to be really good. I think Taylor Hendricks is going to be really good. So Zach says the most my eye test has ever felt validated is when I checked dribbles per touch and Brogdon was first earlier this year. Yeah, the bro loves having the ball in his hands. That's actually hilarious, Zach. Jeffrey here says Wiggins to Pacers ideas. We could talk about that. Hopefully you guys like this this Pistons Spurs Timberwolves trade. I'm actually gonna screenshot this one because I do think this one's actually pretty solid. Some of these, that's like one of the fun things about streaming here is like when we're just playing with trade ideas, like we come across like things that I think are pretty good and that I like quite a bit. So who says no? I'm gonna tweet that like 100 times this week probably. Who says no? If you guys aren't following on Twitter yet, make sure to go do so. I'm going to send in the links right now. I would love for you guys to go subscribe or go follow, on Twitter. I'm also going to send in my own personal Twitter link as well as the Discord link. So go check those out. I would love to see you in there. Links are in the description for that as well. Kenneth Barnes here says, go Clippers. Shout out to you, Kenneth. Glad to have you in the stream. D Brown says, Pistons versus everyone. That is insane. That's like literally how like Luka's right hovering around that number, I'm certain. So that's insane, actually. Luka might have a little bit more. Luka might have like one more dribble per touch. But SP says, outside of a salary dump, is there a team you'd be surprised to see not make a trade? Charlotte. I would be shocked to see Charlotte not make a trade. Charlotte's going to trade players. I'm very certain of that. Alan Chase says, should the Spurs address point guard need now for a few years like McConnell or Malcolm Brogdon, or just draft a point guard like Topic, Reed Shepard, or Dillingham? Kentucky guards seem to excel. Yeah, Kentucky typically does very, very well. So I'm not sure if Shepard's a true point guard. He's more of an off-ball combo guard, if anything, but he could still fit, and he's like the type of player that would fit next to Trey Jones as well, and he would definitely help San Antonio, so I'm not ruling him out, but I think trading for one makes sense as long as it's a cheap, cost-controlled move, unless they're trading for like a really high-end point guard. And then outside of that, I think if you're getting a player who in the draft you still feel like has the talent, like you should draft one too, even if you've traded for one. Like you can use as many ball handlers as possible. Like like this brings me back to when the Rockets traded for Chris Paul, and everyone's like, "Oh, how's this going to work? They've got two really good point guards." Well, it worked pretty well. They won 60 games. Coon Goat says, I know a guy who can play the 5 and shoot the ball. Talking about Brook Lopez. Riva says, any news on the Golden State Warriors? As of right now, no. They're going to be one of the big teams to watch, though. We're going to talk about an Andrew Wiggins trade here in a minute, Riva, so stick with me, okay? Brady here says, Grizzlies interested in Killian. Could we see a Luke Kennard return? That would be quite good, actually, if they're able to get something like that. Let's go over to the Grizzlies. I'm not sure where you're seeing that the Grizzlies are interested in Killian Hayes. I don't really understand that. Unless it might just be for salary cap reasons. Like, that's one thing. Memphis has already shaved some money, which is interesting. Like, Memphis has already shaved some money when they made the Steven Adams trade. So if they make a trade like this, where they're getting off of like more long-term money, like, you can't do that. You can't trade Danilo. Shoot, this is a little tricky then. Probably can't see Kennard then in that, unless it would have to be like some type of 3-team trade. So I don't exactly know where to go from there, but it would have to be something like that. Havoc says, I think I'd be surprised if Thunder don't make a trade with either Giddey or Bertans. I don't think they'll trade Giddey, to be honest with you. I don't think he's getting traded this year. Mickey Turner says, my favorite Dallas Mavericks trade idea I'd have for the Mavs to acquire Sandro Mamukelashvili of the Austin Spurs for essentially nothing. He's a 6'11 center / power forward from the country of Georgia. Yeah, Mamukelashvili is talented. I just don't know if he has I'm sure that he's not going to ever really amount to a whole bunch in the NBA, unfortunately. Texas Sports says, one of the only YouTubers that will take 5 hours to talk to video viewer. Sheldon is to go. Appreciate you, Texas. For those of you who do not know, Texas is the greatest moderator of all time. He is a big component of the Discord. Again, it would be a great place for you guys to join. We have over 230 awesome people in the Discord who love to chat about basketball. So you 381 awesome people, all of you should go join. Let's see how many people we can get in the Discord today. I will be shouting out new members while I see them. And here we have a report. Let me pull this up on the stream. This is a report on Twitter. So let's go get this now. Shout out to everyone who is cooking. Shout out to Trinity for the I guess tweet. Shout out to you. Let's go over here now to the news. Let's go to Legion Hoops. Yes, I can't. All right, let's go to Mike Scotto, actually. Scotto. Here we go. He just reposted this. So Andre Drummond has drawn trade interest from the Celtics, Mavericks, Lakers, and Suns. And remember, I was talking about the Celtics as a realistic landing spot for Drummond even earlier this week. So I think that makes a ton of sense. The Mavericks have been linked to him in the past. Obviously, rebounding would be useful for them. Lakers and Suns. Lakers look at it as probably just getting more size in their building. And then the Suns, Suns can use anyone who can play basketball. So Zach Aldridge says Tibbs would probably pass away from happiness if he had both Mikhail and OG. Could you imagine the cartilage in both of those guys' knees in a year? If Tom Thibodeau had those two guys, it'd be pretty funny. Alan Chase says, who are the top suitors that could want or need Jordan Clarkson? I think the Knicks are right at the top of the list, although Houston, I wouldn't rule out either. Rod Love says, Pistons need Miles Bridges. I don't know. I'm not one who's a big fan of Miles Bridges. So James Henderson says, thanks, Sheldon. Keep up the great work. Appreciate you, James. Ignacio says, I am a Raptors fan, and this trade would be amazing. He's an expiring contract. Okay. Grizzlies, let's make a trade, says Fave China. I'm not sure if he's a Pistons fan, but that's hilarious if so. SP says, remember when the Raptors played Lowry and Van Vliet together? It was the smallest backcourt. Yeah, but both of those guys played bigger than they were, and both of them were actually really good positional defenders. Like Lowry had really quick hands and he took a ton of charges, and Van Vliet could ball pressure and kind of force guys out of comfortability. So and even then that it worked, but it didn't that team was really good in 2019. They had a stacked roster in 2019. That's one of the better teams to ever be built in NBA history. If you go back and look at their roster, you're like, holy cow, they had this guy and this guy, this guy. They were 10 deep with really great players. So I don't know, and it worked, but it almost didn't work. They almost lost to Philly in 7. And I'm not trying to trash on it or anything. Lowry and Van Vliet were a special combination, to be honest. But it's just hard to build and win that way, I think, in today's league. Dober said, should Hawks draft Reed Shepherd if he's available for them? Well, it would depend on who else is on the board, but I do like Reed Shepherd a lot. I really do. Essential Classic says, I've been waiting for 5 years for a Harrison Barnes trade, and it looks like it's better luck next year. You never know. You never know. I remember being a Mavs fan and we traded him during a game. So you never really know. Taste the Truth says, any realistic trades you see Pacers making or considering? Yeah, there's a few. Obviously, there's the Andrew Wiggins component, which I do want to talk about now. So let's go grab an Andrew Wiggins trade idea here. Hopefully you guys are enjoying the stream. I'm having a lot of fun here, so I hope you guys are as well. And let's go talk about the Golden State Warriors and the Indiana Pacers. And here's the thing for me, financially, I don't know if this makes a ton of sense for Indiana to actually do, but it would center probably something around Buddy Hield's contract and Andrew Wiggins' contract. And then from there, the Pacers would have to send back just a little bit more. So I could see them throwing in, I don't know, this trade shouldn't work by rule, to be honest, with the 125%. If I hit try trade, it'll say success, but it shouldn't actually work because this should be off by $300,000 with the NBA trade rules. So that's a little tricky. So I think that we have to add in a little bit more money, but I don't exactly know how to get to that point where we do that. So it's just a weird trade, to be honest with you. Let's just do I don't know, something like this. I don't know. People think that it's crazy that the Pacers are getting second round picks in this instead of the Warriors, but the reality is Buddy Hield's a really, really darn good shooter. I know people say, well, when he's not making shots, he's not as good. Well, I mean, the guy's top 5 in the NBA in the last I don't know, 5 seasons in 3-pointers, made and percentage and everything. He's just really good. This year he's having a down year and he's shooting 38% from 3. So he's really good. He's a really good 3-point shooter. And Wiggins, his contract I don't think is viewed as valuable around the league right now. So this season he's averaging 12 points a game. So, and he's shooting, oh Jesus, shooting 31% from 3 this year. So, that's how it just kind of is, to be honest with you. Harib wants to know, how bad is Wiggs' trade value? Do you think he still has value, or is he basically just going to be a salary dump? I think he'd be more of a salary dump than anything. But if you could do something like this, where if the Pacers are just going to get rid of Buddy Hield, and you can get an okay player back for it, then that's something they should try and do. PBA Slob, welcome to the stream. PBA, he says, do you think the Raps entertain trading Pirtle at all? Probably not, since they traded for him last year. I just don't really expect them to do that, although they probably should. I think more of an off-season thing, honestly. Arnold says, H-Town. Well, first of all, Arnold, welcome to the stream. He wants to know about the Rockets. Let's go back and talk about the Rockets a little bit. So there was some rumors about the Chicago Bulls with Houston. There's been rumors about the Brooklyn Nets with Houston. I think the big thing is they're at a pretty good spot. I love the Steven Adams trade for them. I really love the Steven Adams trade. People don't understand how good of a rebounder this guy is. He's probably one of the top rebounders in the entire league because he boxes out extremely well on the defensive end and he crashes the offensive glass better than almost anybody. So you're looking at just an elite rebounder, and Houston needed that. It's going to help them a ton in certain matchups. I think there's going to be moments where they try to play him with Alper and Şengün, especially by next year. Hopefully Şengün's stretching the floor a little bit more, and it has improved his outside game a bit more. But even if not, like, I think Şengün's passing is enough to still work around Adams to a certain extent. I mean, we've seen Adams play next to Jaren Jackson Jr., who at times has struggled consistency-wise from shooting the three ball. So, I think it could work. And I think Houston's going to be really good defensively with Steven Adams in the mix. They're going to close out so many possessions going forward. Rod Love says Killian Hayes for Luke Kennard or Zaire Williams. I could see something for Zaire Williams, but I don't know. Sabonis isn't getting traded. Yeah, I don't think so either. Pomp here says get rid of Bojan Bogdanovic and give minutes to the rookie Ausar Thompson. So let's talk about some I almost said Ausar trades. Not yet, Detroit, not yet. Let's talk about some Bojan Bogdanovic trades. And I guess we could stay on Indiana here because a lot of people want to know. Bojan for Buddy Hield. What does that look like? Does that work? Does it not? And financially it works. And the Pacers have a couple of second rounders they could give up in this too. Which honestly, if the Pistons got offered this, they better take this. Because I think Buddy Hield and 2 seconds for Bojan Bogdanovic is a very good deal for Detroit. If they're able to keep Hield going forward on like a $12 million a year contract, that would be very, very good. So Connor says, Sam Presti talks about you can't buy the paint before you buy the house. Do you think OKC is their core or their house, or do you feel they're missing something? They have it. I think the big question is, honest, like Sam Presti has all of these sayings for like telling the media to be quiet and be patient. We're not going to trade for somebody right now. Like the thing is, there's not really a reason to like make some big, massive trade. Like they're really good. They might just stay really good for a very, very long time. So, people are expecting like, oh, they better push their chips in before their team gets expensive. Like, yes, but also if they don't push their chips in, they can continue to keep their team young around their trio of Holmgren, Williams, and Shea. So that's what my expectation is. Alan says, I don't want Killian Hayes on the Spurs. Please, no. I don't blame you, Alan. I'm sorry. DeAndre says, Herb Jones and Wendell Carter Jr. to Oklahoma City. I don't think so, DeAndre. Thanks for the comment, though. Soldiers of God says, could the Knicks get Simmons instead of Brogdon? Maybe. I think you might be meaning Simons, Anthony Simons instead of Brogdon. Maybe Evan Fournier, Grimes, and Deuce, Mavericks pick and Bucks pick for Simons. I don't think Anthony Simons is available. Zach says, easily Bulls, IMO, Green as an asset is greater than Levine. Bro is 21 and has clear shot creating talent. Yeah, and this year he's gotten a lot better defensively this season. He's passing the ball better this season. Definitely has adjusted this year to not having the ball in his hands all the time and this and the other thing. Like his usage is down a bit. Like those are all things that are going to affect his scoring. But I mean, he's doing the things that last year everyone was critiquing him for not doing. So NBA, it's not like I'm not saying he's a great defender, by the way, either, but he's better this season. NBA saying, I need my Rockets to make another trade. We just need a backup center. I love the Steven Adams trade, but he's out for the season. Jock Landale isn't it. What I would say here, NBA, is like, it's okay if you guys aren't better this season. Like, think about it this way. You guys were awful the last, 3 seasons. You guys are okay this year. You guys are an 11 seed, maybe get to the 10 seed, maybe make the play in, and then who knows from there, maybe you slip into the playoffs. That would all be extra icing on top of the cake. Like, you guys have already done the hard work. You guys have already taken the big step forward you needed to take to show the NBA that you're not the laughing joke of the West anymore. And you've done that. So congratulations. Now the laughing joke of the league is the Detroit Pistons again. So Hayes for Osman, that would be something that would make sense too, financially. Heard on the rumor mill, Spurs in on Herb Jones. He would be excellent for them. Oh my goodness, would he be excellent for them? But I don't really think that that's going to be something that happens. My guess is if Herb Jones gets traded, it's for a big deal. Like someone like Jared Allen's going on the move. Someone better than Herb Jones will also be getting traded in that deal if Herb Jones is going somewhere, I think. You think Denny Avdia can be moved this deadline? I would be surprised. I think the Wizards like him a lot, and they've got him on a very good contract. Thanks for the question. KW says, any Mavs news? For Dallas, right now, the big thing, we'll put it up on stream here just so everyone can see it. The big thing right now for the Mavericks is a reported swap between the Bucks and Dallas around Grant Williams' contract and Bobby Portis's contract. And the deal would look probably something like this. And I actually think it makes a good deal of sense for both sides. Bobby Portis could be a really nice backup combo with Tim Hardaway Jr. You could have one of the best bench scoring punches in the league, which I think would be good for Dallas, kind of playing off of Luka Doncic and Kyrie Irving a bit. And then I also think Bobby Portis could really help them rebounding the basketball, both on the offensive and defensive end of the floor. And then Grant Williams for Milwaukee, I actually think you could play him quite a bit with Grant Williams or with Giannis Antetokounmpo and Brook Lopez. And I think it could work pretty well for Milwaukee. Then you have a bigger lineup. You have a little bit more defensive flexibility with Williams' presence. I think that addresses one of their biggest issues right now. Although the Bucks do take a step backwards offensively this way, in my opinion, they also get better defensively. So it's about kind of trying to find that balance of how good does our offense have to be and how good does our defense have to be if we take a step forward like this. Mosen here says the Pacers neither want nor need Andrew Wiggins. He's an overall negative. Yeah, I just don't understand that report either, to be honest with you. I really don't. We got Havoc Gaming hype in here. Love to see that. D Brown says Weaver got to make a big move or he's getting moved. Yeah, we'll see what happens with the Pistons. Troy Weaver's probably on a pretty hot seat right now. Anthony Atwell says I would love to see Caruso traded to Oklahoma City. What do you think they would give up to get him? Caruso would be great in OKC. I mean, a first-round pick and a swap or 2 first-round picks plus smaller salaries is kind of the deal we would see here. Mosen says Jalen Smith is doing great this year. He's going to be expensive to bring back on that option he has, though. He's not going to be that crazy expensive. Like, I know, like Pacers fans are worried about this. You have to think about the amount of players that sign for more than the mid-level exception. It's not that many. Like, it's either you're a max player or you're worth like $25 million a year, or you're worth the mid-level exception. So there's like 5 contract ranges in the NBA. You've got the minimums, you've got the minimum contracts, then you have the taxpayer mid-levels, which is like $6-7 million. Oh, I'm doing the balloons, whoops. Then you have from there, you have the actual mid-level, the non-taxpayer mid-level. So then you have those 3. Then at 4, you have the like $20 to $25 million player, like which is like Mikal Bridges, OG Anunoby. Jalen Smith doesn't fit into that grouping. And then from there, you have the maxes. Those are your 5 big contract slots that typically players fill. And a lot of them, if you're not making the mid-level, you're probably making 18 to 25. And if you're not making 18 to 25, you're probably making the max. So Jalen Smith's not in either of those groupings. He's probably going to sign for the mid-level exception this year, if I had to guess. Harris here says, what do you think a PJ Washington Mav trade would look like? That's a good question. Let's look at that. Let's go over to Charlotte. PJ Washington would fit pretty well in Dallas. And then the Mavericks have Rashawn Holmes contract to give up. They could throw back, I don't know, a young guy, probably Jaden Hardy, which I would be sad about, but it's just the reality, and a couple of second-round picks because I would not want to give up the only tradable first-rounder I have for PJ Washington. I think that would be malpractice if they did that, but I don't know, something like this. Holmes and Hardy, 2 seconds for PJ Washington. I think that's okay. I don't love it for either side, really, but it's okay. Frankie here says, what about Hayward to OKC for a couple seconds and Bertans, Poku, or filler? Hayward to Oklahoma City would actually be pretty good. Let's actually do that. Because I've said too, I think that the Hornets are going to be a team to watch in terms of making trades. So, and the beautiful thing is Hayward's an expiring here, so you could trade for him. Have him help you win this season a bit in a probably smaller role than he's currently playing in, and also still keep your financial flexibility going forward. So let's get, Micic, his contract can go in here, and Poku's. That's probably pretty close money-wise. Yeah, we're within like $2 million there. That'll be perfect, and then we'll throw them so they're eating Bertans' contract. They won't give up like a first to do this, I don't think. I think they would give up like 3 seconds. I don't know, something like this. I think this actually makes a good deal of sense for Oklahoma City. And then for the Hornets, you're getting Poku, which is like hey, we can see what this guy is. We'll have him in the building. Not saying he's good, but they could try him out, whatever. And then Hayward goes to the Thunder. I actually don't hate that. Guy says, I think people are underrating Wiggins. Honestly, the Warriors have been playing bad as a whole. I think there's a chance he could thrive in a new system. I think so too, but the reality is he's just been playing terribly this year. Zach says, yeah, I saw firsthand why Luka should be allowed to dribble that much. So yeah, Luka's insane. Luka's just unbelievable how good he is as a player. And he's still selfless, which is, if I was as good as him, I would not ever pass the damn ball. Ever. If I was as good as him, I would never pass the ball. Mark says, Sheldon, would you trade Hero for Kuzma straight up? No, I would not for Miami. I would not do that. DM says, I really hope Orlando goes for it with DeJounte Murray. Paolo seems ready to me. I love the idea of Orlando landing DeJounte, to be honest with you. Like, I think DeJounte would be really good in Orlando. And he's already extended, so you don't even have to worry about that. Like, it's pretty smooth. Like, DeJounte Murray to the Magic. He's only making $18 million this year. You trade Fultz's contract. You trade your 2024 first. You trade the 2025 first from Denver. And you can give up even, maybe a second rounder with it. Like, this is a pretty big win trade for me if I'm Orlando. Because DeJounte, while yes, his contract's going to get a bit more expensive. He's going to be closer to $30 million next season. This is going to be a huge win for Orlando if they got something like this to happen. Brady Thompson says, per Scotto, Grizzlies interested in Killian. Okay, so thank you for that. I appreciate you guys sending in some of those updates too. Obviously, I'm trying to keep my eyes on everything, but it's hard to see every single thing every single time, especially while streaming. So Mosen says, absolutely, Killian Hayes over Halliburton any day of the week. You guys have no idea how many Pistons fans were, like, if you go back to my 2020 NBA draft coverage, like, I gave the Pistons an F grade specifically for drafting Killian Hayes. And I said that was going to set their franchise way back. And I said it was one of the worst decisions ever, drafting him over Halliburton. And then they all told me that I was stupid. And then a year later, they told me it was worth it because they got Cade Cunningham. Last time I checked, Halliburton's literally now better than Cade as well and just a superstar. So I don't know if it was worth it for Pistons fans to endure the whole Killian Hayes thing. But, it's okay. Shock says Saddiq Bey would be ideal for the Celtics. I mean, Saddiq Bey, like, I don't know. Saddiq Bey's okay. Make him $4.5 million. Like, could be like a nice expiring contract for them, I guess. I don't think they'd give up Pritchard, to be honest. So, like, we'd see like Brissett plus Delano plus maybe like 2 seconds. Something like this, like maybe a small upgrade on the margins here for Boston. This does cost them quite a bit of money, though. Like the $372,000 doesn't look like a lot, but that'll be over $1 million when it comes to their actual tax pay-in. Which, again, $1 million. You might say, well, these owners are super rich, yeah. But like, I mean, does Saddiq Bey, like, how much does Saddiq Bey move the needle? That's my question. Jonathan Isaac to Oklahoma City would be so good. I think the one thing that I've come to the conclusion on is I would like any Jonathan Isaac trade for the team getting Jonathan Isaac. He's really good. Jonathan Isaac is awesome. Like, the Minnesota Timberwolves would have zero need for him, but I would love seeing him in Minnesota. With Rudy Gobert, could you imagine anyone trying to score on that front court? Holy cow. Jay Sean Williams here. Thank you, Jay Sean, for the comment. Appreciate you being in here. He says Andrew Wiggins and Moses Moody in a 2025 first-round pick for Nick Claxton. Money-wise, that doesn't work because Claxton's making just $9 million. So we'd have to figure out the money there. Be a little bit more complicated than that, but not a terrible idea for fit. Zach says underrated aspect of Buddy is that bro doesn't miss games. Yeah, and he's a big part of your offense. Like, you guys run a bunch of ghost screens. You do a whole bunch of stuff at the point that I wish Dallas would do, like being a little bit more creative around Luka Doncic, which, funny enough, Rick Carlisle could have done in Dallas. Didn't really do much of that, but he does a lot of it with Halliburton. And like Buddy Hield's a big part of that. So Alan Chase says, what is the biggest trade that won't get done now, but most likely will this offseason? Probably a Levine trade. Soldiers here says, can the Knicks get anybody besides good old friend Burks? Yeah, the Knicks are going to be in on Jordan Clarkson or Malcolm Brogdon. The one that I just keep going back to it because I think it's like my favorite trade to like actually mock and look at because I just think it makes so much sense is Fournier plus Quentin Grimes plus a 2024 first via Dallas for Malcolm Brogdon. The Knicks are really darn good. This is pushing your chips in to actually have a real shot at being a title contender this year. That's how good the Knicks are. Like, since getting OG Anunoby, they have the best defensive rating in the league. It's not even close. Everyone else is like, the league average is like 111 something, 100 and maybe even a little bit higher, like maybe 113 something. And the Knicks is like 106. They've been dominant since getting OG Anunoby. They have a real shot at winning like multiple playoff series. And if you feel that Malcolm Brogdon could be the swing factor in a series, you better make this trade if you're New York. If you feel like Malcolm Brogdon makes you just even one game better in a 7-game series, you have to make this trade. Because the 2024 Dallas first, like, yes, it's cute. It's fun to keep your trade options open for a big-name star. The Knicks are really damn good as built. Like, they could just win. And yes, I know Quentin Grimes, like, it's hard to, you don't want to give him up. He had a really good season last year. He hasn't had a good season this year. And if you want to win, like, this might be the type of trade you have to make. And I like it for Portland because I think that Dallas first could be useful for them. I think Quentin Grimes could be very, very useful for them. If you're going to get a good player, you have to give up some good stuff. And that's exactly what this deal is. You're giving up some good stuff. You're giving up Grimes, who a lot of people like. You're giving up a 2024 first that has some value. But you're getting a really good player in Malcolm Brogdon with some team control. So Havoc here says, Sheldon, do you think Bojan or Cam Johnson would be a good fit on the Cavs? Because I think they would make them very good. Both of them would be very good fits, but the Cavs don't have tradable first, really. They're also at a spot where they don't really have salaries to trade for those guys. So I just don't really see them getting into those conversations. Delicious, can you rehash the most legit rumors from today thus far? Yes, let's go over to Mike Gascato is a pretty reputable source for Hoops Hype. He has said that Andre Drummond has trade interest from the Celtics, Mavericks, Lakers, and Suns. There's also a report saying that Boston has expressed interest in a wide range of targets, including Andre Drummond, but also Kelly Olynyk and DeLon Wright, which I think is interesting that they're in on DeLon Wright. I wouldn't really have expected that myself. Those are some of the most important news. Also, there's rumors about Royce O'Neal, Dorian Finney-Smith getting traded to Spencer Dinwiddie, and then Nick Claxton as well. All things we've talked about here on the channel. I think for the most part, our coverage has been relatively accurate thus far, so I wouldn't worry too much. But that's kind of what I'm thinking here. Let's keep going on now with more of our coverage. Comet says, hi, I love your content. Appreciate you, Comets. Let's get some hype for Comets in the chat. I'm going to send in some balloons myself here. There we go. We got the balloons flowing. Alan says, what players can the Spurs trade to get more future picks? When it comes to San Antonio, they don't have a ton of players that are going to net them like real draft picks that they would want to trade. Like, they're not going to trade Keldon. McDermott's maybe going to get you a second rounder, maybe. Like, I don't know. Devontae Graham, no. Collins isn't going to get traded. Chetty Osman's probably not going to get you too much. Like, part of the reason they're bad is because they don't have players who have a lot of value around the league. Like, teams aren't lining up for Doug McDermott. Like, they'd be okay with getting Doug McDermott, but they're not like, oh my gosh, let's knock down the Spurs doors and make sure we get this guy. They're like, if something happens and they're like, oh yeah, we could get McDermott, he could be like their 9th, 10th guy in the rotation. That's what's really going to happen, Alan. Thanks for the question. Make sure everyone leaves a like on the stream. Right now, I want to see how many likes we can get up to. In today's stream, we got over 450 people watching today. Shout out to all of you guys. Absolutely killing it today with the comments and your guys' ideas and everything. I love to see it. SP says, is the 2024 draft projected to be worse than the 2000 draft was? Here's the thing. Everyone's super low on the 2024 draft. I think the 2024 draft has a lot of talent. It doesn't have a star. It doesn't have a generational player. And like, I think part of it is we're coming off the 2023 draft that was crazy stacked. It was one of the best drafts we'll see probably because there's a bunch of players in there that were either freakish athletes or 7'4" with an 8'1" wingspan. Like, it had creative players in there, like guys who, if you went into 2K, you'd make them a 6'7" point guard with like 99 speed, 99 vertical, and that would be Amen Thompson. Or you'd make a 7'4" center with an 8'1" wingspan who can shoot, and it'd be Victor Wembanyama. Like, the 2023 draft was so crazy that it's making the 2024 draft look even less phenomenal. I think there's good players in the 2024 draft. I think there's going to be 15 players in the draft that are like real high impact contributors for winning. And that is a lot. I think there's a lot of. I think Reed Shepherd's going to be great. I think Rob Dillingham could be really, really great. I think Nikola Topic, if his career goes right, could be really darn good. He could be like an all-star caliber player. I think Alex Sarr could be like the identity to a team defense. There's a lot of talent, and I think that as long as you draft for fit and you're able to evaluate and analyze which guys are really the most sensible players. Like we haven't even talked about Ron Holland, Montes Buzelis. We haven't talked about Zachary Reese-Asher, who might be the next Michael Porter Jr. in terms of his talent level. Like there's a lot of talent in there, and there's a lot of players we could see play a big impact. ASAP King says, my Pistons 2025 NBA champions. At first I thought you had a typo there. I thought you meant like NBL champions, because if they went to the NBL, they'd maybe have a chance at winning more than like 7 games in a season. I'm just messing with you, ASAP. I'm just messing with you. Jaden here says, what do you think a Magic Hawks trade looks like, where you could see the Magic get DeJounte Murray? So we've done that already, but let's go rehash that here, because if you missed it, that's okay. Let's grab Orlando and let's grab Atlanta. And let's talk about it here, because I do like this quite a bit. DeJounte Murray to the Orlando Magic, and in return comes Markelle Fultz. We could maybe even throw in a young guy here, Caleb Houston. Let's do that just to get a little bit more value over to Atlanta. 2024 first, 2025 first via Denver. Something like this. 2 first-round picks, a youngish player, and Markelle Fultz's salary. Something like that. I mean, we like something like this, right? I like this a lot for Orlando. Zach says, I hate that Adams trade for Memphis. I thought when they traded for him, it displayed an excellent understanding of the roster and how to complement them. And now this just feels short-sighted. I wouldn't really worry. I think Memphis knows what they're doing. It's surprising to me that they gave up Adams, but if there's a front office that I'm going to trust a little bit and see, let's like wait to see what they're going to do. I think it's going to be Memphis, because I think Kleiman has a good idea of what he wants to do with the team. Taste the Truth says Pacers should stay away from Wiggins. I think so too. Zach says should the Kings land Herb Jones. I would love Herb Jones in Sac. Herb Jones is one of those players like I'm going to love anywhere. I really loved him out of Alabama. I was one of the few people who had a real first-round grade on him. I was very surprised he fell into the second round. If you go back to SEC conference play, Herb Jones dominated games. I think a big one that stands out to me was Cam Thomas and Trendon Watford for LSU versus Alabama in, I believe, the SEC Conference Championship game. Herb Jones just dominated that entire game. Offensively, defensively, he was playing center for them, protecting the rim, still guarding out in space. He was just phenomenal. He'd lead the break. He was a playmaker for that team. Like, Herb Jones was so underrated in college. I don't know if I'll ever forget that game against LSU, because Herb Jones just killed everybody in that game, basically. Tyler A. Gates, welcome to the stream. He says, per Shams, the Warriors are willing to trade Kuminga to Atlanta. I'm not sure if that is an actual report or not, so I'm not sure. 49ers Faithful said, do you expect there to be any movement in the NBA today? I think there's like a 40% chance, 33% chance. And no, this isn't like rain, where if there's a 30% chance of rain, that means 30% of the area is going to get rain. This is like a 30% of, there's a 70% chance nothing happens at all. So that's what I mean. Okay. DeMike here says, which Bogdanovich is more likely to be traded, Bojan or Bogdan? That's a great question. Can I say both? I think they're both going to possibly get traded. I think Bojan's more likely. But I think Bogdan could get moved too. Dylan here says, what would the Celtics be trading to get Andre Drummond? Probably like a second-round pick and a small salary back. Or maybe 2 second-rounders, Dylan. Not very much. Alan says, if I was the Miami GM, what move would I make this week? To be honest, if we look at their cap table, they don't have a lot of flexibility here. So my short answer is probably no trade, because they've got massive salary. They're not going to trade Jimmy. They're not going to trade Bam. Like, they've got 4 massive salaries now. You've got Duncan, who, like, yeah, I know people are going to say, well, you could trade Duncan. You could trade. He's so important for them, actually. Like, offensively, his shooting is like really, really important for them. Like, you got Caleb Martin, and then you get into these contracts that are so little that you can't even really do anything with them. Like, this would be a team that if they got Caruso, though, like, that would be really sweet for them if they got Alex Caruso. So let's actually go talk with the Bulls here and see if we can get Caruso to Miami. Caruso would be really sweet for them. Let's do something around like, this is where we run into issues, though, because, like, we'll do Richardson, we'll do Love. I don't want to give up Highsmith. Drew Smith's injured. We can do Orlando Robinson. He can be the young guy going back. And then we'll give up. Like, this is the issue, too, is they don't have a bunch of tradable first. Like, they have their 2029. I mean, then they'd have to do, like, a swap option or whatever, right? You know. Like, there would be a swap option here in 2030. I don't feel like doing the work to show that. But swap option in 2030 as well. Like, this would be sweet for Miami. I really think this would be sweet for them. But, like, they're already thin, and then you make this move, you get a little bit thinner in the front court with no Kevin Love. Like, I don't even know. I don't know. Vino here says, if the Lakers don't get Caruso home, we riot. Well, you better have your riot shield ready, because I don't think you're going to get Caruso back in LA, to be honest with you. Killian Hayes for Wembanyama. Wow. I don't even think, let's say the Spurs had like 16-year-old Victor Wembanyama and Caruso and Killian Hayes was like 20 at the time. Like, Wembanyama's been better than Killian Hayes like his entire life. Killian Hayes is so overrated when he came into his draft. I feel great going into this deadline as a Pacers fan. I think we're chilling if we do nothing, or we can get creative and small mid moves with Buddy and or Obi. The comic stands Los Angeles. Do you think Clippers will sign another power forward or center? I think that they'll try to trade for one. Here's the one that I like for them quite a bit. I think the Raptors, this is another rumor that's been going around. The Raptors seem ready to move Chris Boucher, which they should, because he's 31 years old, and he could definitely help a team. So Chris Boucher to like something like this, I think makes actually a good deal of sense. Let's add team 3 in here. Let's get Washington. I think something like this is let's send this one to the Raptors. Let's send this one to the Wizards. And let's send this one to the Raptors. And we send PJ Tucker to Washington. Something like this. And there's a few reasons why I really like this for everybody. The Raptors get a lot of cap relief. This gives them a lot of flexibility going forward. They get off of Boucher's contract for 2 second-rounders. Pretty decent value, I think. The Wizards use their mid-level exception to eat PJ Tucker's contract, probably buy him out. They get a second-round pick for doing that. And the Clippers get Chris Boucher, who could help them both offensively and defensively. Shout out to Venkata for the $2. Appreciate you, Venkata. Here's a good Clippers trade that we're talking right now for a mock trade, and one that I like quite a bit. For all 3 teams involved, you guys will have to let me know what you think. Ashley here says, thanks for helping me get through my workday. Of course, Ashley, appreciate all of you guys. Thanks for hopping in here with me. We have 420 people watching exactly. Nice. Shout out to everyone in here right now watching. Akum Goat trying to send in fake Woj bombs here. We're going to have to watch out for that. Let's not be sending in fake Woj bombs here. I'm not about that life. Not about that life. But what I would love is for you guys to tweet me some of your favorite trade ideas right now. So everyone go tweet me at _utility sports on Twitter/X. Tweet me your trade ideas. I want to see everyone follow me over there. Okay. Links in the description for that. If you want to go check it out, go follow me. I will be showing your trade ideas live on stream today. So that'll be something special we do today that I want to share everyone. Derek Brooks, thank you for that. Sick. Donald here says, how about Bridges to the Suns? We can mock up one of those quick while we are waiting. Everyone tweet me right now. Tweet me your trade ideas. We will be showing them live on stream. Let's do a quick Hornets and Suns trade since Ronald here is asking for one. Let's take a look at it. Miles Bridges to Phoenix for Nasir Little's contract and Bull, because why not? And 3 second-round picks. We're going to give up the real ones, though. 2026, 2028 unprotected, 2029 unprotected. Try trade, something like this. What do we think, guys? What do we think? 2026, 2028, 2029 seconds. Nasir Little and Bull. for Miles Bridges. Zach wants to know my biggest pet peeve when talking trades with NBA fans, and why is it that a lot of people act like all firsts are created equal, talk about protections like they don't matter. That's part of it. That's part of it. I think, like, you know, one thing too is, like, I honestly think my least favorite thing is, like, how people don't value second round picks. Like, I mean, we have so many examples throughout NBA history of, like, second round picks being actually really valuable. I did this exercise with my friend this past year, where I told him that if we were to build a football team versus an NFL team versus an NBA team, if he could use third round picks through seventh round picks, and I could use just second round picks in the last 5 years, that I could build the better NBA team than he could build a better NFL team. And we did the exercise, and the NBA team ended up looking much better. I had Nick Claxton. I had a bunch of different players that were pretty high value players. I had Herb Jones. I had a pretty good team. My team was very defensive oriented, probably didn't have a ton of scoring. I'm not saying it would have been a great NBA team, but probably would have won 20 something games, 25 games, whereas his NFL team looked like it would have won like 1 or 2 games. So that's really the reality, that I think second rounders are just as valuable as third or fourth round picks in the NFL. It's not like you're going to hit on all of them. In fact, most of them are probably going to be misses, but there's a good chance you hit something. And if you do, it's going to be really important to the way your team is built and how good you are as a team. Rudy here says, what about Hero to Indiana? Does that make sense? No, I don't like that at all. And I don't think Miami will do that. SP says, how good is Paulo analytically? Like, if you're talking like just pure analytics, like it just depends on which ones you're looking at. Like, that's the thing about analytics is, like, you can use analytics to paint any picture you really want. Like, if you only look at certain things, the big thing is Paulo is shooting much better from 3 this year. He's shooting 36% compared to 29%. So, like, from like a percentage standpoint of how valuable he is on points per possession basis, like, that's a big reason why he's taken an all-star jump this year. The thing is, next year, that number could easily like dwindle again down to like 33, 32%. Then all of a sudden, analytically, he's worse. Doesn't make him an actual worse player. It just makes his like statistics look actually worse. Here we have a trade idea. So again, I want you guys to tweet your trade ideas here to me. Let's pull this one up on stream right now. Here, B Montgomery sent in this one. Let's see. Can you guys see this? All right, you can't. So this is from, let me re-share this. Forgot that this was going to bring me into a deal. So this was from a B. This is a 3-team trade. Timberwolves get Bones Highland. Clippers get Patrick Williams, Andre Drummond, and 2 second-round picks. The Bulls get PJ Tucker, Kobe Brown, and 4 second-rounders. So my guess here is if the Clippers are getting Patrick Williams and Andre Drummond, they're probably not going to get second-rounders in this deal either. So probably reroute these seconds to Chicago, but I don't hate it. I don't know if I love Patrick Williams though for the Clippers, but I understand the idea at least behind it. Thanks for sending that in, Abi. Appreciate that for sure. Let's get some more tweets here. Here's our profile in case you guys need to see it, just so you can tweet at me. I'd love to see your guys' trade ideas. Last year we had a bunch of awesome trade ideas coming through on Twitter, so tweet at me here at _utility sports. Alan Chase says, will the Lakers give up their only available future first-round pick left before Thursday? Yes. I'm like 50-50 on it. I think yes, because I think they'll trade for DeJounte Murray, but you never really know. Tony P says, Knicks trade for DeJounte Murray. How many first-rounders do the Knicks give up to Atlanta? I don't think the Knicks will trade for him, Tony, to be honest with you. I think the most likely trade is trading for Malcolm Brogdon because he's a little bit cheaper. Who's thirstier, Lakers or Suns fans? Probably both. Henry says, as an Orlando fan, I wouldn't want to lose Fultz. I understand that, but I think Fultz is expendable if you're getting DeJounte Murray, to be completely honest. Brady says, I remember the F grade very well. I think I fell to the floor when we drafted Killian. Brady's like the most awesome Pistons fan because like he's one of the few that like actually can acknowledge when his team is screwing stuff up. And that's what I love is like as a Mavs fan, you guys know I do this all the time when I think Dallas is making mistakes. I don't defend management. I don't say, oh, they're doing a great job. Oh, woe is the organ. They got tough decisions. I tell it how it is. When the team does something stupid, I say it. And I think Brady very much like me in that way. Like, he keeps the Pistons responsible. He holds them responsible, and I think as fans, we need to do that more. Like, when you're watching your team, you can't just defend every decision they make, because oftentimes, I'm going to tell you, they're probably not making the right one. Like, there's a lot of times throughout NBA history that teams have screwed stuff up significantly, and we just don't hold them accountable. That's something we need to do better of. We need to do a good job as fans holding people accountable. DJ, welcome back. Glad to have you in here. Thanks again, man. Appreciate all of you guys. Ronald wants to know ideal trade for the Suns. I think getting Miles Bridges would probably be the best that they can do, honestly, from a skill standpoint. Billy Goat says Grimes, Fournier, and a second-round pick for Jonathan Isaac. Probably can't see that happening. I think Jonathan Isaac would come in more than just a second-rounder. I think it's more likely to see Malcolm Brogdon to the Knicks or Jordan Clarkson to the Knicks. But, Billy, thankful to have you in here. Like that profile picture. You guys have been really, really good, those. Zach says we spam those ghost screens, but at this point, Neesmith is just better options off those. There's actual threat. He'll set a screen and dive. Yeah, like, it's true. That's a good point. I just think, like, for me, I love having like I feel like the way that when I've coached basketball and like having a guy like Buddy Hield is just like such a weapon, because like people are like, oh my God, it's Buddy Hield. Better guard him for three. Like, whereas, Neesmith, like, I'm not discrediting, how much I like Neesmith, but like Buddy Hield, like, there's just like a certain gravity about a guy like Buddy Hield, I feel like, especially with how long he's been in the league. Like, people are so aware of him. And that's like his number one thing on his scouting report is run him off the 3-point line. So then it just puts like a different kind of pressure on the defense. But you're definitely right. Norman Rat says pre-draft Killian wasn't a bad prospect, overrated. He was injured bad early, and it didn't help that by the time. No, he was terrible, Norin. He was terrible. He was shooting like 23% from three in France. He was awful. He was very, very awful. People like Kevin O'Connor tricked everyone to think he wasn't awful because he had him number one on his board and said, this guy's going to be the French James Harden. Just because he's left-handed and shot a couple step backs in France doesn't mean he's James Harden. That was the worst take of all time, honestly. Like, any draft analysis ever, like, don't get me wrong, I've had my share of misses. One thing, like, I didn't think Trae Young was going to be very good in the NBA. Completely wrong. And I have no issue admitting that, but I had, like, at least some rationale under, like, the idea that he wasn't going to be able to guard, which he still doesn't. He's getting a little bit better, but he still doesn't guard really. And also the fact that I thought he was going to be super turnover prone, which he has to a certain extent, but his passing has just outweighed that with his ability to run pick and rolls. And he's better than I thought, which I'm glad for him. Great. Congratulations. But at the same time, I wasn't off to the point where I thought he was like the worst player in the draft. And I didn't think that Killian Hayes was the best player in the draft. So I've never missed that bad. He meant, like, to be honest, that miss by O'Connor is almost as bad as like a mid-range pull-up miss from Killian Hayes. Like, we're talking all air, didn't even come close to touching the rim. Ali says, can you go over Mav scenarios again? Let's talk about them here for sure. Abi sending in a few more trade ideas. Abi, I'm going to read these off real quick. This one has the Clippers getting PJ Washington, Bones Highland to the Kings. Interesting. PJ Tucker to the Hornets. Okay. Interesting. Make sure you guys are tweeting your trade ideas at me. Nick Perez here says, why is Wemby not the overwhelming favorite for Rookie of the Year? He's going to win Rookie of the Year. It's already decided. Wembanyama is the Rookie of the Year. And I don't even think the voting at the end is going to be close, to be honest with you. Alan Chase says, any trades this week that will create a new championship contender this year, like everyone thought the Suns would be last year with the Kevin Durant trade? If DeJounte Murray goes to the Lakers, there's like a chance that, like, people freak out like that. I don't think it'll actually change the contenders tier though for me. Havoc says, Sheldon, who do you think will 100% get traded this deadline? PJ Tucker. PJ Tucker will 100% get traded. He is like a 100% guarantee for me. Soldier says, do good trade for the Knicks. Like, it's, why are you the only non-Knicks YouTuber I see? Well, I appreciate that. I feel like just if you watch all the NBA, you can quickly pick up what teams are good and what teams need and stuff. So that's, I feel like, to be like, I'm not even gonna say that because that's gonna cause a stir if I say that. So I'm not even gonna say that. I was gonna throw some shade, but I'm not going to do that. And not at anyone specific. I don't have any beef with anybody. But A11 Gravy says, I know that I love Mark Williams and Nick Richards is cool, but we need more durable players. Yeah, durability is sometimes the best ability. Yeah, true. Zach, you're making a good point here. Literally, if you went into the 2K builder and tried to make Wembanyama, the game wouldn't let you do that. And you can't. you can't make a 6'7" guy with like 99 speed. It just doesn't work in 2K anymore. So it's like the 2K12 my player where every rating could get to 99. That was this draft. MK says, yeah, too bad. I feel like they're bleeding out in Toronto. Not that they're best players or anything, but I'm German, so rooting for the best for my guys. Yeah, we'll have to see what happens for sure. Don't spam, guys, because I will be getting through every single comment. Kadri here says Anthony Simons for Fournier, Quentin Grimes, 2024 first, 24 second, 26 first. I just don't think that I just really don't think that Simons is available, to be honest with you. Boucher is my guy. Yeah, no way Portland trades Anthony. I don't think so either. I would just be very shocked by that. Mickey says, can we trade for Bobby Portis for Dwight Powell and Mavs trade exception? So you actually can't combine a trade exception with a contract, Mickey. So that's an important trade exception note. I do have a video up on the channel covering trade exceptions. It is a deep dive into pretty much everything trade exception related. So definitely good to know. Here is a tweet from NBA Central. Dennis Schroeder and Kyle Lowry are being monitored by the Minnesota Timberwolves. Toronto's Dennis Schroeder and Kyle Lowry, who was recently traded from Miami to Charlotte and likely will be moving on via trade or buyout, are two other names on the radar. Finch coached Lowry for half of a season in Toronto before he was hired to take over in Minnesota. That is true, although I'm not sure. Like, Schroeder makes a lot of sense. Kyle Lowry, I mean, at least he's a veteran, right? At least he's a veteran. We'll have to see what happens. In this trade here, Bruce Brown to the Clippers. A lot of Clippers trades. A lot of Clippers trades from a B here. So interesting. Okay, let's keep rolling here though, guys. Hopefully, you guys are enjoying. 400 awesome people watching. Let's see how many likes we're at right now. I'm gonna refresh the stream right now. If you haven't liked already, make sure to do so. Guys, you guys are killing it. 132 likes, but we got 400 people in here. And just like John is saying, hit that like for utility. Matthias or Matthias, I don't know exactly how you want that pronounced, but appreciate you being in here. Shout out to you. Glad to have you in here. A man can dream now, says a coon goat. Chaotic Days and Mikal Bridges and one or two of the Nets big men for Jalen Green. Jock Landale. I've been used to saying Jakob for the last couple days. Jock Landale and 24 first and second round picks is doable. The Nets won't do that. Chaotic. Mark wants to know who my team is. I am a Dallas Mavericks fan, but I tell it how it is, and I'm oftentimes the most critical person ever when it comes to the Dallas Mavericks. Havoc Gaming says, I don't have Twitter or X. Well, then go get it. Download the app. Go follow me on Twitter. I could be your first follow. That would be sweet. Rudy the Boxer says, you probably don't want to be associated with my Twitter account. I don't know what that really means. I'm kind of scared to know and find out, so we'll leave that alone. King Cake says, can you do a Rockets trade for a backup big and a shooter? Well, they already got their backup big. You know, I know a lot of Rockets fans seemingly are kind of disappointed in the fact that they didn't get the exact big man that they were hoping for. They didn't get a big man who's going to contribute this year. But that's okay. You guys are going to be really good. You guys are going to be really good. You don't need a backup big man. What we can go do, though, is we can go over to the Memphis Grizzlies, and we can look to find you guys a shooter, because that makes sense. And a shooter that I like a lot is Luke Kennard. Luke Kennard shoots the ball extremely well every single year of his career. He is one of the best shooters in the entire NBA. And of course, it's not really surprising, but I mean, this year he's shooting 44% from three on 6 attempts a game. For his career, he's a 43.7% three-point shooter. This guy is literally a sniper. He is one of the best shooters in the entire NBA. He does it off of movement. He does it off of standstill spot ups. He's just really a great shooter. So, Jock Landale, I hope you had fun, but you're going to Memphis now. And let's see. Can we? This is the move here. We need to find an expiring $6 million contract somewhere. This is the trade that makes sense. We need to find an expiring $6 million contract. What does Toronto have? Oh, look at that. Look at that. Otto Porter Jr. to the Grizzlies. I like this. Let's send what we're going to do here. The whole point of this, Jayshawn Tate is going to go to the Raptors. Okay. This makes too much sense to me. Second round pick from Brooklyn goes to the Grizzlies, and a 2027 Oh, no. I don't want to trade that one. Let's do a 2026 second rounder. This one to the, do we do Grizzlies? Let's do Grizzlies. Something like this. I like this trade a lot for a few reasons. This is a trade I really like. The Rockets get a shooter. Luke Kennard, really talented shooter, would really help their offense. I think would just provide more spacing around Amin Thompson, would provide more spacing around Dylan Brooks and Jalen Green. Obviously, Alperen Şengün, their best offensive player, their best player in general. Luke Kennard would be fantastic in Houston. I think he would give a lot more gravity. I think he would provide a lot more spacing to this offense, which badly could use it, especially in the pick and roll game and their isolation offense. They need Luke Kennard. They don't do a lot of zoom. They don't do a lot of actions. They honestly are a pretty standstill offense offensively, where they attack mostly off the high part of the floor, which is okay. But if you have shooting around that, it could be even better. And I think Luke Kennard could elevate that. The Raptors turn Otto Porter Jr. into Jae'Sean Tate. And the reason why the Memphis Grizzlies don't want Jae'Sean Tate is they then get 2 expiring contracts. And you might say, well, what? Jock Landale, it says 4 years here. This is fully non-guaranteed. This is the only guaranteed year in Jock Landale's contract. The Grizzlies could waive him, and they could actually start to operate with the idea of having cap space potentially this offseason and starting to really open up some money pathways to make other moves and to make a big trade or a big signing somehow. The Grizzlies are a fascinating team to watch. And based on their Steven Adams trade where they took in Victor Oladipo, like this is something that actually makes, I think, a good deal of sense for all teams involved. So because of that, I am going to tweet it right now. I actually like this idea a lot. Who says no? Let's tweet this one out right now. Opening up cap flexibility with expiring contracts is like they did in the Adams trade. Let's post that. I like that idea quite a bit, to be honest with you. Ashley Lamont here says, bro, Shaden has been playing the 3 and Anton Sharp are both playing on and off ball. Why would we trade our young guy who is developed and still developing? Yeah, the Blazers aren't going to trade Anthony Simons. I wouldn't worry about it. Bogey for Trey Murphy. I don't think the Pelicans are trading Trey Murphy, to be completely honest with you. Jacob, welcome to the stream, Jacob. He says, can we get Finney Smith, Kuzma, and Andre Drummond to the Mavs? No, Dallas does not have enough tradable assets to get that done, unfortunately. I would love for it for my Mavericks. I would love for it, but no. Reiji says Bruce Brown trade ideas. Let's cover some Bruce Brown trades, especially since we got the Raptors already in here. The first team I want to go talk to is the Los Angeles Lakers. Let's do Bruce Brown. So really important here, since Bruce Brown has this little recently traded tag right by his name, the Raptors cannot attach other salaries to him. So you can't trade, Thaddeus Young with him. You can't trade Grady Dick with him. You can't trade Jalen McDaniels with him. He's got to be traded by himself. So that's the very first thing of importance here. D'Angelo Russell to the Toronto Raptors with, in this case, Jalen Hood-Schifino and Maxwell Lewis. And we will throw, I don't think a first-round pick goes back in this, to be honest, because they're giving up Hood-Schifino, and it's for Bruce Brown. Something like this. I mean, what do we think? What do we think about this? I'll tell you, I don't really like it for the Lakers that much. And I don't like D'Angelo Russell as a player. I don't think he's a winning player myself. Every single team that has ever traded him has gotten better. But I still don't really like this for the Lakers because they need to shoot the basketball better. They need more three-point shooting. They need more floor spacing. I would prefer Luke Kennard for them over something like this. So I don't think this will be great. Over under, says Eric, on Sheldon losing his voice by Thursday. You're a beast, Sheldon. I appreciate you guys. I've already been talking. Yesterday I talked for 6 straight hours on the stream. Today it's been going for an hour 45 at this point. So shout out to you guys. You guys are all the best. Bombzoni, welcome back to the stream today. He says, I saw the Celtics were in on DeLon Wright. Obviously, Boston doesn't have a lot of salaries that could match for DeLon other than Al Horford or a plethora of players. Could you see a third team being included? I just don't see DeLon Wright being a real thing for Boston. I just don't understand the point of it. Like, he gets to the rim a little bit. Like, it's just, I don't know. I just don't really see them do that. Dan says Tyus for Leonard Miller and 2 second-round picks. In that deal, you'd also have to include probably Kyle Anderson and some other salary as well, Dan. But maybe could be a working point. I would hate for the Timberwolves to give up Leonard Miller. That guy's going to end up being pretty good, I think. DJ says, do you think the Bulls will draft a point guard in the draft now when they already have Kobe White? I think that they're going to draft best player available. Is what I would do. Alan Chase says, what player that was drafted in 2022 or 2023 is most likely to be traded this week? That's a good question. Ousmane Dieng comes to mind because I think he would be expendable in a Thunder trade. This is a good question. AJ Griffin he's been getting DNP CDs basically all year for the Hawks, which is pretty surprising to me. Jake LaRavia could get traded for sure. David Roddy could get traded for sure. I'm looking at those Grizzlies guys. Wendell Moore Jr. very possibly could get traded from the Timberwolves. We'll have to see what happens with that. Yeah, I mean, those are some of the top options. Caleb Houston, who was the 32nd pick in 2022, like that makes some sense to me as a guy to watch for if Orlando makes a bigger move. And then when it comes to the 2023 draft, that's a little bit trickier because you're looking like Hood Schifino probably is the guy that stands out the most to me as tradable because it's the Los Angeles Lakers and they have zero patience in LA. So that's something to me. Alex here says DeJounte to the Jazz, calling it now. Well, let's look at a DeJounte Murray to the Jazz trade because that is a realistic possibility. There has been reported interest as Utah would maybe consider bringing in DeJounte. I think DeJounte would be really good in Utah, actually. I think this would be like one of the better fits. And what I really like here, to be honest with you, is a 3-team trade. That's what I really like in this kind of situation because I think if you trade Clarkson in this as well, like this just makes a good deal of sense. Fournier goes to Atlanta. This gives Atlanta some salary cap relief because Fournier is an expiring contract technically since it's a team option. Quentin Grimes can go to Atlanta, which I like for them quite a bit. And then you could just throw some picks there. 2025 first via Cleveland to the Hawks and 2026 first. Probably not via Utah. I think they'd probably want to keep their own. So let's just do the 2025 first from Minnesota, and then we'll do this first here not from Dallas. Let's just do the next one to the Hawks. Something like this. I mean, the Jazz give up 2 firsts, they get DeJounte Murray. The Knicks give up 1 first, they get Jordan Clarkson. I mean, what do we think on this? This is a trade that I feel like I really like, actually. This is another one I'm going to send out on Twitter because I like that one quite a bit. What do you guys think on that? What do you guys think on that? Because there's a couple that I really like there. I think this is a trade that I really like, to be honest. The Knicks get a guard. You could also maybe pivot this into like maybe Portland's involved in this somehow. But then it's a little bit trickier for Utah. So I don't know. This is something that I like quite a bit. I want to know your guys' thoughts on this one. Hawks get 3 firsts back for DeJounte. I'm tweeting this out right now. Jazz get their long-term point guard next to Lowry. And Knicks land a 6th man. Who says no? Let's tweet that out right now because a lot of people, I think, will like that, to be honest. I think that's pretty good for all of the teams involved, honestly. Here I've got a couple of trades to share as well. This is from Akum Goat on Twitter. Shout out to him for hopping on Twitter to share these with me. That way we can get them live on stream. Wiggins and Saric to the Bucks for Portis, Connaughton, and Cameron Payne. That's an interesting deal. I actually don't hate that as much. That's actually not like crazy. Although Wiggins' contract into Milwaukee gives them even less flexibility than they already have. So I don't know if I would see Milwaukee doing this, but it's not terrible. This one, the Bucks get Boucher, Thibault, Duop Reith in a 2nd rounder. The Raptors get Bobby Portis, which I'm not exactly sure what the kind of end goal is here for Portis to Toronto. maybe this is where you'd have to find like a third team or an extra team. And then the Blazers get Connaughton, Beauchamp, and a 2027 second. I mean, Beauchamp being in there makes sense for sure. The Bucks get Dorian and DSJ. Nets get Tucker, Beauchamp, Kobe Brown. This just isn't enough for these two players here. I think the Nets would want more. Clippers get Portis. Portis would be good for the Clippers. Bucks get PJ Washington. Hornets get a bunch of stuff. Rockets get Connaughton. I'm not sure if the Rockets would want to give up Jeff Green. I think, honestly, this construct would just be better between just Milwaukee and Charlotte. Shout out to everyone that's in here, by the way. Really appreciate you guys. Love seeing you guys are sending some trades in here. Agreed. It's funny. Sometimes some of the responses, like, they just make me laugh a little bit. I'm not even going to lie. Hopefully you guys are enjoying the stream, though. If you are, make sure to leave a like. I'm going to check how many likes the stream is up to now. Really appreciate you guys. Let me know down in the comment section below who some of the best trade candidates are you think. I'm going to also have some trade exceptions flying around on the bottom. So for those of you who do not know, trade exceptions give teams a little bit of extra flexibility to acquire salaries at the deadline without having to trade out a salary themselves. So, for example, that $25 million one that you saw from Atlanta means that they could take in a $25 million player without having to send any money back. So that's very important to note for sure. Very important to note. Let's get this screen share back up now. We're going to keep talking about some more NBA trades. I hope you guys are enjoying the trade deadline stream here. I'm having a lot of fun. 400 awesome people watching. You guys are killing it. Bombzoni says, bro, I folded when the Wizards drafted Johnny Davis. I knew he had bust written all over him. I'm so glad Shepard is gone. Our new front office has done a solid job. Yeah, you guys got a new great front office, honestly. Lockdown Scout says, why are so many people putting Hero in the chat? Makes no sense for the Heat to trade him. Yeah, I don't think he's getting traded. Zach says, ideally we keep Buddy, but it's getting weird chemistry-wise. The gravity is real, but it seems inevitable we're going to separate ways. Yeah, that's what I honestly think too, like, which is unfortunate because like I just wouldn't want that. And it's hard because like you obviously have closer proximity to the team than I do. So for me, it's like hard to see like someone who I think is like pretty valuable to their offense, which is really their team identity, is being so good offensively. Like, how do you let someone get like alienated from your team a little bit in terms of the chemistry issues and stuff? Like you got to, that's like internal, and who knows, there could be a bunch of different factors in that. So I'm not trying to throw anyone under the bus either with that for Indiana, but that's like, I'm just going to say it's not the first time Rick Carlisle's lost people in the locker room. So, and I'm not saying it's Carlisle's fault either, but it just happens. Connor says Trey Murphy and Brandon Ingram for Mikal Bridges. That would be a heck of a trade for the Nets. That would be a heck of a trade for the Nets. Samuel Slee says, Connor, that's a downgrade. I don't know what Connor sent in here, but people are not a fan of it, Connor. T says, Quentin Grimes to the Pistons and Cade move to the 3. Thoughts? I mean, Cade's going to have the ball in his hands. Whether you want to call him a 3 or a 1, he's going to have the ball. BYT, so far it's looking like Johnny Davis is the next Killian Hayes. Yeah, I don't even know. I don't even really know what to say to that. Alan Chase says, what do you think Danny Ainge's strategy is? Tear the Jazz down or tank, or use your draft capital and build a competing team on the fly? It feels like the future is unclear for the Jazz. So here's what I'm going to say about the Jazz. Like, if we look at their team, even like assuming they don't get DeJounte, whatever, like their team is like competitive. They've got a bunch of quality players. I think Hendricks could end up being really darn good. I mean, really, really good. I really like Hendricks' game. I think he could turn into a two-way monster. Keontae George, solid. He's shown some flashes this year, for sure. Fontecchio's really turned into like a real player. So shout out to them for finding him and utilizing him. Chris Dunn was a really nice pickup on the margins. Like, Ainge is creative. And I think really the thing he's hoping for is, as his team stays competitive, that if a couple of these picks hit, like if Hendricks turns into a star, if Keontae George becomes a big deal, like then your team's naturally going to get better anyway. But then what they also have is like, what if Cleveland bottoms out at some point? What if Minnesota has some weird season and they fall apart? What if the Lakers fall apart? Like, they have all of these draft picks in here of other teams, and they're hoping that, hey, while we stay competitive, while we stay around the middle of the pack, Hopefully we can develop and start to inch closer toward real contention again. But then from there, they're also hoping that other teams bottom out, which is exactly what happened for the Boston Celtics. Is while they kind of ebbed and flowed and went up and down a little bit, the Brooklyn Nets completely fell apart, and it delivered Jason Tatum and Jaylen Brown to the Boston Celtics. And that's really what Danny Ainge's strategy is. Like, you just get a bunch of picks, and you're hoping by 2029, Minnesota sucks and Cleveland sucks. And if they suck, then in 2032, 2033, we'll be talking about the Jazz as like the team to beat. Just like how in 2013, when they made the big, Kevin Garnett trade, Paul Pierce trade, everyone was thinking, oh my gosh, the Nets look so good. But what really happened is it turned the Celtics into a juggernaut for 2024. So it's just kind of really the same thing that he's doing again. It's the exact same strategy. Lockdown Scout says Bucks defense trade ideas besides the Grant Williams one. I don't get why the Bucks would do it, by the way. I mean, if we're going to do a Bucks defense trade, like, it's funny because, like, there's one thing that actually makes a good deal of sense, and it's Matisse Thybulle. But since he signed an offer sheet, Matisse Thybulle actually has a no trade clause for this one season. Matisse Thybulle can block any trade this season. And do you think he wants to go play for Doc Rivers again, who was giving him DNP CDs over in Philadelphia? Do you think Matisse Thybulle wants to go to Milwaukee and play for Doc? The answer to that is no. So that's not going to happen. So honestly, a trade from Milwaukee is going to be pretty tough, which is why I think the Grant Williams thing is probably the most sensible, honestly. Yeah, and Doc is coaching the All-Star game, yes. Which team or teams have the worst player development? I don't know. Detroit isn't doing any. I mean, Jaden Ivey hasn't gotten any better since he came into the league because they haven't developed him at all. It's just like he's developed like a little bit, but it's just like natural physical progression, I think. Lucky Bandit says, talk about Cam Whitmore. He's really good. Cam Whitmore's a really good player. And Ime Udoka and the Rockets feel like they have a potential superstar on their hands. The player I compared him to pre-draft was Jaylen Brown because neither of them pass the ball very well, but they're both physical, strong slashers. And I feel pretty accurate with that, with how his career started so far. Douglas says the Nets should move McHale. I get the feeling his value is going to be low this summer. I don't think so. If they get the right offer, they should move him. But I don't think his value is going to drop or anything like that. So. Mark here says, if Portland gets that 2024 Dallas pick for Brogdon, I hope it sets them up to trade up to get Sarr and Cody Williams. See, that's the thing. Like, they'd have a lot of flexibility. They'd have 4 firsts, so they could definitely be aggressive moving up in a draft where I feel like a lot of people would be worried and probably more so focused on moving down. Like, Sarr would be really great for Portland. Sarr would be really good there. Ashley Lamont says, who the Nets think McHale is? Kobe. I don't think McHale could ever be a number 1 on the team. No, but he might be a number 2 or 3 on a team and help swing a championship. Like, it's like, that's the thing about Kyle Lowry. Kyle Lowry was never going to be a number 1 on a team, but he was really, really valuable for the 2019 Raptors. Without Kyle Lowry, they don't win a title. So it's not like he has to be number 1 for them to make it worth trading for him. Deke says, bro has the NBA script. That's funny, Deke. Douglas says, is Jordan Poole's contract movable? No, that's part of why they traded for it, because they got incentivized to take it. So that is part of the idea. All right, we got a couple more trades to show on the stream now from Twitter. So let's go show some of those. Shout out to everyone sending me tweets. Appreciate you guys big time. Here, Isaac says, what do you think of this? Idea is Hornets flip Tucker probably to the Bucks. Mason's an expiring. Kobe is a young piece. Primo is young. And 2 seconds. So PJ Washington and Nick Richards to the Clippers for salaries, young guys, and 2 second-round picks. I don't think it's terrible. Probably exclude Nick Richards. Probably just more PJ Washington than anything in this. And then that way you could probably exclude Mason Plumlee as well. So just Tucker, Brown, Primo, seconds for PJ. It's not terrible. Probably would be the first time in NBA history 2 PJs got traded for each other, if I had to guess. Let's go look at this one right here from TTS. Thank you, Connor, for sending this in. Please excuse this abomination. Oh my gosh, Shai Gilgeous-Alexander. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. What is... Oh. That's kind of fun. Kevin Durant, James Harden, and Russell Westbrook all back in OKC. I see what you're doing here. Yeah, that is an abomination for sure. That was insanity. Definitely will not happen, but kind of funny to look at. I'm not going to lie. Kind of funny. Aquino, thank you for sending. He says, at Utility Sports Thoughts, Knicks get another solid player in size for the playoffs, and Hornets get Grimes and picks in the 20s next year. So Miles Bridges goes to the Knicks for Quentin Grimes, Ryan Arcidiacono, and a 2025 first via Milwaukee. Not brutal, although I don't think the Knicks need Miles Bridges, to be honest. But I like the idea. The idea at least makes some sense. Quentin Grimes would be a nice get for Charlotte for sure. Would be a nice get for sure. Appreciate you guys. Akun Goat sent a couple more in. Here's a big one. Fournier to the Hawks. Lakers get DeJounte. Knicks get D'Lo. Tom Thibodeau would hate D'Angelo Russell. That is one thing I have to say about that. Tom Thibodeau would hate D'Angelo Russell. He would really not be a fan of that. Thank you for sending those trades in, though. If you guys do want to continue sending me trades on Twitter, I would love to see them. Thanks for sharing, everybody. It's a lot of Hornets fans in the chat. We got a lot of Charlotte Hornets fans here for sure. Trenner says, why did the Raptors do this deal? I don't even remember which one. Yeah, I think, are you talking about the Bobby Portis one? Yeah, I don't think that they would. Jamal says, I'm a part-time Grizz fan now because my fellow Brit, Tosan, is playing for them. Yeah, Tosan Ebuanwam, or I always forget how to pronounce his name. Played at Pepperdine. Played at not Pepperdine, Princeton. He's a good forward. He's athletic. Delwyn Shea says, do you think Kyrie has been building a better market for himself compared to the past few years? No, I don't think so. He hasn't acted up yet, but I don't think people are going to all of a sudden trust him just because he's been normal for a year. Epic Wallpaper says, thoughts on DeJounte to Utah? I honestly think both teams could benefit. I think so too. We've talked about that quite a bit. 3-team trade. There's one on Twitter that I think you should check out that I've tweeted. So go check that out on Twitter if you want to. One that we haven't surprisingly heard as many rumors about, but just makes a lot of sense. The team that shoots the least 3-pointers in the league gets Buddy Hield. Why not? Why not? Let's add team 3. Here we go. We're gonna cook. We're gonna cook here. Warriors get involved. We're gonna send Wiggins to the Pacers, and we're gonna send Rui Hachimura to the Warriors, plus Christian Wood to the Warriors. Why not? Something like, I don't know. We have to send some tiny salary out. I never love trading any of the Pacers players. I don't know, something like this. Buddy Hield to the Lakers, Rui and Wood to the Warriors. Warriors get a little bit bigger. They could use some natural size. Pacers get Wiggins. I don't know. Again, I don't think anyone really wants Wiggins on the Pacers. I don't, but if they're just dumping Buddy Hield somewhere, that makes sense. Alan Chase says, are Klay Thompson days in Golden State coming to an end this week or this offseason? No and no. I think he's going to stay there. He's adjusting to a different kind of role. He hasn't closed 2 of their last 3 games, but we'll see. Avik says, what moves do you think the Rockets will make? I would like to see them trade for a shooter, but if they don't, it's okay. They've already made their nice move for Steven Adams, which I think was one of the most important trades that they needed to make, and they made it. Scotto here says, Klay looks cooked. Yeah, he hasn't been playing great last couple weeks and really this season as much as at all either. Samir, welcome to the stream. Samir says, DeJounte Murray to Brooklyn. So we haven't really talked about the Nets much the last couple of days as buyers. And I do want to touch on that because I don't want to completely rule it out. Not very often you see the number 10 team selling to the number 11 team in the conference, but I do think it is a small possibility this year. So DeJounte Murray goes to the Nets. And what are we getting back for Atlanta? Spencer Dinwiddie, because he is cheap. We would also send 2029 Dallas first and a 2029 Phoenix first because the Hawks would want those higher upside picks. And the Nets get DeJounte. I mean, I don't know. I feel kind of unmoved. I don't know how much better this makes the Nets. It makes them better for sure. This projects 0 wins. That's not accurate. It should be more than that for sure. But we'll see. Roberto Jaros says, are the Lakers realistically getting any good player? Who is the most likely to get traded by LeBron? Well, I do want to say something real quick for all of these people who call him Le GM and think that he's the one making the decisions. Then you have to admit he's a pretty damn good GM because he's won 4 championships that way. If you think he's building all these rosters, then you should give him some credit for being so smart because he's won just as many championships as a GM than is Bob Myers, who is one of the best GMs in this generation. So if you actually think that LeBron is the GM, then you got to give him some props for being that good. Epic Wallpaper says, holy crap, I just did that Knicks Hawks Jazz trade this morning. I felt like a genius, and here you are creating it in real time. Well, that's awesome, Epic. That's actually so funny that that you made that beforehand. So that's super sick. Shout out to you, Epic, for that. Let's get some Epic hype in the chat. I'm gonna send in some balloons myself right here. Let's get those rolling. Let's even make it full screen. I need some full screen balloons for Epic. Let's get these going. There they are. Woo! We got some balloons flying in. I just cringed at myself. So if you guys cringed, I'm so sorry. Here's some notable expiring contracts on the bottom. Gordon Hayward, Kyle Lowry. You just take a look at those. Probably don't focus on my cringe anymore. Aviv says 3-team trade. Spurs get Trae Young. Probably not going to happen, Aviv, but thank you for sending a comment in. Sohn says bring Luka to Denver. No, not going to happen. Definitely not going to happen. Cohen says, any blockbuster trades that could happen? Any chance Lillard can leave the Bucks? No. Lillard's not going to leave the Bucks. And I think the most blockbuster thing we see will probably be DeJounte Murray. But if it's something bigger than DeJounte Murray, it'll probably be Mikal Bridges. So I don't know if we're going to get like a real huge blockbuster, just something like kind of blockbustery. So make sure you guys go follow me on Twitter, by the way. Eddie says, thanks for another great show. Eddie left a $5 super chat yesterday, I believe. So Eddie, thanks for being in here again today. Really appreciate each and every one of you guys. 400 awesome people. And it's just awesome getting to talk some hoops with a bunch of people who love it just as much as I do. So really appreciate you guys. Ethan here says, is that leave a like on the whiteboard behind you? Yes, it is. I know it's backward. I'm telling you right now, I have it actually written backwards. I have it written right to left because normally, for some reason, this camera right here flips everything. Like my right hand is on my right side right now. And for some reason, that's flipped. Like everything should be flipped, but for some reason, that's not working right. I don't understand why. I don't know what it is. Definitely crazy. Zach says he sent a 4-teamer on Twitter. Let's go look at this. Where is this 4-teamer, Zach? Did you send it to my personal or to Utility Sports? What? Just let me just look. Oh, here, I've got it now. I found it here. I just went to your profile. This will be the easiest way to grab it for me. All right. Let's get this pulled up now. Everyone, let's take a look at Zach's trade here in this one. All right. Okay, so this was pretty similar to the one that I made, I think, right? So DeJounte. Okay, yeah. Wow, okay, that's funny. This is very similar to the one that I made. Okay. Here's the 4-teamer though. Okay, Harrison Barnes, Malachi Branham, 2 first-round picks to the Hawks. Magic get DeJounte and Doug. Spurs get Markelle, kind of like that. Kings get Jonathan Isaac. Okay, it's actually not that bad. I kind of like that. Spurs give up Branham and McDermott for Fultz. That's actually not bad. I kind of like this. What do you guys think? I kind of like this deal. It's a lot going on. You need that's the hard thing is like doing 3-team, 4-team trades is you're just like probably not going to be super accurate because it's 3 or 4 teams that you need to like all cooperate to do what you want them to do, right? But like that's actually it's like a good value trade for sure. And that's really all that matters is like if you're getting the value, like even if it doesn't happen, it doesn't mean it was a bad idea or call at all. SP says, this is a base deal. What players or picks would you add? Knicks get Bruce Brown. Raptors get D'Angelo Russell, AJ Griffin. Hawks get Quentin Grimes, Jalen Hood-Schifino. Lakers get DeJounte Murray. So the money's not working there. Oh, Fournier would have to go to Atlanta. Atlanta would have to get picks to do this because they're giving up AJ Griffin as well. So Brady says sent a trade on Twitter for Cavs and Hornets. Let's see if I can find that quick. For Cavs and Hornets. A lot of Hornets trades today, which is fun. That's great to see. I'm not seeing your trade, Brady. Make sure you tagged me in it. Maybe retag me again so that we can see it. Shout out to everyone in here today. Again, the nick in my little crick in my neck is really bugging me, but it's okay. I can't even turn my head really this way. Like that just hurt really bad, to be honest. But all right, Soldier says, can you combine trade exceptions or just one per deal? Example, the Knicks have two. So you can use like they would just break them out into different deals. You can't combine them. No. Eric Litchfield says, is the trade line going to be busy or quiet? I think it's actually going to be quite busy. I think we just have to get the first move. Like, I think once the first move happens, that's when we'll have a good idea of like what other teams will start to counter that, make their own moves, and like probably get a little worried that if they don't make a move, someone else will. Zach says, I think it's a Buddy thing, to be honest. He wants a bigger role, and money is largely the report that survives. It's also, that's true. And like, I mean, someone's just got to be realistic with him. He's not worth $20 million even. So Utah has like 15 first to use. Yeah, they do. They have a ton. Brisket says 2 moves you would do as a Raptors GM, Bruce and Boucher. I would also try and trade Jakob, to be honest with you. Ainge is banking on a star trade. Yeah, at some point he has the picks to go get something too. Like, even then, if his star trade doesn't materialize, like think about it. With Boston, he never made a big star trade. He brought in Isaiah Thomas for reasonably priced, and he signed Al Horford. He never made a star trade with the Celtics, so I don't even think that like he has to if he doesn't feel like he wants to go that way, but he might. J.R. Glenn, thank you for the 10. He says, is there any world that the Spurs trade for Cade Cunningham to pair with Wemby, or would it just cost too much, or Detroit wouldn't entertain? I think the biggest thing is Detroit would not entertain it. I think Detroit would be scared that they trade Cade Cunningham and all of a sudden he looks like this all-NBA caliber player. So I think that they would be very, very, very reluctant to trade him to the point where he would not get dealt. But it's a great idea. I mean, Wemby and Cade together would be a lot of fun. So Glenn, thank you so much for the 10. Really appreciate the super chat. They always go a long way in helping support the show. Because days like today, I'm obviously not going to work. So really appreciate you guys. Shout out to all of you who've been in here supporting all day long. Make sure to subscribe to the channel for more content. I'm going to check how many subs we're up to now. 22,000, and 60 subscribers. So we've gained over 50 subs already today, and I would love to see that number continue growing. So make sure to hit that subscribe button. BYT says the problem with Buddy is that he is not shooting very well for his standard right now, and he can't defend a box of rocks. So if he isn't hitting, which he hasn't been lately, he is completely useless. Like, he's still shooting 38% from 3. Like, that's very, very, very good still. I get what you guys are saying. Like, and yes, to his standard, he's a career 40% three-point shooter. Like, that 2% is a big deal at 6 points per 100 possessions. That's a massive difference in the NBA today with how competitive and close the league is and how much parity there is. But he's still valuable. And even sometimes like having a gravity shooter who doesn't even hit his shots, it still changes the way defenses guard you. So I think if Indiana does something with Buddy Hield, it'll be I'll be very fascinated to see how their offense looks without him going forward. I'm not saying it's going to completely drop off or anything, but I do think there will be a slight regression, a slight one. And I'm not saying it's going to be damning to them. And I'm not saying it because they have Haliburton. Haliburton's the offense. So they're still going to be great. But, that's part of why they're so good is they have such a dominant offense right now. Nick here says Grant Williams is garbage and will be playing in Korea next year. Interesting take. Elizabeth Allen says Herb is not available in any sort of way. Yeah, that's what I kind of feel as well, honestly. Runner says, would the Bucks move Lopez for perimeter defense? No, I don't think so. Not with Doc there now. I don't think so. Dan says, I think Wizards got better at player development. Denny's actually improving now. Yeah, I think so too. It's hard because some of the teams that weren't improving young players, they have had regime changes. So 3K Racing says, D-Money, the reason is they need to blow it up. Kobe White hasn't moved the meter for that team. Spurs would take a bad contract and give them back the Chicago first-round pick and Charlotte first-round pick. Rafael Duran says, hey, Lakers. Well, shout out to you. Let me know right now down in the comment section below. Comment your favorite team. I know a lot of you have done that already, so if you have, don't worry about it. But if you haven't commented your favorite team, let me know right now who is your favorite team. That way we can show some love and some hype to them for sure. Should the Pelicans consider trading Zion? His value? No, Alan. I don't think that they should consider trading him because if he stays healthy for an extended period of time, he is a top 20 player in the world. Cans Mars says trade Looney for Olynyk. Olynyk would be awesome in Golden State. Alex Alfaro says, who do you think the Kings need to get to be able to go deeper in the playoffs? The real answer to that is, I mean, like you guys can probably tell how much I love this player. He's one of my favorite players in the league. He's an absolute joy to watch. He doesn't do anything on offense, really. He really doesn't. But Jonathan Isaac is so freaking good that I do not care. I mean, wait a minute. Am I cooking something here? Wait a minute. Like, is this something Orlando would entertain? Like, Harrison Barnes is a better offensive player than Isaac. Like, would Orlando entertain this even? Probably not, right? Like, man, could you imagine Jonathan Isaac in Sacramento? Like, he's like the perfect four next to Domantas Sabonis. Oh my gosh. AZ says, what do you think Kispert's value is and what teams could be interested? Doesn't really fit Wizards' timeline. I think he fits the Wizards' timeline. Like, it's not like he's like 30 years old. He's 24. That's how old I am. What are you trying to say about me, Azzy? What are you trying to say? Nolan here says McDaniels for Killian Hayes. Worse for worse swap. Yeah, somehow the Raptors would get significantly worse making this trade. La GM is LeBless because he always has LeBron on his team. That's true. It's true, but I mean that's his ability. He's just been able to get him. He's just he's done a great job navigating the trade market and making sure he has LeBron on his team. LeBron is actually a bad GM. Has had influence on the team he's on for the last decade, but despite that, only has 4 championships out of 10 tries. Show me, Douglas. Show me one other GM to make it to 10 NBA Finals. Show me one other GM to make it to 10 NBA Finals. That's awesome. Epic wallpapers. I'm glad you enjoyed the little celebration we did. For you, Cody Evans says, any trade for Tyus Jones and Corey Kispert to the Magic, reuniting with Jalen Suggs. I kind of like that idea. Let's go to the Wizards. Kispert and Tyus for Markelle Fultz and 2024 first-round pick. I don't know. What do we think here? Tyus and Kispert. Magic get some shooting. They could use that. Get Tyus Jones. Probably a better point guard than Markelle Fultz anyway. What do we think? Aquino, I think I checked out your Lakers trade, I hope. I think you might have sent a couple, so I'll have to check. Makai here sending Makai, I see your tweet here, by the way. I haven't pulled it up on stream, but he sent me a bunch of pictures of Nikola Jokic and Luka Doncic hanging out, which is actually funny. He's like, these two best friends need to play together. Hey, we'll take Jokic in Dallas. I wouldn't mind that. I wouldn't mind him playing in Dallas at all. So that would be sweet for sure. That's awesome. JH says, I have a 5-teamer. Where do I send it? Send it on Twitter to @_utility sports. Cody Evans says, W for Magic fan. Glad to see that. Epic Wallpaper says, I know the Knicks and Jazz have had rumors of meeting in the middle on a Clarkson-Grimes swap. Wondered if Grimes, Fournier, and 3 second-round picks gets it done for New York. I think that there would probably want to be like a first in there, but we'll see. Avic says, do you think the Rockets make any moves this trade deadline? They already made their big one for Steven Adams, so maybe a shooter, maybe Luke Kennard we've talked about. Alan Chase says, this is a fun week. Thanks for doing this. I'll be equally excited for you to put out another mock draft and or big board sometime after the trade deadline. Yes, there will be one coming soon. Ben says, what happened to AJ Griffin this season? Thought he had a good rookie campaign. You see him getting traded. I'm not sure what's going to happen with him, to be honest. I'm surprised he doesn't play, really. I don't understand that. Spice Creation says, where did Jalen say he wants to play for the Raptors? He did not say that. Azan says, would you see Jalen Green to Raptors? Apparently he wants to go to Toronto. Yeah, I've not seen that myself, but there's been rumors about, Toronto having interest in him, of course. Brian here with another emoji, like seeing that. Spice Creation saying Spurs. Oh, we got some of the hyped in here for their favorite team. So Spice is a Spurs fan. Polar's a Raptors fan. Zuni is a Mavs fan. Shout out to my Mavs. Hashtag MFFL. Reborn Cheese is a Timberwolves fan. Well, Reborn, you're going to want to go follow my personal Twitter. Links in the description where I cover the Minnesota Timberwolves. I'm on the beat this year writing about them. M. Mari says, what will Rockets do? Your opinions? Trade for a shooter if they make a big move. J Dude is a Spurs fan. Love to see that. We got some Rockets fans in here as well. Avic and Adonis. Delwyn is a Spurs fan. Shout out to you, Delwyn. Scotto is a Knicks fan. Okay, Scotto, I see you. Nate Bingham with an awesome little profile picture there. Clearly a Utah Jazz fan. Damien here says the Mavericks. Love the little horse emoji in there. Old Dirty was the Pistons and a sad emoji. Oh my gosh. Brian Cruz is a Houston Rockets fan. Like to see that. Alan Chase with a Spurs hype in there. Let's see that. František says, how would Denny to the Spurs trade look? To be honest, I don't see Denny Avdia getting traded. I would be pretty surprised if something like that happened, but let's entertain the idea for fun because why not? I mean, he's poison pilled. No, he's not. He's just not going to get traded, to be honest. Denny Avdia is not going to get traded. He's poison pilled this year because he just signed an extension. Here we go. Brady's got his trade now to me on Twitter. So let's go share that on the screen right now. Shout out to you, Brady. Thanks for sending this in. Cavs get Nick Richards, Nick Smith Jr., and a 2027 first. Hornets get Isaac Okoro, Dean Wade, and a 2027 second. I don't really like this for either team. I definitely don't like the Hornets giving up a first, even with the protection. And I don't love the idea of Nick Richards in Cleveland. Like, I think Dean Wade just fits their team better. I don't like Nick Smith Jr. that much. I don't know. This is like, I see what you're trying to get done here, but I just don't love it, to be honest with you. I don't love it. Thank you for everyone who has followed on Twitter. Here's that little, here's that tweet from Makai too. I wanted to show of Luka and Jokic. That's funny, Makai. Appreciate that. Shout out to everyone who has followed. I'm going to show you guys' names on screen now. Links in the description if you want to go follow on Twitter. Perhaps you could get shown as well on here. Shout out to Wavy Clamps. Okay, I see you guys. Champ, thank you. Frankie, appreciate you. Tomas, welcome to Utility Sports, everyone. Appreciate all of you guys. You guys have been killing it as of late. So huge shout outs to everyone. And let's keep rolling here with some more NBA trade discussion. Mason's a Timberwolves fan. Chowder is a Rockets fan. Malik says, what would you do if you were Nico? I would sit on my hands and not make any big drastic trade because the team isn't good enough to win a title this year. I don't think that there's any rush. If you wait and your pick conveys this year to the New York Knicks, then all of a sudden you would have a 2025 first tradable, you have a 2027 first tradable, and a 2031 first tradable after the draft. So you could go into next year with 3 tradable first-round picks, have a ton of flexibility once again, and then really trying to actually build a good team around Luka Doncic and Kyrie Irving, which they do not have right now. Cody Evans says, no, Isaac shuts down star players. He did that to the Timberwolves the other night in Karl Anthony Towns. Zuni says Isaac to the Mavs for Tim Hardaway Jr. It's not terrible. You could see it's just hard because Hardaway is pretty important to Dallas. Yor says, bro, trade Buddy Hield to any team. I'm tired of him starting doing nothing. All right. I see a lot of Pacers fans are kind of getting bored of him. Avic says, do you see the Rockets trading Jalen Green or making small moves? And if so, I don't see them trading Jalen Green. I would just be pretty surprised by that. John says you don't want all your players being the same age. Yeah, it just doesn't really work smoothly, to be honest. It's like, I know that's the ideal, like, oh, you'd love to do that, but it's just not really how it works. Douglas says LeBron played in the Easy East during most of his career, and despite that, he's lost 6 times in the finals out of 10 chances, even though he got to handpick his team. I mean, here's the thing. Like, multiple of those losses came to Kevin Durant and Steph Curry on one roster. So I would say he didn't have the best team in probably 3 of the finals losses at least. And I would argue that, honestly, his team in 2011 wasn't that good. I know he had Bosh and Wade, but the team itself wasn't that. I mean, he's starting Mario Chalmers and Joel Anthony. So, you can say that. It just doesn't make it true. So, he lost in 2007, and that Cavs team was definitely not better than the Spurs. So, I don't know. I would say the one team that was better that he lost with was 2014 when they lost to the Spurs. But even then, that Spurs team was really great. So, 34 higher. Do you think Raps are going to do anything with Bruce Brown, or will they keep him? I think they'll trade him. John Carl's agree. I would like to hold on to Kispert. Yeah, I think that the Wizards should hold on to him, to be honest. Quentin's a Warriors fan. Like to see that. Daniel is a Raptors fan. Jamal says, don't you get taxed crazy in Toronto? I don't think many players want to go there. Yeah, you get taxed insane. It's even more than California. The taxes in Toronto are actually a big deal for players wanting to go there. Cohen says Nets. That's awesome to see Brooklyn fans in here. Desmond is a Miami Heat fan. Tomas says we need more Raptors fans in the Discord. So if you guys are curious what he's talking about, I'm sending the links in right now. Go into the description. In the description, you will see links to our Twitters and also to the Discord server. I want you all to go join the Discord server right now. I'm going to be hyping everyone up that's in the Discord. Would really appreciate you guys being able to hop in there and go join the Discord right now if possible. Soul Jr. says Thunder. Glad to see that. Another Thunder fan in here. Nav is a Magic fan. Shout out to Nav. Glad to have you in here again today. Dan says he's a Wizards fan. That's sweet to see. Wavy Clamps is a Pacers fan, but he's got a cool little profile picture of LeBron. Delwyn says, my teachers never get my name right, and you got it right on the first time. Well, Delwyn, I'm trying my best here, so I'm glad that I'm able to do that. That's like one of my worst fears is pronouncing people's names wrong and making them feel bad or something. So hopefully you guys feel like I'm doing a good job in that regard as well. Don't forget to subscribe to Utility Sports. If you guys are new, you guys have been awesome in the chat all day long. You were awesome yesterday in the chat, so I really appreciate each and every one of you. The stream's up over 216. Oh, no, that's the wrong video. I'm looking at the wrong video. Oh, my gosh. The stream's at 199 likes. If you leave a like right now, you could be the 200th person. Go leave a like right now. You're saying Buddy is trash. This is a different Pacers fans burner, I guess. Cax, you're saying, what do you think the Warriors are going to do at the deadline? I think the Warriors are going to trade Andrew Wiggins and probably Chris Paul, maybe. Epic Wallpapers had idea of a 3-team that gets Murray to Utah, but involves the Lakers getting a Olynyk in exchange for removing protection on the 2027 pick that Utah has from last year, then sending that to Atlanta. That's a pretty valuable pick. If they're able to get that done, that would be pretty impressive. BP says, nah, I don't want Buddy traded. Just the threat of him on the court is almost enough. You still can't leave him. Douglas says LeBron also has never won a finals without a Wade, Bosh, Kyrie, and AD. I mean, I could say the same thing about Larry Bird and a bunch of his teammates. I could say the same thing about Magic Johnson and a bunch of his teammates. I mean, Magic Johnson played with how many Hall of Famers? Just because LeBron wasn't drafted to those teams, I don't even know. What do you want? Do you want him to just play with a whole, what about 2018? Kevin Love's made the playoffs one time in his career without LeBron James, and it was last year with the Heat. So, Bosh was missing the playoffs all the time with Toronto beforehand. Wade was a first-round exit in 2010 before LeBron came over. So, you can sit here and tell me all of that. Who got the Finals MVPs? You know what I mean? Vance says everyone knows it's better to lose in the early rounds of the playoffs, like Jordan did, than to lose in the finals. Yeah, literally. Last year, LeBron lost in the conference finals, and somehow that's better for his legacy than if he lost in the finals. It's stupid. It's so dumb. It's so dumb. Yeah, you got to be a real hater. Like Scott was saying here, LeBron's an all-time great, one of the top 2 players ever, and you could make a real argument he's not 2. So, Alex says crazy idea, but what do you think about a Zion for Mikal Bridges plus stuff? Not going to happen, Alex. It is a crazy idea. I understand what you're kind of looking at, but I would just be surprised to see that. John said, as you have said, the de-escalating scale means you could trade him down the road to recoup costs. Yeah, like de-escalating contracts, descending contracts are like the best thing in the NBA. If you can sign guys to descending contracts, it's huge. JH says it's in my replies. Let's see if I can find this here. That's funny. I'm looking here now. So I think this is the trade here. Jazz get Bertans Korkmaz 2024 first from Utah. They get their own first back, by the way, from the Thunder. Sixers get Alec Burks. Thunder get Kelly Olynyk, Caleb Martin. Heat get Ochai Agbaji. Pistons get Robert Covington and 2 second-rounders. That's a lot going on. That's a crazy trade there. That is a crazy trade. Very interesting. Okay, let's keep rolling here now. Josh Pridden says Pistons trade who? Pistons could trade a couple of different guys. Let's go look at Detroit. I think the best one to focus on is Bojan Bogdanovic and where he could possibly go. I think a team that does make some sense for Bojan is Sacramento. This doesn't help their defense like at all, but it makes their offense better. So that's why it's worth like thinking about and maybe doing. We'll send like I don't even know, like Harrison Barnes. He's not as good, obviously. Like we have to send something, maybe like a 2024 second, and then just something like this. Like what do we think about this? I know it says the Pistons get better, but I don't believe that. Bojan, I mean, I don't know. Pistons get a guy who they could keep longer. Harrison Barnes. Kings get a shooter. It's not great. I don't know. Cohen here says, any idea where Dorian Finney-Smith will end up and what his value would be? 1 first-round pick is his value, and I'm not exactly sure where he ends up. A bunch of teams are going to have interest in him. Soul Jr. says, not even a LeBron fan, and I agree, discrediting one of the greatest to ever do it just shows you don't know ball for real. Shout out to you, Soul. Like, imagine if I was just sitting here saying that Michael Jordan's not that good, and if he just played on stack. Like, I mean, Michael Jordan had elite teams. It doesn't mean he was a bad player. Like, it doesn't discredit him at all. Epic Wall Player says, I'm a bit bummed that it's supposedly going to be a dry deadline according to Woj, but understandable. I'm hoping there's a few surprises in there. I mean, it takes like one big move for everything to like kind of change and get crazy, right? Like Woj had there was also reports saying that James Harden wasn't going to get traded 2 deadlines ago, and then he did. So I don't know. We're 2 days away yet. There's plenty of time. Sal Callie says, no point of arguing with YouTubers in the media. They love LeBron. It's almost like the guy's the all-time point scoring leader. It's almost like he scored more points than anyone else in NBA history. But yeah, it's just that we love him. I've never talked to LeBron. I don't have any personal bias towards LeBron James. He leads the NBA all-time in scoring in both the regular season and the playoffs. Like, there's no other player who's done that ever. Like, it's not that people are addicted to him. He's just that good. He's just that good. Reborn Cheese, which of the core 4 in Minnesota end up getting moved come to the offseason for what and where? It's too early to comment on that. I think we have to see the playoffs. And if the playoffs don't go well, then it opens up the possibility to someone getting moved. Ben Harvell says Milwaukee needs a Jordan Clarkson type. Yeah, they just don't have any way of getting a Jordan Clarkson type. Washington wants first-round pick for point guard. Tomas here says, if you had to bet, where do you think Bruce Brown ends up after the deadline? It's a good question, Tomas. I think Knicks or Lakers would probably be the most likely spots, although I could see like maybe even Philadelphia jumping in on him or something crazy, like something we don't expect right now. Like he would help Philly. KBR says WWE. Are you a WWE fan, KBR? I don't even know what that means. Silver says, thing with LeBron, I feel that is that the Cavs didn't draft around him with good core players like the Bulls and Warriors dynasty. No core players removed and no handpicked players because it works. Yeah, the thing is, it's funny because people want to discredit LeBron by saying he's played on these stacked teams, but then they also call him the GM. So then it's like, oh, well, he's the one who built the stacked teams. But the reality is he came into the league and his management didn't know what they were doing. They never built a great team around him, organically ever. They got lucky one time. They got LeBron first overall. The team got too good too quick, and they couldn't figure out how to build around it. It's just the reality. Mark says it would never happen, but I wish GMs would have to disclose all trade offers to their fan base after the deadline. That would be crazy. That'd be crazy. Sal Cali says, I get that, but y'all talk about him like he has no flaws, and we always make excuses for him. I don't think I'm making any excuses for him or anything. He has flaws, but if we're going to talk about his flaws, let's just talk about his actual basketball game instead of making up these theories that he's the GM making all of these trades and doing this and that. The people discrediting him are the ones making stuff up. And I'm being facetious by saying, well, he's got to be the greatest GM of all time then, because he's obviously not the GM. He's just not. He puts pressure on management to do stuff. He's not the GM. But people love to say that, call him the GM, that kind of stuff. So I'm going to give people a little bit of crap for that. Spice says Wade won with Shaq. Yeah, I don't even really want to focus on that argument really too much anymore, though. At the end of the day, it doesn't matter. He has 4 titles. That's what's going to go on his resume. He has 4 titles, and he's the all-time points leader in both the playoffs and the regular season. When we're talking about LeBron, so at the end of the day, that's what really matters. Shout out to everybody in the comment section. Make sure to subscribe. Don't forget to tweet us your trade ideas. And right now, I want you guys to also leave a like on the stream. I'm sure we're at over 200 now. I'm going to refresh it right now. Let's see what we're at. 217. You guys blew it out of the water. Great job. Make sure you guys still are subscribed, though. Don't forget on that. Hit that notification bell if you haven't already. It would be really, really great to see. Jay here says, really hoping Jalen Green gets a new start somewhere. I think Jalen Green is going to pop off at some time, and I'm very, very excited about the possibility of that. I would love to see him get a great opportunity somewhere, if it's not in Houston. But I think Houston, very focused on keeping him. I just spoke with Ime Udoka the other day, and Udoka said that their focus is on making Jalen Green, as well as Cam Whitmore. He brought up Cam Whitmore as well, a well-rounded player. So I don't think that there's any intent to trade Jalen Green anywhere this trade deadline. Harib says, I know this isn't related to the trade deadline, but what do you think Podziemski's ceiling is? I think he can be a near triple-double every night guy in the future. He's very active. He rebounds the ball because he's active. That was one thing that really stood out to me on film when I was watching him at Santa Clara a ton. Podziemski's a really good player. I don't know if I have a great comp or ceiling. He could be a high-quality starter, just someone who impacts winning a bunch. Alex here says, tie us back to the Wolves, maybe cheaper Conley replacement to re-sign in the offseason with their financial sitch. Well, I don't know how much Conley's going to make in the offseason either. Is he going to sign a contract for $20+ million as a 36, 37-year-old? I don't really believe that. So I think Conley actually is going to get quite a bit cheaper this offseason, probably closer to the mid-level exception. $12 to $15 million probably is what we would see him sign for, I would guess. Joe King says, what's up with the Heat? So for Miami, part of why we're not going to see Miami probably make a big trade is they don't have a ton of tradable contracts. If you just look at their sheet here, you've got a bunch of big ones that they don't want to trade. Jimmy Bam Hero just brought in Rozier at $23 million. Then you've got basically stuff that's not tradable in here. $18 million. Duncan Robinson's really important. I would be shocked if he gets traded. And then below that, you don't have anyone even making $7 million. So John Carl says, can you demo a Wizards Mavs trade built around Gafford, Kuzma for Green in the 2027 first? How would you feel about that? Feel he brings better rebounding than other power forward trade options? Yeah, we can do something around the Wizards and Mavericks for sure. Let's look at that. I also think the Kings, while I'm on them, would be a good Kuzma landing spot as well. But let's go over to Dallas. So Kuzma to the Mavs for probably for Green. I don't know if Green, it'd probably be better to just do something around Rashawn and Grant, I think, and the 2027 first. Wrong team there. I don't know, something like this, but even then, that's not great. Shout out to my girlfriend, by the way. She just brought me some hot chocolate, so huge shout out to her. We've gotten this little cute mushroom cup, by the way. She loves like real mushrooms like that, so shout out to her. Keeps my hot chocolate warm during streams, so very good. She did a great job making it, so shout out to her. But yeah, John, there's like a little bit of a Wizards Mavericks trade that could make some sense. Silver says, anyways, another topic. I didn't get to witness Iverson. How good was he? I heard he was the best pound per pound player. I mean, he was really good. Shot creator, like had the best crossover, like maybe ever. He was really darn good. And he kind of coincided with the time that the NBA let everyone start carrying the basketball, which made him even better. So if I had to give like a comparison, he's like kind of Kyrie Irving-esque. All-time stats are a longevity stat. It's impressive, no doubt, but people use them for GOAT debates too, and that's just silly. I mean, like, the one thing I'm going to say is the player who I would think is the greatest basketball player of all time wouldn't quit in the middle of his career to go play baseball. Is the one thing I think. Jay says, kind of hoping Indy packaged Buddy and Jalen Smith or Jarris for something nice. I mean, patience is sometimes good. Jarris Walker could end up being really, really darn good. Vance says Cam's part one was bad. The Heat team LeBron went to was flawed and had no depth as good as their top talent was. Even Love and Kyrie were somewhat poor fits, considering they both aren't great on defense. Let's stay focused on the 2024 trade deadline now. We talked about LeBron enough. He's not going to get traded, so let's not even worry about him. Boucher or Schroeder to Miami, realistic. Let's put the Heat back in here, and let's go grab the Raptors. So here's the issue, though. Like, when it comes to making some of those trades, the Heat don't have good tradable contracts to get to this $12 or $11 million mark. I hope you guys are seeing the flaws with this. Like, they just don't have enough money, to be completely honest with you. Brisket wants to know if the Wolves are interested in Shooter. Any way we can get Miller back or not happening? I don't know, man. I can't see the Wolves just, like, willingly give up Leonard Miller with how productive he's been in the G League this year. That was something Tim Connolly himself referenced when they drafted him, as his production. I would be pretty surprised to see. He just had a triple-double literally 2 days ago in the G League, which it's in the G League. I know people are going to say, oh, it's in the G League, whatever. Like, I just can't see them giving him up. But Schroeder does make some sense for Minnesota. Something around Kyle Lowry and maybe Wendell Moore plus 2 seconds. No, something like this. This is something that I think makes sense. I know Leonard Miller is obviously from Canada. I'm sure Raptors fans would love to get him back, but who's more valuable, Nembhard or Dorian Finney-Smith? I mean, like, Zach, you're not going to like my answer. Like, if you're talking like right now for this year, I say Dorian, because I would put Dorian on the other team's best player. But I don't know. It's hard because, like, I don't want to undersell Nembhard. Nembhard's good, but I don't know. Alex says, you think any teams go full send on this season with the changing cap rules next year? I mean, that's why I think this trade deadline is actually going to end up turning pretty busy, is because next year teams that are in the aprons can't aggregate salaries. So if you want to improve your roster, that'll be a good thing to do. So if you want to improve, that's something you have to do. Sal Kelly says, wow, she's taking care of you. She's definitely a keeper. Yeah, yesterday she brought me Starbucks. Today she made me a nice hot chocolate. So she is literally the best. She is fantastic. Sal Kelly says, Bobby for Grant and 2 second-round picks. Who says no? I think that the Mavericks don't give up 2 seconds. Maybe one. Anthony Atwell says, package Drummond and Caruso to OKC for Poku and 2 firsts. There'd have to be some more salary in there coming out from OKC, but I get the idea of it. Van says, bro, don't read my post if it's off topic. It's okay if it's off topic. I don't mind. We're just jumping around ideas here. We're just having a fun day. Eddie says Iverson was about 100 times more aggressive than Kyrie and played with different rules on how hard you could foul someone on the way. I mean, like, I wasn't saying that they're like perfect comps, but like from a handle perspective, like Iverson was the handle at the time. Like Iverson was the guy who could create separation off of a live dribble better than almost anybody. So that was more so what I was trying to get to. Iverson also was a significantly worse three-point shooter than Kyrie. So yeah. John Carl says, when Minnesota give up Miller in a Tyus trade, I just don't really know. I don't think so. Iverson's heart and determination were his greatest trait. I'd say Kyrie's more talented, but Iverson would get you more wins if that makes sense. I mean, he didn't help Memphis or Denver get a ton of wins. I don't know. I'm sounding like a hater. I'm just joking. Iverson was great. His best years were in Philly. I'm just joking. Don't get mad at me. Whiteso says, how likely is it that Claxton isn't on the Nets this time next year? I would say relatively likely because he's a free agent this offseason, unrestricted. So that's something I think you have to keep in mind. Chris Martin says, bummed out Sixers fan here with Embiid out. Do you think Sixers making any moves? I do think that's still a possibility when we look at Philadelphia. As a team that can still make some trades. The first thing that really comes to mind is like just getting more perimeter talent around Embiid and Maxey, like someone who can play as an off-ball guard, which it's not easy to just find those guys, but there might be some options out there. I don't like DeJounte for them though. Let's get crazy. Let's just do it. Let's just get crazy. Let's get crazy. Let's get Clazy. Maybe we get Klay Thompson in Philly, and we're not going to do it for Tobias Harris. We're going to do it for some other stuff instead because we're really insane. Korkmaz. Oh, geez, I don't even know. Daniil House, Jaden Springer. This is going to send the Sixers so far to the tax, but I kind of love it. I mean, I don't even know what I'm doing here, man. I don't even know. There's no way this happens. I'm telling you, this is like a 0% chance of like possibility here. But we just get Klay Thompson in Philly. Just one more like shooter. I don't know. It's not going to happen. I need to take this off the screen before people get mad. Let's get some balloons in here for that. I don't know. That's funny. Douglas here says Dorian Finney-Smith is one of the most overrated players in the league. Good bench player, but not worth the 2 firsts Brooklyn wants. He's probably not worth 2 firsts. I agree with that, but he's not overrated. I mean, he's really good. Like I you know, Douglas, I really just think you have to go back and watch the 2022 playoffs. Like, go watch Dorian Finney-Smith guard everybody. Go watch him guard Devin Booker. Avex says, Bucks seriously interested in Dorian Finney-Smith. Mock trade around that. I don't think that they have enough to get Dorian Finney-Smith, to be honest with you. Like, the Bucks don't have anything to trade, really. Like, unless we can get like a 3-team deal. Like, let's get Dallas in here too. Because I think the best way to go about something like this then would be if we know that Bobby Portis if there's interest for Dallas to get Bobby Portis, then what we can do is we can use Rashawn Holmes' contract to go to the Nets here, and Dorian can go to the Bucks. And then we'd have to like massively overpay the Nets with second rounders. Like, just load them up with all of the 2s that you possibly can, which isn't very many because the Bucks don't have anything to trade. And maybe the Mavericks give, like, I don't know, Jaden Hardy to the Nets here as well. Like, Bucks are 110%. Oh yeah, that's right. So yeah, we have to cut 1 mil. Okay, here this is an easy fix. Let's go grab Chris Livingston. Trade to the Nets. There we go. I mean, I don't even know. 4 second rounders, Livingston, Hardy, and Rashawn Holmes to Brooklyn for Finney-Smith. Finney-Smith goes to Milwaukee. Bobby Portis goes to Dallas. Like, I don't know. Jean Bivald says, what's your prediction for the Mavericks? They trade their 2027 first is what I'm ultimately expecting them to do. So shout out to Texas Sports, by the way, in our Discord. He's doing a great job running everything right now. So I want to make sure you guys go join that Discord. Link is in the description for that. I'm going to actually post it on Twitter right now, too. Would love for you guys to join the Discord. So make sure you guys go do that. And it's a great community. So I'd love to have you be a part of it. Sorry, I'm sending out a tweet right now. Appreciate you guys. Hopefully we will see a trade here soon that is a bit more substantive. Obviously, we haven't had any big trades yet, but we will be keeping our eyes out for it. Couple more cooked up. Okay, so we got a couple more trades here from Zach. Let's pull those up on the stream right now. I think I accidentally just opened my email. Whoops, that is okay. Couple more I cooked up. One somewhat realistic, another is wild, but I think it kind of makes sense. Felt like my value receptors were getting fried. Bulls get Ousmane Dieng in the 2024 first from OKC via the Houston Rockets. Nets get Bertans, Trey Mann, and Nembhard. Okay. Yeah, so we're going to need the Nets to get a little bit more value in here for sure, I think. Dorian Finney-Smith plus Caruso plus Whitehead. Oh, my gosh. Thunder get Buddy Hield and Jalen. Yeah, I'm not sure about this first one. I think the Thunder are giving up too much, although you have them getting Jalen Smith. So I see the idea. Okay. I don't know. There's just something. The Bulls probably aren't getting enough for Caruso, and then the Nets aren't getting enough for Dorian. So I think just a little bit more stuff has to be in there. Here's the other one he sent in: Wiggins and Zhang to the Pacers, Buddy to the Warriors, Jalen Smith to the Thunder. This one's actually not like awful. This one's like not terrible, actually. Interesting offers. Make sure you guys join the Discord. I've been seeing a lot of you awesome people joining. On my phone, I'm getting all the notifications as everyone joins. So appreciate you guys. Which team would be the best fit for Boucher? Maybe the Warriors. Warriors would be a good fit. I think the Clippers probably fit the best, though. A team that's not going to tax him to do a ton on offense. That makes a good deal of sense. And then going off of that, just fitting everyone else around. Holy cow, I've been missing some donations. Shout out to Venkata for the 2. He says Clippers will trade for PJ Washington or Jeremy Grant. I think the PJ Washington one would be a lot more likely. Clippers 3-team mock trades and predictions for the Clippers. Well, you guys heard him. Let's go hit some 3-team mock trades for the Clippers. And I'm going to go back to one of my favorite ones for them, one that I really would love to see happen. And it involves the Atlanta Hawks and, you probably guessed it, the Orlando Magic, because I love Jonathan Isaac's game. And I want to see Jonathan Isaac playing for the LA Clippers this season. And heck, let's just make this a 4-teamer, because why not? Why not make this a 4-team trade? Wizards could do this. Let's get them in there. PJ Tucker goes to the Wizards. The Clippers send a 2030 second rounder to the Wizards for eating his contract. From there, this is when DeJounte Murray finds his way to Orlando. The Magic give up this first-round pick and this first-round pick to Atlanta. And the Hawks, well, what do the Hawks get to have? They get to also take in Amir Coffey from the Clippers, who is actually pretty good. Amir Coffey is an underrated player. They also get Kobe Brown. So something like this. I should throw some more second rounders in there. Maybe the Hawks get a few more seconds, but something like this. DeJounte Murray to the Magic. Two first-round picks go to the Hawks. Amir Coffey and Kobe Brown to the Hawks. Jonathan Isaac to the Clippers. PJ Tucker and a second-rounder go to the Wizards. They just eat that money with their trade exception. So would be great. Eddie here, thank you for the 5, says, okay, Sheldon, $5 question for you. If there's a dam-breaking trade other GMs are waiting on, which one do you think it is? And my honest expectation is it's something around this player right here on the screen right now, DeJounte Murray. I think that people around the league are probably curious what's going to happen in Atlanta. Like, will DeJounte get traded? Will he get moved? And for what? Because he's a very valuable player. He impacts the game in a bunch of different ways. As a lead point guard, he can run the show, rack up assists. He scores the ball relatively well, and he rebounds the basketball for his position. So very, very valuable player, and someone who I think in the right system could really work very well, like Utah, for example, or Orlando. I think he could really thrive. So that's really what I'm looking for as like the dam breaking trade, like you're saying, Eddie, where all of a sudden once this deal happens and other deals are going to string. Because honestly, if I had to guess, I think that DeJounte is probably one of the more valued players available this trade deadline. So because of that, teams like Utah, teams like Los Angeles, teams like the Magic, they're all going to be kind of patient seeing what happens with DeJounte. Heck, even teams like Toronto and Brooklyn might be seeing what happens with him. So it would be interesting to see if once he gets moved, we see other action going on at all. Peyton here says, Davion Mitchell plus Chris Duarte for Chris Boucher. Kings could then elevate Keon Ellis's contract. I see what you're saying. It's not terrible. Let's do that trade here. So let's get the Kings in. Here's Sacramento. And let's get the other team in here, which is Toronto. You guys have no idea how tight my neck is, by the way. Holy, I just slept on it wrong last night, and it has hurt all day long. So this has been brutal for me. But we are surviving. Davion Mitchell to the Raptors with Chris Duarte to the Raptors for Chris Boucher. And we'll have the Kings probably send a second-round pick this year, too. And maybe a far out. Oh, no, don't want to do that. Maybe a far out 2029 second rounder or something like that. 1 or 2 second rounders. You could maybe go back and forth, argue, like disagree on that. But something like this. I know, interesting for sure. Interesting for sure. I like the idea, Peyton. John Carl says, watched him. Iverson went hard to the basket all the time with no regard for his body. He was awesome, but he also didn't make his teammates better. They had to build a specific team around him. Yeah, I mean, every player has their flaws. I think, like, you know, Iverson size-wise, like, obviously that was part of it too, but he liked to shoot the ball. Famously said, if I pass it to my teammates and they pass it back, they must not want it. So, Sanik says, how would a Kyle Lowry to a Timberwolves trade be like? So that's not going to happen, Sanik, for a couple of reasons. Kyle Lowry cannot get traded to the Timberwolves because he makes $29 million. And the Timberwolves have, like, no bad contracts that they would trade that for. Like, there's just no way that they can get to $29 million. So what would have to happen is Kyle Lowry gets traded somewhere else, then gets bought out, and then the Timberwolves would sign him if he's there. Roberto here says Iverson was MVP. Kyrie never even in the conversation. I mean, okay, like, I don't even like the MVP. Like, Steve Nash won MVP with 18 points a game. Like, the league was just kind of different. Like, Iverson was playing, like, the thing about Iverson is for his career, he played 41 minutes a game. Like, if there's something that you're, like, really going to hype him up on, it's that fact that he was just an Iron Man as a guard, as a small guard. Like, he played a ton of games. He played a ton of minutes. Like, that's the impressive part. That's really the thing I would focus on if I was, like, trying to hype him up. Do you guys know about the NBA cap? Yes, I know about the NBA cap. Jack Green says Orlando needs to trade both Fultz and Isaac. I definitely think Fultz is someone that they likely could move. And then I also think Jonathan Isaac could get on the move as well. Although Fultz is probably their first priority to trade between the two of them, if I had to guess. Alex says, any chance Sixers go for Markkanen? Scoring replacement, functions well with other bigs. He's still He's still more valuable on the lesser contract. I mean, I don't think he's going to get traded, to be honest. I don't think Markkanen will get dealt. So, DSK says, all I ever noticed of Dorian Finney-Smith during playoff was him missing wide open threes a million times. I mean, I don't know. I think you're just probably kind of hating. Like, I just don't even, like, that's just not very realistic. Like, this year he's shooting 38% from threes. His final year in Dallas, he was shooting 39.5% from three. Like, I don't know. He came into the league as someone who couldn't shoot the three ball at all, and he's really improved as a shooter. So, I don't know. Like, he's going to miss. I mean, players miss open threes. It's just the way that the game is. But Noah says, why have the Nets been so steadfast in holding Mikal and Dorian? Because they're not actually getting as good of offers as the rumors suggest. That's why. Zach says I'm doing like 8 things at once, so I feel like I have a typo in every single one of my messages, but not this one. I'm pretty sure. That's funny. No, you're just trying to make it as hard as possible for me to read, so thanks for that. Transform says Mavs barely want Portis, def not with Hardy. I mean, I don't know. We'll see. It was Hardy and Rashawn Holmes for him, so like, it's not terrible. Javier says, any chance of the Knicks picking up Marcus Smart or Bones Highland? No, and maybe Bones, but not. I don't really see the benefit of that. Snipes Entertainment says a lot of what we hear is smoke and mirrors. Yeah, and just honestly bad reports. Some like it's not even like that they're intentional lies. It's just people who think that they know what they're talking about and then they're wrong. Kyle says they would get expiring contracts, picks, and JHS young guy to rebuild. Yep. That's what the Lakers basically have to offer. Trade the 2027 for who? Dorian, Wiggins, PJ Washington. It better not be for Wiggins. Given his contract, like that would be pretty poor asset management, if you're asking me. Like let's cook like a big like multi-team example of what the Dallas Mavericks might do this trade deadline. Let's just do like one big like 3-team trade that they get the players that they're looking for. So we could go get Kuzma. Let's just go to the Nets. Like the most realistic option is that they get Dorian Finney-Smith. And this makes a lot of sense for Brooklyn as well. So let's trade Dorian to the Mavericks. Let's trade Bobby Portis to the Mavericks. Let's trade Grant Williams to the Bucks. Oh, and this is making noise at me now. I need to mute this site. Holy cow. Okay, that scared me. Okay, so Bobby and Dorian both to Dallas. Okay. We're going to send Rashawn Holmes' contract out to Brooklyn. And we will send the 2027 first to Brooklyn. Unprotected, sure. And we will send this. Oh, no, I don't want that. Let's do this 2028 second rounder to Milwaukee. Something like this. Dorian and Bobby come into Dallas. Rashawn Holmes and Grant Williams go out. What do you guys think? What do you guys think? Home run hitters, they should trade LeBron to Memphis just to show. Okay. Best of worst, now that Levine is out for the season, AKA is no trade to the Detroit card. You see the Bulls blowing it up. No, I don't know. I don't think the whole injury thing just changes anything for him. Austin here says Thunder aren't trading Wiggs. I need to stop seeing trades with him. It's not Aaron Wiggins. I think people are talking about Andrew Wiggins. There, Austin. I don't think they're talking about Aaron Wiggs. Zach here says I love this trade is actually not awful. I mean, can you tell it's like trade season because like the amount of trades that I see each day that I'm like, oh my god, like please don't do that, team. Most of them are Mavs trades and they're all realistic. But that's why I'm in my oh yeah, this trade's gonna be awful mode. Akumgo says I posted a trade on Twitter. I will read it out loud here. Bucks get Royce O'Neal, Dennis Smith Jr., and Lonnie Walker. Nets get Landale, AJ Green, Chris Livingston, 3 second-rounders. Rockets get Pat Connaughton. I mean, that would be quite good for Milwaukee. That would really help their perimeter defense. It's not like terrible. It's actually like pretty decent. The Nets would need like a couple more seconds, and I don't know if I see the Rockets. I mean, Landale in a second for Connaughton's not bad. It's actually pretty good. I left a like on it. It's pretty solid. Pretty solid. Vance says Vansville needs to go to 6-team trades so we can be more realistic with our hype. I think they should just have 30-team trades. Like let's find one deal that makes every single team better all at once. Elizabeth says Murray said PJ Tucker laughed when he suggested that he would not take his player option and do a buyout. I mean, he might do a buyout if he wants to play somewhere, and I don't know. Wiso says if Raps could get anyone from Wolves, I would hope it would be Nas. Yeah, Nas is not going to be available. I agree with this point, Zach. I just think they'd have to get a little bit more on top of that. Mansley says, you think Magic will trade any of their point guards? Markelle Fultz would be my guess if they trade one of them. František says, the deal breaker for some teams with Murray is that he has a pretty high trade kicker. Well, that's Atlanta's problem, actually. Atlanta, so with his trade kicker, Atlanta would pay it, but then his trade kicker, it's like an extra $2 million onto each year of his contract. It's not that big of a difference. To me, if you want to trade for DeJounte Murray, it should be more about the price point that you have to give up to get him than it should be about the $2 million on his contract. I think that you'd have to pay him extra each year. So it might be like 3 or 4, but even then, it's not as big of a deal as people make it seem to be. Frankie says Thunder aren't bringing in Drummond or any other traditional big without perimeter skill. They want to play 5 out is how SGA and J-Dub excel. I agree with this. That's why I think Kelly Olynyk or Wendell Carter Jr. make the most sense for them going forward. Sean Johnson, thank you for the comment, says home run hitters. They need a secondary playmaker and shooter off the bench to replace IQ. Brogdon is that guy. I agree with that. Gremlin Machine Shop, shout out to Gremlin. He says, wait, Dyson Daniels got into the Rising Stars game over Sohan. Yeah, I don't understand. The Rising Stars game is kind of a joke. Shout out to Alex with the $5 super chat. Says Bobby Portis to Detroit. I think a 3-way deal centered around Bruce Brown to Milwaukee, Portis and Connaughton to Detroit, expirings and seconds to Toronto works for all. It's an interesting idea. I think that Toronto will want a little bit more than that for Bruce CP. But we can throw that into the trade machine here and take a look at it because it's not an awful idea at all. Let's get this cooking in here. Okay, great. We have Milwaukee already here. So Portis to Detroit. Okay. Gives them a little bit more inside play, which is interesting. Bruce Brown to Milwaukee. And we would send Connaughton to the Pistons. All right. And then the Raptors. I mean, what do we think about... What do we think about this? What do we think about this? It kind of sparked this idea in my head. Instead, the Raptors get Bojan, he's older, doesn't really make as much sense for them, but he can shoot. Maybe I think a second rounder has to go in here from Milwaukee, probably. Let's trade that to the Raptors and trade this to the Raptors. So something like this. Alex, thanks again for the 5. That's very helpful for supporting the show here. Obviously, each and every super chat goes a long way in supporting what we're doing here at Utility Sports, and I accidentally clicked that. Please don't reset the trade machine on me. Okay, thank God it did. All right, what the heck is going on? Yeah, something like this. I don't hate this at all. I think it's a pretty cool idea. I think it's pretty cool. I like that idea quite a bit. Jalen McDaniels for Killian Hayes. Quick trade. Let's throw it together. Let's get it on the screen so that we can say we did it. So we can say we had fun. Oh shoot, we're already on the 2 teams that we need to. All right, let's undo that trade. Jalen McDaniels to the Pistons. Killian Hayes, where are you at? Killian to the Raptors, and we have to send a little bit more money back. Screw it. Garrett Temple to Detroit. I mean, I don't know. I could see Jalen McDaniels getting traded to Minnesota to try and help make Jaden McDaniels happy because the contract wasn't enough. Silver says the Blazers should unload Brogdon to get assets and give their young guys more opportunity to develop, especially the rookie Scoot Henderson. I think they'll trade Brogdon. I definitely think they'll trade Malcolm Brogdon. Mansley said Sohan got snubbed. I agree. Sean here says, who do you think the Knicks end up getting? I think the New York Knicks end up getting Malcolm Brogdon. I think Malcolm Brogdon, with some of his playoff experience and just the player that he's been throughout his career, could really help New York. I think the Fournier plus the Quentin Grimes plus the Mavericks 2024 first for Brogdon makes a ton of sense. So let's go ahead and hit try trade here. This is the deal that I think gets done. I think this is honestly my favorite trade to mock. I just think this is a huge win for both sides. I'm going to tweet that out now because I just love this trade. I just think it's a great trade. The Knicks and Trailblazers. I think it's a huge win for both sides. Brogdon will hurt Knicks' chemistry. I don't think so. I think he's good. Brogdon is definitely worth it. Harib says, please trade the 2027 pick for Wiggins. No, stop. Don't even put this in the air, Harib. If it happens, I'm going to blame you. Okay, I'm going to start this message so that I can come back to it later. I will blame you if we do it. Venkata says you can do Bruce Brown to the Clippers as well. We might as well look at it. We'll look at it. Venkata, thank you for the 2. Appreciate you a lot. You've been super awesome in the chat here, sending in a bunch of super chats and keeping the conversation flowing. So I really appreciate you for that. I was almost really mean there. I almost said, whoa, Woj bomb. I almost said it just to get you guys all riled up. See if you guys got excited or not. But I decided to be a nice guy and not do that to you. So you're welcome for being super nice. Here Mason Plumlee goes. Kobe Brown. BJ Boston. Money should work on that. Plus 3 seconds, I guess. Something like this for Bruce. I don't know. What do we think, guys? What do we think? Thank you, Venkata, for the 2. Really appreciate you. Alex M says, why do you think the Bulls aren't shopping DeRozan? I'm not saying that they aren't. I'm just saying that, I don't think the Levine injury changed their plans. I think that they were probably planning on listening to offers on DeRozan anyway. Teasery here says, do you see Kyle Kuzma or Tyus Jones getting moved? Yeah, I see Tyus getting traded. Kuzma, very importantly with Kuzma, let's go over to the Wizards just so we can talk about Kuzma. I'm gonna click on his contract here because it's important for you guys to see view profile. Let's look at his contract. It's right over here. It is descending. So he's got a very good valued contract. Honestly, I thought this contract was going to come in over $100 million when he was first staying with Washington. The fact that they got him 4 years, 90 was really well done, I think, by Michael Winger. And the fact that it was descending is even better. So that's a huge win for them. Huge win for the Wizards, and it's a very tradable contract for Kuz, who we know he's a good player. Can help a bunch of contenders if they trade him, but if not, that contract becomes more tradable even next season and beyond. So that's what I think. Sean says Knicks should go for Brogdon or Clarkson and Olynyk. Let's do that quick. I haven't even really played with that idea. Let's go over to Utah. This would be very similar to what Utah did last year, where they kind of tear apart their team by making trading out 2 rotation players at once. Let's grab the Knicks. So Clarkson to the Knicks and Olynyk. So the finances here get a little bit trickier though. So we got Fournier's contract to send out. And this is where we run into issues because you can't. Yeah, that won't work. That's probably why I've never played with this idea because it's just financially you're way off. And the Knicks have 2 trade exceptions, but they're both small. $6.8 million and below. So unfortunately, just not going to work out probably, it seems like. But I like the idea. It's a fun idea to think about. But to your point, if they're going to do something, it would probably be something like this for Clarkson. Knicks get a bench score. Jazz get Fournier, who they would maybe buy out. One team I do want to say to watch out for is the Minnesota Timberwolves. If Evan Fournier gets bought out this year, watch out for Minnesota. I think the Timberwolves would be a really good landing spot for Fournier. I think he could actually really play for them. He has chemistry with Gobert from the French national team. I would watch out for that. Zach here says the trade would make the Mavs slightly better, but you can't trade your only first for slight improvement. Yeah, I agree with that. I don't want them, to be clear, I don't want the Mavericks to trade their first round pick. Here, Eric says, as a Hornets fan, trading Bridges right now makes 0 sense. He should be re-signed for $20 to $25 million 4 years next offseason and traded then. If anything, I want to keep him personally. It comes down to PR. I don't know. He's good. Miles Bridges is a good player, but I don't know. Zach Aldridge says, what do you think the value of Trey Mann is at this point? I still like him, but does he add that much? No. Trey Mann is useless, basically. Value-wise. He's a low second-round pick value, I'd say. EB Interior says Blazers. Simons to Magic, DeRozan to Blazers, Fultz and Black to Chicago. 2 first-round picks from Magic to Blazers. Black fulfills Blazers' obligation to Chicago. Interesting. Okay. Wow. Hi, I'm Dirk says Pistons getting fleeced. That's nothing new here. Do you think Portland sold high on Damian Lillard? Yeah, I think Portland did just fine in the Damian Lillard trade. Jalen McDaniels is so useless. Oh, you're talking about the Killian Hayes? Oh my gosh, dude. Killian Hayes is useless. If you lock Killian Hayes in an empty gym by himself overnight, he might score 8 points if you tell me he can't dunk the basketball. He's not good. He bro has 0 touch. Blazers stacked at guard, though. That's a word for it. I mean, they're probably going to trade Brogdon, I would think. So, best Bogdan trade for Atlanta. So, no more Brogdon discussion. We're talking about Bogdan now, and that is Bogdan Bogdanovic. Let's go talk about a Bogdanovic trade that could theoretically make some sense. Orlando, another team to watch in on that. Bogdanovic could definitely help Orlando. Otherwise, you could see a team Definitely not Sacramento. There's no chance he goes back there. Bogdanovich would help the Lakers. Trade to Lakers and I don't know, like D'Lo. Let's do something like this. D'Lo goes to the Nets. Nets send Spencer Dinwiddie to the Hawks with a second rounder. And then the Lakers send like 3 seconds to Atlanta. Something like this. I mean, what do we think of this? Nets get D'Angelo Russell back. Lakers get Bogdanovich. Hawks get 4 second rounders and Spencer Dinwiddie. Open up some cap space, financial flexibility for Atlanta. Chris Hall says, what if Hawks got in deal and swapped AJ Griffin for Grimes? That's not a terrible idea either. Let's jump into that. Let's do a I'm not gonna end up putting that on the screen, but I think that's a good idea, honestly, for both sides. Because I think Grimes would help Atlanta quite a bit. And I think that Griffin would be a good fit into Portland. Home run hitter says quickly is better than Brogdon. Okay, that's not the point. The point isn't that, this guy we used to have is better. The point is, hey, we could just get another good player. Cohen says, should Nets trade Bridges if Houston actually does offer all of their own picks plus Younger? Yes, I'm telling you right now, yes. The Nets should do that if that's an actual offer. Chris Hall says Bruce Brown is the most overrated trade deadline target. Yeah, I probably tentatively agree with that. Although, depending on how people talk about D'Angelo Russell, because D'Lo is also not very good. Silver says, what is the Thunder's Pokashevsky situation? Is he constantly injured or the team too deep? He's just not that good. Partially. Pizza Steve says, why would the Clippers want Bruce Brown? They got a ton of guards. I'd go for a big defensive focused wing. That's what I agree with as well, Pizza Steve. I would go Isaac or someone else. But someone wanted to see, Venkata wanted to see a Bruce Brown trade. So Talal says, seems like forever we got these exceptions. Mini melees. What's the best way to use them to add to roster for Nets? So the Nets have a couple of trade exceptions. I have that going around on the bottom. One of them expires literally on the 8th, which is the Durant one. And the Kyrie Irving one expired yesterday, actually. So they didn't use that, which is important. So that's kind of a big deal, to be honest. Kind of a big deal. DJ Hot Cold says, Charlotte Hornets fire sale, who goes and who stays? I think the players who stay, of course, LaMelo. I think that Brandon Miller is safe. I think Mark Williams is for sure safe. Nick Smith Jr. is probably safe, I would have to say. And then players who go, probably James Bouknight, Miles Bridges, maybe PJ Washington, I'm a little less certain on that. Probably Kyle Lowry, and then probably Gordon Hayward, I would have to guess. Gary Trent Jr. landing spots. We've talked about the Houston Rockets as a landing spot there. A11 Gravy says, I love the Hornets fans that's in this chat. Yes, a lot of Hornets fans in here for sure. Right now, Ludmil Kurov says, what is your best realistic trade for the Mavericks? Probably just the Grant Williams, Bobby Portis swap, if I had to guess. Aviv says, did anything go down yet? Just went out to get something. Nothing yet. There's not been any movement quite yet, but we will keep our eyes on everything right now. A lot of crazy stuff going on. Okay, we do have some news. It's not trade related, but I will share the screen because I do think it's worth touching on quick while we're all here. So let's go over here to Woj. Toronto's Scotty Barnes and Atlanta's Trae Young have been named by NBA Commissioner Adam Silver as injury replacements on the Eastern Conference All-Star team for the 2024 NBA All-Star Game. The two players will replace Embiid and Randall. So thank God Trae Young makes it. Thank God. That's deserved. And Scotty gets in too. So let's tweet about this. Glad to see it. I'm very, very happy to see that, to be honest. So that's great news right there, to be honest with you. Shout out to Ray Stone for the follow as well. Appreciate you, Ray Stone. If you guys haven't, make sure to go follow us on Twitter. We're up over near 1,400 followers. It'd be great to hit 1,400 right now. We got 330 awesome people in here. Let's get that number up to 1,400 right now. Would love to get there. You guys just have to go hit that like button. Or not that like button, sorry. Wow, I'm off my game today. Go hit that follow button. Links in the description over on Twitter. Appreciate you guys for sure. Hopefully you guys are enjoying the stream today. Eric Litchfield says, what do the Clippers do at the deadline? They're going to dump PJ Tucker for sure somewhere. PJ Tucker will probably be in Washington. I think Brandon Boston could end up in Washington as well. That's what I would have to guess. Happens for sure. So we'll keep our eyes out on everything right now. Scotty Siakam or Brisket in the chat here definitely has been very happy about that. So we will see what happens, but very, very stoked about the situation right now. Yes, Shams and Woj did tweet the All-Star announcements. Eddie F says, we all have the same problem, trade deadline paralysis. Can't do anything this week, waiting for the shoes to drop. Yeah, literally, my whole week is built around the trade deadline. So hopefully you guys are enjoying the content coverage here this week, because a lot of work goes into the streams and a lot of my time gets dedicated to that. So I hope you guys are enjoying that. Just overall work that I'm putting in. All right, let's keep going. Silver says, is there a pattern for when trades happen in terms of the time, not date? Because it seems like most trades happen around this time right now, or no? It just kind of depends. Some GMs like to work later in the day. Some GMs like to work earlier. And I think it just comes down to how close they're getting at certain times. I think it just ranges. Like sometimes deals get done now. Sometimes deals get done at 5 p.m. Sometimes they get done at 1 in the morning. The one thing I do know is I'm going to cover all of it. That's all I know. Ludmil Karov says, isn't Portis way worse than Granite defense? We need to upgrade our defense. Well, they need to upgrade their rebounding. So that's kind of the idea behind Portis. Polar Blitz says the NBA got it right for once. Yes, finally. Eric Schaefer trying to speak Brandon Miller into Rookie of the Year if the two top options get hurt. Shout out to Eddie. Your Highness here says, I don't know if people have talked about it enough, but one of the reasons Houston is going star hunting right now is because OKC controls their picks from now until 2026. So trading for Bridges does make sense. Not when they own Brooklyn's picks. With Brooklyn's picks, Brooklyn's probably going to be worse than Houston the next 3-4 years, if I had to guess. So they own the swaps. They own their own picks. Like, I don't know. Sal Kelly wants to know how long I'm going to stream today. At least a couple more hours. I've been live for 3.5 hours. Probably going to stay live for a few more hours now moving forward. Some guy says, who do you think gets traded on the Warriors? Let's go over to the Warriors and talk about them as a team that we could see some stuff going down for. So we got Golden State. They've not been good this year, to say the least. They're 12th in the Western Conference with a 22-25 record, 3 games below 500. They're tied with the Rockets technically for 11th, I guess, if you want to look at it that way. But they haven't been impressive. They've not been good. And the whole point is trying to maximize Steph Curry, who is 35 years old. So that's kind of challenging. You've got Klay Thompson's contract. You've got Chris Paul's contract. You've got Andrew Wiggins' contract. Like, any of these three are really the deals that we'd see the most likely to get done. But not Curry, by the way. Klay, Chris, and Wiggins. Okay. Chris Paul is the one that makes the actual most sense to trade. But I don't know. Hen City says, hope we at least get a small trade today. I hope so too. But even if we don't, it doesn't mean that it's going to be a terrible trade deadline. Like, we still might have an awesome trade deadline, a super sweet trade deadline with a ton of stuff going on. So We will keep our eyes on all possible trades. Shout out to all 314 of you awesome people. It's been a great trade deadline live stream so far today. I am enjoying it a ton. I hope you guys are as well. We have over 230 likes on the stream today, which is super sweet. I'm going to check how we're doing subscriber-wise here in a second. But you guys have absolutely killed it. So really appreciative of you all. You've been all super awesome, and I've had a ton of fun with you guys here today. So far, just continuing to grow the channel, continuing to have a good time talking NBA trades. If you guys aren't subscribed yet, make sure to do so. I will send in the link here in a second. Make sure you guys do subscribe to the channel, though, so you don't miss out on more content. So I'd love to have you guys be a part of it. Make sure you guys are subscribed to the channel. If you aren't already, please hit that subscribe button. The deadline is Thursday, correct. And the cutoff is 3 Eastern time. That's the cutoff, is 3 p.m. Eastern time on Thursday. Alex M says, what do you think about DeRozan for Morris and Batum, plus whatever picks are needed? I don't think the Sixers want to give up Batum. He's been like really perfect for them. Sal Kelly says, Luka Doncic is now the NBA's leading scorer with 34.5 points per game. Yeah, and he still will probably finish somehow 5th in MVP voting or something, because it's just like people are so tired of his greatness already. Pimp named Slickback says, what do you think about OKC trading for Nick Claxton? I think he would really beef up their interior defense. Also wonder if Warriors would consider. I think the Warriors would be more likely, just because it's not the way that the Thunder play. All right, let's keep going. Douglas here says you guys are going to be back here on Thursday and realize nobody on the Warriors except Corey Joseph got traded. Well, that's like pretty dumb to think, to be honest, because like even like the Warriors have incentive to dump guys, even if it means they're not going to change their team and contend. Like, for example, if we go to Orlando and we do a Chris Paul like dump over to Orlando, like Chris Paul to the Magic for Markelle Fultz and some other salary that's smaller, like Joe Ingles, for example. Like even some trade like this is a really good trade for the Warriors. I'm not even saying that this is going to happen, but like this gives the Warriors a lot of financial flexibility, and this saves them like $9 to $10 million this year. If they're not going to improve their roster, then they should sell, like, to save some money, because they are in cap hell right now. So the deadline is 3 p.m. Eastern time on Thursday. Wow, look at that. Good job, Eric. That's super sweet. Hitting on the sneakers app. Xavier B says Suns get Miles. They win a chip. I mean, we'll see. We'll see what happens. Some guy says, who would be your favorite to go to the Warriors? My favorite to go to the Warriors, I would really like Nick Claxton to go to the Warriors, to be honest. I think he would actually like dramatically change their team. And he's like young, so he would be actually like a really good player to invest in. I don't know. You could do like, you could do Moody plus Gary Payton II for him and Dennis Smith Jr. And then the Warriors send out like a first in 2026. Maybe a little bit more, maybe a few seconds in there or something too. Like, it's hard because Nick Claxton's valuable, but this would make the Warriors a lot better. Nick Claxton's really good, so this would make the Warriors a lot better. Tim Skaggs here says, is Davion Mitchell any good? What's his trade value? Mitchell is okay. Offensively, he hasn't really come into his own. Like, I think a lot of people hope coming out of his draft, but he's probably worth a second round pick or two, depending on what team's trying to get him, that kind of thing. Harib says, do you think the Warriors can do a salary dump with the Hornets, like Wiggs and GP2, Looney for Hayward and some seconds? That's another example here, Harib, where like if the Warriors aren't buying, they should probably be selling then and trying to save some money. And like a salary dump like that does make a good deal of sense, where it's like, let me zoom out here, but Wiggins to the Hornets plus GP2. He's probably on the top now, yeah, for Hayward. And just like that, like the Hornets get some players that they could probably keep long term. And then Hayward goes to Golden State. And the Warriors save a little bit of money, get out of some long-term contracts. Like they might even have to like probably attach a couple of second rounders. The Warriors would like give Charlotte their pick back. Not that it really matters that much, but it's what would happen. And then like something like this. Dump some salaries, open up financial flexibility a bit going forward, get away from the aprons. Sal Kelly says, do you see Giannis and Luka teaming up at some point? No, because Giannis signed an extension. So no. Justin, I've been reading your comments. All right. You can't help some people, man. I've been reading all of his comments. Home run hitters, but if Knicks burn through their assets with dumb trades, they're finished. Yeah, but they're not. They're gonna get good players. Oscar P says, do you think the Celtics should trade for someone? The problem with the team right now is they are inconsistent. For example, look at what happened last week against Lakers. It's one loss. Teams aren't going to go 82-0. Like, if the Celtics are inconsistent, then, I mean, they have the best record in the league. They've won 38 of their 50 games. They've won 76% of the games they played. That's pretty consistent. They're 25-6 in the East. They're really good. Van says, I need my Raptors to get Kuminga. He would be awesome there, but I don't think he's going to get traded. Some guy wants to know what's going to happen to Zach LaVine now that he got hurt. Nothing, I don't think. Although I wouldn't completely rule out the Pistons trading for him. Shout out to Maxence for following on Twitter. Shout out to you. He's a big-time Bucks fan, it appears. So shout out to that. Shout out to him for following. Shout out to Austin for following as well over on Twitter. Huge thank you to you. I'm the best nerd says CP3 for Hayward. Yeah, something like that could theoretically make some sense too. Although CP3 actually makes less than Gordon Hayward, so probably not like just like that. Omar says, how do you know that? It's just basic NBA cap stuff and looking at the team. Some guy wants to know if I've noticed how good RJ Barrett's been for the Raptors. Yes, I have watched RJ Barrett play for the Toronto Raptors. I don't know. Since they've gotten him, how many games have they won? I don't know. I don't want to be mean. Like, he's shooting really well. That's like the big thing is he's shooting the best he ever has from the field. He's been aggressive, probably feeling good, probably feeling happy to be out of New York, like playing more minutes, which is good. Team isn't winning games, but that's okay. Tom Thibodeau should be playing Evan Fournier as a three-point shooter. All right. No. The Knicks have the best defensive rating in the league since getting OG Anunoby. They're doing a good job. Yehuda says, really long show. Yeah, 3.5 hours live straight. So I'm glad you guys are appreciating the show. Home run hitters, I'm glad you're enjoying the show. Venkata says the Milwaukee Bucks are showing strong interest in Dorian Finney-Smith per Ian Bagley. You know, just because they show strong interest doesn't mean it changes what draft picks they have either. So, like, Ian can say that. Like, teams don't have a lot of stuff to give up for some of these guys. Do the Right Thing says, what's more likely, Embiid leaves Philly or Philly eventually trades him? He's obviously talented, but can't stay on the floor. They're not going to trade him unless they are forced to. Elizabeth Allen says, I'd expect the Bucks would love to get Dorian Finney-Smith. They don't have a winning bid, though. Exactly what I believe as well. Zeno says, what pieces would make Lakers contenders? Let's do, we haven't done this yet. And I doubt that they actually do this because Rob Pelinka just doesn't value one of the most essential components of scoring points in the NBA now, which is 3-point shooting. But can we please get Luke Kennard next to LeBron James? Can we just please do that? Like, we'll give up Gabe Vincent here, which actually I don't even think the Grizzlies would want him really. We'll give up Gabe Vincent, and let's try and turn this into a 3-team trade. What team has a $10 million expiring salary somewhere? Let's go to Brooklyn. Don't love Brooklyn for this. Let's go to Charlotte. Let's do something like this. Let's get Miles Bridges to the Lakers as well. We're going to send D'Angelo Russell to the Hornets. Let me think here now. Let me try and cook. This is fascinating what we're trying to do here now. Okay, we can't send D'Lo to the Hornets. What we can do is we can send Gabe Vincent to the Hornets, and we can send Taurean Prince to the Grizzlies with Jalen Hood-Schifino to the Grizzlies, and we're off just a few million here, which is okay. We can make something work here. We're going to trade Maxwell Lewis to the Grizzlies too. We have to give up a little bit more salary here. We're going to send James Bouknight to the Grizzlies. Okay, Grizzlies getting a collection of young guys to try out down the stretch of the season. Let me cook. I'm trying to think this through here. If this is something that really makes a ton of sense, we're going to trade that to the Grizzlies. We're going to trade this to the Grizzlies. We're going to trade this to the Grizzlies. And we're going to trade this to the Hornets, and we're going to trade this to the Hornets. Let's pivot this one over to the Hornets as well. Okay. Lakers get Kennard and Miles Bridges. The Grizzlies get Bouknight, Prince, Hood-Schifino, so first round pick from this last draft, Maxwell Lewis, 3 second-rounders. Okay, I'm way overpaying the Grizzlies here. Hold on. I've got to change one of these to the Hornets as well. Okay, let's do this. 2 second-rounders to the Grizzlies, 3 second-rounders to the Hornets. The Lakers get a shooter in Miles Bridges. I don't know. What do we think? Spartacus here says, what did Jordan Clarkson to Houston trade look like? We will look at that here in a second. I like that. What can the Suns do? Rega wants to know. Probably something around Miles Bridges. 3 second-rounders for Bridges, probably. Wake Up says, Hornets would never. I mean, I don't know. You'd be surprised how non-valued Miles Bridges is around the league. I think you'd be very surprised. Yeah, Miles Bridges is tradable. Like, this would be an okay trade for the Hornets, to be honest with you. We want a first-round pick and young talent, and good young talent. Eric, I'm sorry, but it's just probably not the reality we're living with, honestly. Or like this. I hope Zach's still in here because this is actually my biggest pet peeve. This is my biggest pet peeve trade deadline wise when people tell me that their team said this. Can you link me the statement of them saying this? The teams don't say anything like this ever. Like, you're reading a report from some beat writer who is either making something up or just speculating. Like, no. The Hornets haven't said that. I promise you. So you don't start a statement saying the Hornets said when they didn't say that. They didn't. Miles Bridges to the Lakers. Like, Miles Bridges will go to one of the Lakers, Mavericks, Suns, or Bucks. He'll go to, or like some other team that doesn't have any tradable stuff. Like, because that's how unvalued around the league he is, honestly. Yes, sir, Jared. Scotty made the All-Star game. Super happy for him. Do the right thing here. Says, if you were John Horst, would you move Middleton and Lopez now or ride out the rest of the season with them? Would you trade Middleton and Lopez if it meant you would have DeJounte with Dame and Giannis? It's hard to, if they move them, you're really drastically changing the team. So, I don't know. I think that they're probably going to keep the team together for better or worse, if that's what I would do or not. Venkata, Manga, Murray, Norman Powell, and PJ, and a first for DeMar DeRozan. Probably not. Probably not going to happen. I don't think. Marionette says Scotty with the goat emoji. Love to see that. I don't know. Just please tweet the Hornets fans though. Please tweet at me showing me the Hornets saying that. Wiso sent me a trade here, a 4-way trade. So Thunder get Jakob Poeltl, which I don't think will happen. So I'm probably going to nip this in the bud right away. But Magic would get Gary Trent Jr. Raptors would get Wendell Carter, Chuma Okeke, Day'Ron Sharpe, and Spencer Dinwiddie. Nets would get Davis Bertans, Dennis Schroeder, and a 2024 first. The value is not the end of the world. I think the Magic are giving up too much here for Gary Trent. I think that they like Wendell Carter. But yeah. Interesting trade to look at. Very interesting. Full Court Dreamer says, I'm surprised Mikal Bridges wasn't a replacement. I'm not really surprised. Mikal is good, but I don't know. He's averaging 21, shooting 45% from the field, 36% from three. I don't know. The Nets aren't very good, though. To be fair, neither are the Raptors. So, I don't know. I think he would have been right in that conversation. Dude, this is my point. The Dunk Central reported it. That's not the same thing as the Hornets saying that. You can't say that the Dunk Central tweeted it. That's not the same thing. The Dunk Central is not Hornets ownership. That's not. Oh my gosh. The Dunk Central probably has 1,000 tweets this month about NBA trades. And we're 6 days in. And they probably have 1,000 tweets about NBA trades. If Hornets have the first pick in the draft, who are we picking and why? Alex Sarr, because the Hornets need to build a defensive identity. I would think. But, they could go a bunch of different ways. It'd be really interesting to see them with Risa Sher, get another shooter like him and Brandon Miller on the wings. That's a really good shooting team around LaMelo. That's fun. Cody Williams, he's got all the skills. He's got the length. He would be worth it too. It's this draft more than anything is going to come down to who teams like. Over just, there's pressure on the team to take this guy because he's the projected number one pick. It's this year every team is going to go in and do what they want to do. And because of that, there's going to be some big mistakes. But at the same time, there's going to be some huge hits. So, we'll see. Zach says Siakam over Bridges IMO. Yeah, probably. Siakam's stats are basically equivalent or better. The only thing that's not is his 3-point shooting. So, he's probably been shooting pretty well in Indiana, right? I don't have his numbers, but I'm sure he's been shooting the ball pretty well. I don't know what his volume looks like either, though. I've been watching, but I haven't been hyper fixated on checking his numbers. Zach, I hope you heard my rant on one of my biggest pet peeves, by the way. Dylan says, do you think D'Lo's comments last night in postgame led to him most likely being traded? D'Lo just says whatever he wants to say. He never shushes his mouth ever. So Sal Kelly says Bobby, Pat, Marjan, and 2 second-round picks to the Hornets for Miles Bridges and PJ Washington. I don't know. I would just focus first on getting one of them instead of both of them. Mason says, I know it's not likely, but Gabe Vincent getting traded to the Timberwolves, I would like it. Wouldn't be terrible. Gabe Vincent would be useful in Minnesota. Some guy most underrated rookie this year. Pajemski in some ways, although he's gotten a pretty good amount of hype. I think Scoot. Everyone thinks somehow everyone thinks Scoot Henderson just sucks now. I don't know. It's just kind of crazy to me. Grady Dick's been playing really good last couple weeks. Last night, I think he had a pretty good game. The Raptors got waxed, but I think he had a pretty good game last week. Cam Whitmore gets a lot of buzz. Sasser's having a pretty decent year individually. Give him some shouts. Julian Strother's been like pretty decent. Yeah. Zach, the one thing I remember, and I hope your ownership and GM and like just management never feels this way. Like this same thought is what killed the Mavericks, because now since getting Luka, they've just never valued shooting because they're like, oh, everyone will just shoot better with Luka. And what it turns into is guys missing open threes, because yes, Luka generates them open shots. But if you had really good shooters with someone who generates open shots, you're going to score all the time. That's the way I think about it. But yeah, you're right. Like everyone will shoot better. Like it's the same thing that the Mavericks are going through. But I just hope your ownership and management just never looks at it as like, oh, we don't need to invest in shooting. Shooting's super important. Mason Jarvie says Timberwolves W tonight. Well, they're playing the Bulls, so probably. Alex has some potential targets for teams with nothing to trade. Joe Harris, Yuta Watanabe, Jock Landale, Jonathan Isaac. Well, Jonathan Isaac's more valuable than all of those guys. Joe Harris is like on the garbage bin. I would love Joe Harris as like a buyout option for teams. Like if Joe Harris got spot out, like he would really help some teams, I think, as like a buyout candidate. Mark says Scoot has figured a lot out the last month and looks really good. Yeah, he moves like an NBA guard. Like he is really, I think, really going to be good. Like I really, really firmly believe he's going to be good. Let me see if I can pull up on StatMuse quick. Scoot Henderson stats last 10 games per 36 minutes. All right, that didn't even pull up what I wanted, but that's all right. Okay, in his last 10 games, Scoot is averaging. So he's had a couple of like single-digit games in here because I think he got injured a couple of times, and then ended up leaving the game. But in the last 10 games, he's averaging 13.5 points, 4 assists, and 3 rebounds. And in some of those games, like he played 8 minutes one of the games, he played 6 minutes one of the games, and he's only played over 30 minutes twice. So those are honestly like his per 36s are probably hovering around 20 points and like 8 assists, 7 assists. So pretty decent. His shooting, I mean, the shooting splits are what have to obviously improve. You have to like take the context of he's a point guard. Like point guards always struggle more their first year in the league. Like I don't think he's been like super it's just not at all a narrative on his actual career. Like, so we'll see, but I'm not like super disappointed about it. I think it'll be just fine. Venkata says do a trade with Obi Toppin and Andre Drummond goes to the Clippers. A lot of Clippers trades. Venkata, at some point you're gonna have to come up with a trade for a team other than the Clippers. I know that's your favorite team, so we will do it, but we gotta keep it varied around. Let's do one with the Pacers. Why not? Let's get the Wizards in here. I feel like I'm going to say that 1,000 times during the trade deadline live stream week. Let's get the Clippers in here. Okay, Obi Toppin to the Wizards. Or no. Obi Toppin to the Clippers, excuse me. We'll send PJ Tucker to the Wizards. And we will send Corey Kispert to the Pacers. Pacers give up 2 second rounders. Actually, let's make it 3, whatever. And the Clippers give up 2 second rounders. I don't know. Maybe take out one of the Pacer seconds. I don't even know. We're just playing around. Timberwolves need another shooter. I agree, Mason. They need more floor spacing. So, yeah, 100% agree there. Essential Classic says, LOL, I got the Bulls with the upset tonight against the Timberwolves. I mean, if there's a letdown game, the Wolves did clinch their head coach making the All-Star game. Like, maybe a letdown loss, but I don't. Either way, it doesn't matter. OFX says thoughts about Denny Avdia so far this season. He's been playing really good basketball. Denny Avdia is nice. Fuzzy says Scoot really improved when he got contacts, which prompted the goggles. Also, goggles look epic. Yeah, he's he kind of looks like a goon out there, but in a good way. Keon James says we already got 3 bigs. We don't need another. We need another big wing to play the 4. I don't know what team you're talking about. Are you talking about the Clippers? Maybe. That might be who he's talking about. I don't know. Hen City says trade deadline's my favorite time of the season. It's the busiest. It's the busiest time of the season. Ashley Lamont says Scoot is starting to learn how to use his body to draw fouls. Yeah, it's just going to be a lot of learning. I mean, people act like the fact that he played in the G League made it so that adjusting to the NBA wouldn't be like hard. Like, it's like, what? The NBA is way faster, way bigger, way better. Like, it's going to be a pretty big adjustment, obviously. And he's a point guard. It's hard. Avex says, what do you think about the idea of Rockets getting Clarkson? Oh, yeah, let's go talk about that now. We were going to do that earlier, so thank you for reminding me, Avec. Let's jump over to Houston. Let's go to Brogdon first. We're going to talk about Brogdon first because I think that's a realistic possibility as well. Brogdon to the Rockets. And in return, Jock Landale, Jayshawn Tate. Then money-wise, we have to get quite a bit more still out the door. So this is where things get a little trickier. Like, it could be Jeff Green. I don't know, though. That just hurts. That just kind of hurts. I don't know. It's kind of hard to actually see a deal getting done then, because it's like, do something like that, and then Brooklyn first or something. I mean, this seems like a kind of big overpay. Like maybe the Blazers send back a couple of seconds, like something like this. They get that Brooklyn pick, but they give back some second rounders. I don't even know. This just feels like so not great to me. And then like the same thing, we run into that same issue where if we do a deal for Clarkson makes even more money than Brogdon. So Landale, Tate, and Green are all going to have to be a part of that deal too. So Zach says also biased big time, but Ben Shepherd is super underrated because he hasn't shot well really, but he's been excellent. Yeah, I mean, Shepherd's so good. Shepherd's going to end up shooting the ball really well in his career. Like he's just another guy who just is going to end up becoming a really good shooter. And you're going to be able to play him next to Halliburton and without Halliburton on the floor. So it'd be good. Pickle Ricky says, do you think the rumors are true that Luka may ask for a trade next year? Yeah. I've been talking about Luka asking for a trade for 2 seasons. Zach says, I'd enjoy picking up Kispert. Yeah, Kispert would be good. He's a great transition player, which you wouldn't guess by his complexion, but he is. Michael says, can you make the background music a little more upbeat? I love trade talk, but I'm about to fall asleep. Whoa! What do we think about this? This is called Dance Pop. This is a little weird. I don't know if I'm liking this. Okay, maybe Dance Pop's the move. What do we think, Michael? Let me know. Mason Jarvie says, quick Timberwolves road game win streak. Yeah, the Timberwolves, they've got a little bit of a road trip here. They're playing, obviously, tonight in Chicago. Then they play Milwaukee. Monday they go to the Clippers. So they have a few days off this weekend, of course. And then they go to Portland to face the Trailblazers, so back-to-back there. And then they stay in Portland for an extra game after that. So they actually play back-to-back games in Portland as well. So a lot of games on the road, 5 straight games here before the All-Star break. Lockdown Scout says Bucks might set the record for players interested in without landing one. Yeah, that's what happens when you have no tradable assets. Mark Hoffman says, anybody need a stretch 5? Can I offer you Duop Reith? Anybody, please. Dude, Duop Reith, man. I'm just so not a fan. Just so not a fan of Duop Reith. Like, He's like the perfect example of a guy who's putting up like counting stats a little bit, like he's getting some points and rebounds, and then everyone and he's shooting the ball pretty well, and everyone's like, oh wow, is he good? And then like he'll be out of the league in 3 years. Like, do the right thing. So OKC has so many picks over the next 5 years and don't have enough roster spots for them. Do you see them making a big time trade in the next few years? No, I think they'll just trade back their picks every year until they need them again. Venkata says Lakers get Alex Caruso, Clippers get Drummond and Pat Williams. The Bulls get what? Nothing? Oh, man. Avik here says, yeah, looking back, I don't want to give up Jeff Green. It would feel like we're missing a very important bet piece. Yeah, and it's just like the positional thing is a little weird. Michael, I'm glad you like it. I think it's a good switch up. It's a good switch up. Oh, no, Keon doesn't like it. Akum Goat wants to know what's with the Duop Wreath hate. It's not that it's even hate. Like, I don't know. The barrier Wreath thing is just whatever. Like, I don't know, man. The guy's 27 years old as a rookie. Like, I don't know, dude. I don't know. It's just overrated. He's fun on a tanking team. That's what I think too. He's just, no one guards him. No one worries about him being on the floor. He just kind of exists. Pickle Ricky says, so should Spurs hold off to use all the picks they have to try and make a deal for Luka next year? I'd love to see Luka and Wemby. Yeah, let's. It won't happen this year, so it's kind of pointless looking at it right now. But let's just do it anyway because it's a real possibility. Now, I think that the Spurs are working at a little bit of a disadvantage here because I don't think the Mavericks would want to trade him in conference to begin with, and I don't think they'd want to trade him in state even more. But Luka does possibly have a way of saying, I'm only going to sign with the Spurs. I'd only play for the Spurs. And he could really corner the market. So it'd be like Keldon plus salary plus, Sohan maybe plus Branham plus Wesley plus, and obviously if we're talking about next year, it would be the Atlanta pick, their own pick. And going forward, it would be the 2026 first that they have. Although actually they can't trade that. So let me go switch that. They would have to do the 2026 swap rights. They would have to do the 2027 one, the 2027 Atlanta one. And this might look crazy, but we are not done. We're not even close to being done. We're going to do the 2028 Boston one and the 2029 Spurs one and the 2030 Spurs. Can't do that because of the swap option. So throw a second in there. Something like this. I mean, a ton of firsts, an absolutely crazy amount. But the reason is because you'd get this guy with Wembanyama. You'd win titles. Not just one title. You would win titles. You would be one of the best teams ever. Yeah, Luka and Wemby would be ridiculous. Like, could you imagine? Could you, holy cow. It would be insane. Like, they're giving up so much here, and they're, still fleecing the Mavericks. That's how good Luka Doncic is. Some guy wants to know, is LaMelo Ball's injury history starting to become a problem? It's not a problem. I think it's just a concern. This guy's not staying healthy. But, some of them have been freak injuries. So, I think it's something you monitor, but Big J says, sup, I'm betting you'll be the first ever coach and GM for an NBA team. We keep hearing Mavs want Kuz. What would be their actual absolute best offer? So, Big J, first of all, Stan Van Gundy's already done that. He ran the Detroit Pistons into the ground by himself, trading for Blake Griffin, and made a lot of interesting moves. But Big J, let's talk about the Mavs here and your Wizards. Let's give a good discussion on them and see what they could theoretically do in a trade. Let's go grab Dallas. Their absolute actual best offer. So we're gonna go Kuzma for Rashawn Holmes, Grant Williams, and the 2027 first unprotected, and maybe the 2025 second rounder in there. That's kind of the sweetener that would maybe put it over the top as their absolute best offer, I guess. Something like this. That's their best offer, I think. getting unprotected Dallas first, I think, is a good idea, to be honest. Marvin Tolbert says, I would love to see Jonathan Isaac on a different team who needs a lengthy wing or four, maybe Dallas, Miami, Detroit, Golden State, etc. I also think the Clippers would be a great option, Marvin. I feel like he can grow elsewhere because Orlando doesn't have room. They're a bigger team. I think like a team that spaces really well, like the Clippers or the Mavericks. Like you mentioned, Golden State would be fantastic. Miami, I think the defensive fit would be excellent. The offensive fit a little bit clunkier. Just putting him on a team that spaces the floor really well would be very fantastic for his game. I think it would open up his driving lanes a little bit more. And he's a guy who, look, his offensive game just never really came along. It's never really developed, but he's one of the best defenders in the world. When it comes to his actual production on the court, when he's playing and when he's healthy and when he's feeling right and getting minutes, he's hard to score on for any player in the league. Point guards, centers, power forwards, shooting guards, he can guard everybody. He is like probably one of like 3 guys in the entire league that can actually guard 1 through 5. So Clutch Basketball, welcome to the stream. He said, who do you think would be a good addition for the Bucks? A good addition, I think, there's a couple guys that I would love to see the Bucks get. The first one plays for Portland, and his name is Matisse Thybulle. He would be an excellent get for them, although he, since he signed an offer sheet, can actually veto any trade in his first season with the Blazers. Because of that, I don't think he'll want to go to Milwaukee because Doc Rivers did not play him in Philadelphia. So I think he will be really against playing for the Milwaukee Bucks and Doc Rivers. So that is one thing that I think. Another team that I think, which has been reported a ton, is the Dallas Mavericks. I think Grant Williams would help Milwaukee a good deal. I think he would be a pretty good addition to them. I know everyone right now loves to hate Grant Williams. This year has been exactly what he's been. Grant Williams is not supposed to be the 3rd best player on your team, which is what Dallas wanted him to be. It was crazy. He's a 6th, 7th man, probably. Maybe an 8th guy, which is okay. And for Milwaukee, he'd be closer to that, playing off of Dame, Middleton, Lopez, and Giannis. He'd be the 5th guy. And that's a little bit more of a natural fit for him, I think, because the Bucks are just way better than Dallas. When it comes to the other pieces on the like other teams that I think would be good for Milwaukee to work with, I think Brooklyn's like right at the top of the list. And it's not necessarily for Dorian Finney-Smith. Although I think Dorian would be perfect for them. I think Dorian would be really helpful. I think the more likely outcomes would be someone like Royce O'Neal, centered around Pat Connaughton's contract. Or maybe if you're able to get Dennis Smith Jr., and if that means having to give up Marjon Beauchamp, who really doesn't have a role seemingly anymore with Doc Rivers as the coach, like this is something that I think makes a good deal of sense. You also have that 2024 second rounder and the 2027 second rounder you could throw. So something like this, the Nets get Beauchamp and Connaughton, the Bucks get 2 defensive-minded players, O'Neal and Dennis Smith Jr. I think both of them would actually have pretty nice roles and impact. They're in Milwaukee. So I like those 2 options quite a bit. I'm going to actually tweet this one out. Defensive-minded perimeter players. And the Nets get a young wing and a you'll have to let me know what you guys think of that, but I think that's a pretty good package there, Clutch. So hopefully you like that one. Brady says Burks, Hayes, 2 second-round picks for Kennard and LaRavia. Those are your expiring salaries, aren't they? That's actually not bad. Because I think what Memphis is trying to do is they're trying to open up money somehow, some way. And I don't exactly understand why. I don't know what their end goal is of it. But with the Steven Adams trade, when they traded him for Victor Oladipo's expiring contract, they shaved over $12 million off their books for next year. And they did it for second rounders. So they have some type of plan. I don't exactly know what it is right now. I think that they're one big team to watch because they're obviously trying to do something. But if it comes to dumping money, Burks makes sense. Killian Hayes makes sense. Both of them are expiring. Both of them open up money. It's a good way to get off of Kennard, who could actually really help Detroit. LaRavia, You could either argue Laravia or Zaire. I'm actually going to do Zaire in this case, just because I think that makes a little bit more sense for Memphis from a shooting standpoint, and we'll do these 2 second rounders. What do we think of this? Like, this is pretty good for Detroit. Kennard would really help them. I like this idea a lot, Brady. This is actually a pretty smart idea to link these players and teams up like this. Some guy wants to know LeBron's top fits if he gets traded. New York, Philadelphia, Dallas, Cleveland, and obviously Oklahoma City, but I don't think OKC would do it. Trent wants to know if I think Doc Rivers is actually a good coach. I think he's an okay coach. He's not as bad as obviously like some people joke about, but I don't think he's as great as other people seem to think. And I don't think I would have hired him, but it's just kind of the reality. So kind of the reality we're living in. Akun Goat says, give us Lonnie too and take AJ or Chris. Yeah, I mean, Lonnie could be a part of it, possibly. Akun Goat, I know you were looking at deals like that earlier too. Jamie Redmond says, when do you expect to see activity really ramp up? Will we see trades tomorrow? I think tomorrow's like for sure going to be the day that more stuff happens. Maybe even tonight. But yeah, we'll definitely keep our eyes on some crazy stuff going on. Venkata here says the trade involving PJ Washington appears to be likely before Thursday. Sources said as the Dallas Mavericks have suddenly emerged as a top trade suitor for him. Yeah, I think PJ Washington is someone Dallas would really like. And I swear if they trade their 2027 first for him, then I will probably declare the Hornets the winner of the trade deadline. Because he is not worth that. Especially when they could have made an offer sheet to him. They didn't. 2027 first to Charlotte. I mean, man, they do that. Trade to Hornets. Trade to Hornets. Hopefully, like the Mavericks get like a second rounder back at least. I don't know. Something like this. I don't know. I really hope not for Dallas. I really hope not. That would not be a good trade for them. Mason says LeBron to Minnesota. I like it. Draft Bronny James. Keep him there. Keep him in Minnesota. Just make it happen. Just make it happen. František says, in my opinion, trading 5+ picks along with young rotation members is not worth it, even if it means getting prime top 5 players because the rest of the team would suck. Not if you have Victor Wembanyama. Alan, I think the idea here is if Jaden Ivey does get plucked from the Pistons, which I reported as not like a lead possibility, but something teams are trying to do, it would have to be in like a bigger trade where the Pistons are getting someone like, say, Zach LaVine. Not Too Fam says Miami just let their $5.9 million trade exception they got for trading Dedmon expire. They had absolutely no reason to sign him last season. Yeah, I don't really understand what they were doing with that. The trade exceptions are a big deal, by the way. So we will have to keep our eyes on those. I've got them flying around the bottom. Here are some notable expirings down the bottom as well. Gordon Hayward, Kyle Lowry, Andre Drummond, Klay Thompson, Chris Paul. Those are both 2 Warriors ones that are important. Buddy Hield. The Wizards have a couple with Tyus Jones and DeLon Wright. You could also throw Landry Shamet into that bunch with his contract structure. Kelly Olynyk for the Jazz, DeMar DeRozan, Miles Bridges for the Suns, and then Royce O'Neal as well. So a bunch of interesting expiring contracts around the league. Marvin says, other players who could use a change and maybe places, Brogdon to the New York Knicks or Spurs. I like Brogdon to the Spurs as well. That's actually a pretty clever idea. Wiseman to Philly, Drummond to Oklahoma City, Caruso to the Nuggets, DeRozan to Sacramento, Miles Bridges to Detroit. I really hope Miles Bridges doesn't go to Detroit. Caruso to the Nuggets would be a great fit, but financially it's a little tricky with his number. Drummond to OKC I've talked about. Wouldn't hate that, although structurally doesn't play the way that they play. which is, I mean, okay. Like, it also helps improve some of their weaknesses. Let's go to San Antonio here, and let's go to Portland. Let's switch up the music again. What do we think of this? Acoustic Cinematic is what this one's called. Let's get Brogdon here to San Antonio for McDermott, Chetty, and we'll throw a young guy, Blake Wesley. Sure, I don't think Spurs fans will care too much. And they'll give up. See, giving up a first here feels weird. If you're San Antonio. Maybe you give up the 2026 swap rights as like the one thing, and then maybe like Atlanta would look at that and say, well, what if Atlanta ends up being pretty, or if Portland looks at that and says, well, if Atlanta ends up being pretty bad, that could be pretty good for us. So maybe something like this for Brogdon. I don't know. I think the Knicks trade is just much cleaner. So Dance Pop is a vibe, says White. So now I'm getting flamed. What do we think of cinema? Do we like acoustic cinema? Wake Up says Levine is a negative asset with that contract and his injury. Probably, yeah. But I'm saying, like, you guys would probably dump salary, and then if you get Levine, then there's less of a reason to have Ivy, is what I'm saying, because you'd have your backcourt being Cade Cunningham and Zach LaVine is kind of the talk I've been hearing, is what I'm saying. Noah Hood says, who do you think is the biggest name to be moved by the deadline? DeJounte Murray, I think. CSO says, what are some trades that the Clippers can do to get a 4 or 5? Let's go look at a Clippers trade here. And one that I just really like for them. Let's go to the I just think the cleanest one is with the Magic getting Jonathan Isaac, but assuming that doesn't come to fruition here, let's just go trade for PJ Washington. Washington goes to the Clippers. PJ Tucker's contract goes to Charlotte, as well as Kobe Brown and BJ Boston. Primo would also make sense there because of, well, that's what Charlotte likes. Trade to the Hornets, trade to the Hornets, trade to the Hornets. So 3 second rounders for PJ. Financial, okay, cut 57. Is this the closest it's ever been? Cut 57,000. All right. I was off by $57,000 on my trade. That's chump change for these guys. Let's just make this Bones Highland instead of BJ. Something like this. What do we think? Washington gets a 4 or 5. Alfredo says, anything on the Lakers today? Nothing so far on the Lakers. It's been a relatively quiet news day, but we've kept our eyes open. We've been looking, waiting for everything. So we will see what happens. But I've been very stoked. I mean, I'm having a lot of fun this year talking about all of the different possibilities. You know, there's a lot of crazy stuff that's been going on. So we're keeping our eyes open for everything, honestly. So it's been a great time. We're having an enjoyable stretch here for sure. So we're doing a lot of great stuff, and honestly, it's been a great time for sure. So we've got to keep rolling, keep enjoying, the time, keep rolling with the punches. Ori's Life, welcome to the stream. Glad to have you in here. Clutch says, what direction do you think the Hawks should go at the trade deadline? They're right at the bottom of the plane, and should they buy or sell? They should not buy. They should either stick with the team or sell. The reason that they can afford to stick with the team is because they have everyone under contract, basically. Like if we go look at the Hawks, I don't think they have like really any expirings, like at all. Yeah, like Patty Mills is their most like expensive expiring. Sadiq Bey, they could trade him. They've got like, I just think they should make moves. I don't like where they are as a team. They just get boat raced every single game. They don't guard anybody. Noah Hood wants to know my finals prediction. Right now, I would say it's Denver-Boston, although I think the Clippers have a really serious chance at getting in, depending on how the matchups play out in the playoffs. So Mason says, personally, I like Miles Bridges to Detroit. Like, fit-wise, it's okay. Like, it's just like, it's not a basketball thing for me when I don't like that. I hope you guys get what I'm saying, because I don't know. It's just like, let's just do it. Miles Bridges to the Pistons for Killian. Should we just do that for Killian? And then 2024 second, 2027 second, 2027 second, 4 seconds for Mr. Miles Bridges and Killian Hayes. Is this the fresh start Killian Hayes needs? Yeah, Zoo is the Clippers anchor. Yeah, they're not moving him at all. I agree. Ethan here says, what would a Nick Claxton to Oklahoma City Thunder trade look like? We can look at one of those. Let's do it here quick. Nick Claxton. So we're going Nets to Thunder. Nick Claxton makes just $9.6 million, so cheap contract. And to get there, we could do something around Giddey. Is that crazy? It's probably too crazy. Let's do something around Poku plus Zhang plus draft picks. Let's do the 2024 Clippers first and the 2024 Rockets first, I guess. Something like this. Nick Claxton would make the Thunder really darn good defensively. Really good. Especially the way that they play, like Nick Claxton would be fantastic defensively there. Fantastic. Anthony wants to know if I see any Hachimura trades. No. Alan Chase says we can give multiple second-round picks for Brogdon. I don't want to give a first for him. Yeah, I don't think so either. Like that's Alan, that's exactly how I feel. I just kind of talked myself off of that as we were looking. Chris here says, Hawks question, pretty clear what archetype fits next to Trey. Good point of attack defender, 3-point specialist. Grimes Suggs. Who or what archetype fits well with Jalen Johnson, a Okongwu front court? You need a floor spacing 4 or just another 3. I think Okongwu and Johnson can fit together, especially since like Trey stretches the floor so much. Like you already have a ton of spacing just with Trae Young existing. So I think like you're saying, if you find a 3-point shooting wing, you find just a couple of them. And it's actually pretty similar to when the Mavericks made the Western Conference Finals. If you think about their starting lineup, I mean, they had Dwight Powell starting. They had Maxi Kleba playing a ton. They had Reggie Bullock and Dorian Finney-Smith. That was their starting 5. And they brought Jalen Brunson off the bench. And then for a while they had Brunson starting, right? Like, you know, so it's like Brunson, Doncic plus 2 defensive-minded players, Bullock and Finney-Smith, plus Dwight Powell / Maxi Kleba. Like, the Hawks have a pathway to doing something like that pretty easily. Shout out to Adam. Thanks for being in the stream, Adam. Appreciate you guys. Let's get back over to Dance Pop. We're gonna give Dance Pop another chance here. Let's get some balloons in here. We haven't done balloons for a while. Let's see if do the balloons like me. There they are. Elizabeth saying you're not getting Brogdon for multiple seconds. Yeah, probably not. Ethan says Bones to the Hornets is actually perfect. He needs a new spot to really grow. I still believe in him. Be nice to see Bones kind of pop off somewhere. I think the Timberwolves are a real threat. Marvin says Michael Porter Jr. trade to the Pistons for Bojan and Burks. What do you think? I don't think the Nuggets will do that. Eric Schaefer says Bridges not for sale. We'll see. Jeffrey wants to know my ideal trade for the Pacers this Thursday. I'd love to see them get Dorian Finney-Smith. If they don't get Mikal Bridges, I would really love to see them get Dorian. I think Dorian would be really nice in Indiana. And if that's something around Buddy Hield's contract, that would be sweet. Otherwise, we could do it something around like Obi. Like Obi Toppin plus this is where the money gets a little tricky, though. I know Pacers fans aren't going to want to give up McConnell. And to be fair, McConnell's had a good season. Let's just do Buddy. And we'll have the Nets throw in some money. Although that's kind of tricky too. Maybe Royce O'Neal. Just screw it. 2 veterans. And then the Pacers throw in some lower salary. Although I just hate the idea of them giving up any of their players. It just every time I do a Pacers trade, I just realize how much I love all their guys. All right, let's give up, I don't know, like 5 second-rounders. Just do something like really crazy. Let's just really load up the seconds. I didn't realize Indiana had all these second-rounders, by the way. This is like insane how many second-rounders they have. I don't know. This would be sweet for Indy, but I don't see this actually happening. Patrick says, is it just me or would Poku possibly blossom elsewhere? He feels wasted in OKC. I mean, he's got traits, but I don't know. It just, to me, it feels like he'll always be like the play like good stat, like put up good stats on a bad team if he's playing a lot of minutes. Yeah, Ash, I don't think he's like disagreeing that he's worth the first. I just think he's saying for like the Spurs perspective, like that it's not worth for them to give up the first because they're not in contention right now, which I would agree with his opinion on. Daniel Barry Sports says, yo, welcome to the stream, Daniel. Glad to have you in here. BP says, yeah, no giving up TJ or Buddy. Yeah, it's just too hard to figure out a trade for Indy, to be honest. So it's like, I know. They have like all of these, like the issue is they have tradable contracts, but I don't want to trade any of them. Like I would hate to give up Neesmith. I'm never doing that. I don't want to give up Sticks. Like, I don't know. Marvin Tolbert says, Daniel Gafford to OKC. I like Gafford. Schaefer says, any bully bigs that can shoot the 3 available for Hornets to go after, maybe offseason, if not now. I don't think the Hornets will be making any buy moves now. So if they're waiting until the offseason, I mean, I would love to be honest, I would love to see the Hornets try and make a run at Nick Claxton in free agency. That would be sweet. That would be sweet. After today's live stream, I'm going to tweet something, and you guys are that'll be something worth seeing. So if you guys haven't, go give a follow. I sent the YouTube link on accident. Whoops. That's all right. Let's see how many subs we're at, by the way. Really appreciate you guys. Nice. Growing another like 70 subscribers today. That's sweet to see. Appreciate each and every one of you so much. Make sure to leave a like and subscribe to the channel if you haven't already. I'm going to send in here in just a second the Discord link. So and the Twitter links. I want you guys to go. They're in the description as well if you need them. But go give us follows on Twitter. Go just hit the Discord link. Do all of that. Dylan says, can you sum up any rumors or trades so far? So there's been rumors about Andre Drummond to the Celtics, Mavericks, Lakers possibly. There's also been rumors about Tyus Jones to the Timberwolves, to the Magic, to the Spurs, to a few other teams as well. There's rumors about Malcolm Brogdon or Jordan Clarkson to the New York Knicks. So far, we haven't had any big trades, Dylan, but we're keeping our eyes on a lot of stuff. The Thunder have been linked to a few different players. Wendell Carter Jr., who I think makes a lot of sense for them. So we're going to keep our eyes on the whole situation and make sure we're watching for all of these, but we'll see. Marvin wants to know what Wiseman trades I'm going to be honest with you. I don't know if anyone wants Wiseman. I just think Wiseman's career is basically down the drain. I just don't think Wiseman's going to play a factor in the NBA ever. Polar says, what do you think a Claxton to the Raptors trade would look like? Please, Toronto, I love Nick Claxton. I really love Nick Claxton, but the Raptors are not in a spot to buy. They're not in a spot to buy Polar, so they're just not going to do it, okay? They already made a mistake trading for Pirtle last year. Do they now owe their pick, top 6 protected this year, to San Antonio? Because of that, they've just got to focus on getting back to a pick neutrality, wait, own their own draft choices, make decisions from there. That's the first thing that they have to do. Build around Scotty long-term. Don't be ridiculous. ITK says, day 2 with Sheldon. Woohoo, the father of the NBA trade deadline. Whoa, I'm going to have to take a paternity test or something. I did not know I was a father of anything. Whoa. That's, you're scaring me over here, ITK. No, appreciate you guys. This will get written the other way. I swear to God, on my screen, this is written the correct way. I'm going the wrong way with my hand, by the way. This is written the correct way. Is it right now? I guarantee, I promise you, I didn't switch anything. I didn't touch any settings. I didn't rewrite that. That's the same thing that was up there yesterday. Is it correct? You guys have to let me know. Let me know right now. Is it correct? Oh, wait, Elizabeth. Wait, no, it's not right today. Well, what the heck? Everyone yesterday was saying it wasn't right. So I don't know. Maybe I just have to rewrite this. I'm going to have to look back on the stream myself and see if it, maybe you guys are just messing with me. I don't know. I'm going to throw up some balloons though while we're here. Let's get some balloons flying in here. I wonder what other cool things I can do. I don't know if there's anything. Can I get like claps or something? I don't know. I'll have to play around with that and see if I can figure out some. Oh my gosh, John. Whoa! Oh, Patrick's telling me it's backwards. Okay, so it is backwards. Okay. Elizabeth didn't look yesterday. Okay. That's all right. That's all right. Venkata wants to know if there's any Clippers rumors. The Utility Sports is correct. Okay, up in the top right. You guys like my NBA sign? My girlfriend got me that by the way. It's pretty sweet, I think. Does this say Warriors the correct way? I know you'll have to let me. You guys will have to let me know. Cristobal says Lakers get DeJounte, Bruce Brown, and Torian Finney-Smith. Okay, whoa. Nets get Rui, D'Lo. Hawks get Hood, Shafino, Dinwiddie. Lakers 2029 first. Raptors get Vincent. Lakers swap. Wow. Okay. So NBA and Warriors are correct. That's interesting. NBA and Warriors. Huh. Yeah, Cristobal, that's a little too rich for the Lakers. Los Breezy wants to know what I think will happen with the Nasir Little contract. First of all, Los, welcome to the stream. Very thankful to have you in here. And let's pull up what I think will happen with Nasir Little's contract. I think the safest bet here is looking at the Charlotte Hornets as a trade partner. And the reason is because if you throw Nasir Little and you throw Bull's contract, you're able to work together to find a happy medium with Miles Bridges. And from there, you throw all the second rounders, something like this, 3 or 4 second round picks, Nasir Little, Bull for Miles Bridges. Make a real push for this year. Miles Bridges would definitely help this team. They'd get a lot more competitive. Tim Skaggs says Blake Wesley's playing much better lately. Huge strides. Portland can't have him. We'll see. We'll see. Dan OVM says, as a Blazers diehard, we need to trade Brogdon and Grant for picks. I agree with you. Please, Portland, please trade Jeremy Grant. If they get off of Jeremy Grant's contract for value, that's a huge win, in my opinion. Huge win. Huge win. Blazers need to trade Brogdon. I agree with that as well. Yeah, that's what I agree with as well, Elizabeth. Just try and see if they can get Miles Bridges. Because Miles Bridges, cheap contract, making only $8 million this year. He's expiring because he signed the qualifying offer. Very rare situation, obviously, given his off-the-court circumstances. Should Cavs trade Garland for Bridges? No, the Cavaliers should not trade Garland for Bridges. Not at all. Cristobal says, that's my problem. Lakers would have to offer something more to Toronto or even to the Hawks. Otherwise, they trade DeJounte for a better package to probably the Jazz. I think you're right, Cristobal. I think it's just hard to see the Lakers getting, if the Lakers focus all of their energy into specifically landing DeJounte Murray, I think it's possible, but I don't think they can pull off some crazy 4-team trade like that. Ashley Lamont says Jeremy has been playing up to his contract. He's been a beast. His rebounding better playing at the 3-2. I mean, positionally, yeah, he still doesn't rebound very well. And if we're being honest about Jeremy Grant, he doesn't make bad teams better at all. And his contract this year is $27 million, but the issue is when he's 32, it's $34 million. It's an ascending contract. He is going to be making over 20% of the league cap basically every single season. It's fully guaranteed, and it has a player option for 2027, 2028 at $36.5 million. So I don't know. I don't know. PBA Slav, says, I think the Raptors need to try to get this pick to convey to San Antonio this year. Somehow you could be as bad or worse next year in a better draft class. I mean, let me look at the protections on that again. I think it's protected for quite a while. So I get what you're saying, but if they just stay bad for a long time too, then maybe at some point they send the 20th pick or something. So he's not a good rebounder at all. Jeremy Grant isn't. So Kyrie to the Lakers for D'Lo and Rui. If you want Mark Cuban to block your phone number, maybe, but no, that's not going to happen. the Mavs aren't going to trade Kyrie Irving this year. I think they've been very happy with him, honestly. I think they've been very happy. So we've been live for 4.5 hours. I think Bogdan Bogdanovic is a better trade for Lakers instead of DeJounte. Says Kowalski. Okay, I see you, Mr. Penguins from Madagascar. Kowalski is probably right here, to be honest. I think Bogdanovic is probably a better fit. I don't like the DeJounte Murray Lakers fit, to be completely honest with you. I do think Bogdanovic would be better. Alan says the Raptors could just unprotect the pick for us this year. I love that. They could do that, and Alan would be very excited about that because the Spurs could have 2 top 10 picks. It's very possible. They might even already get 2 top 10 picks, so we'll have to see what happens. Cristobal says West teams needs or targets, in my opinion, Minnesota, Monte Morris, Tyus Jones, Alec Burks. Those all 3 check out. To me, OKC, Jakob Poeltl. I don't agree with that one. Kelly Olynyk or Nick Claxton make a bit more sense to me, especially Olynyk. Clippers get some value for Bones. Agreed. I also think that they dump PJ Tucker. That would be my plan. The Nuggets stay the same. I would tentatively agree. And the Kings look at forwards. Kuzma, Grant, or Wiggins. You could basically make the same exact list for the Mavericks. Add Bobby Portis onto that list and Dorian Finney-Smith as well. The Kings would also be a good Dorian Finney-Smith team. Marvin says, should the Suns just start a rebuild? No. They're too far in. They're too far in, Marvin. They can't afford to rebuild now. Draymond to Milwaukee makes the most sense. I don't agree with that. Hopefully you guys have enjoyed the stream today, though. 280 awesome people watching. If you have enjoyed, make sure to leave a like on the stream. Lets me know I'm doing a good job here. I would really appreciate if you guys could, again, hit that like button on the stream. Just really do appreciate you guys. Huge thanks to everybody that's been a part of the streams, not only yesterday, but also today, of course. I'm just having a great time here talking hoops with you all. And I hope you guys are as well. Debreeze, welcome to the stream, Debreeze. He says Bucks need to trade their coach. And Charlie says no rebuild for the Suns. I agree with that. We're at 266 likes right now on the live stream. We've got 276 people in here. That means we have to hit 10 more likes. 10 more likes is all we need. Let's hit 10 more likes right now. Bombzoni says PJ Tucker is going to be a Wizards legend for a few more days. Yes, he is. This is like the one trade I would really want to bet on. Like, this is the one trade I really think will happen this deadline. Something structured just like this. Maybe the draft pick compensation will look a little bit different, but in here they have 2 different trade exceptions, okay? Well, they got more than 2, but they've got a couple, okay? So if we do something like this, if we broke it out into multiple deals, this might say failed, but I don't care because it will actually work in real life because you can break deals up easier than I can doing this. Something like this, trade to the Wizards, and like this is like cash going out, okay? Cash. Something like this. This is the deal that I think will happen. And everyone might look at that and say I'm trolling, and they might think I'm being funny because it says Clippers, no incoming assets. I'm being actually 100% serious, okay? This is what I really think will happen, and then I think PJ Tucker will get bought out. I think he could go to Phoenix. I think he could go to Milwaukee. I think he would consider going to Dallas because Dallas really plays the system that PJ Tucker would thrive in, which is stand in the corner and shoot open threes. Like, something like that. Something like that. The Suns are going nowhere due to health. I mean, but they've already made their mind up what they're doing, and they're going all in for this year. They're trying to win a championship. They're trying to buy it. It's hard to do that, hard to win that way, but that's what they're trying for. I hope you guys have enjoyed. Cristobal here says Suns, Miles Bridges, PJ Tucker, Nick Richards, Lowry if bought out, Mavs forwards and Bobby, Lakers, Murray, Brown, Dorian Finney-Smith. Tillman, Xavier Tillman would be a pretty nice get for them. Rockets, Claxton, Olynyk, or even Capella. I think they've already got their big man. They got Steven Adams, so I would cross off those options for the Rockets. And Jazz get value for Jordan Clarkson. Bombzoni says, I'd love Brandon Boston. Here's the thing. Here's what I have to say. And this is really, really important. And this is how you can figure out what teams are doing. If you're paying close attention and if you're watching NBA games, you can figure it out very, very quickly what is going on in some of these games. If we go to Brandon Boston's game logs this year, this is Brandon Boston this year is basically a DNP CD almost every single game. But in the last 2 weeks, He's played a minute. He's played 10 minutes against Boston when the Clippers blew up the Celtics. That was all garbage time. He played 32 seconds against Cleveland, garbage time. He played 2.5 minutes against Detroit, but for some reason, in Washington, he played 27 minutes and 9 seconds. In Washington. Otherwise, he has not played more than 16 minutes in a game this season. He played 27 minutes in Washington. He made 5 shots, shot 11 times, went 1 of 2 from 3, and had 3 rebounds, a steal and a block, and an assist. I kid you not, Brandon Boston will be a Washington Wizard. I'm almost like 100% certain of it. Michael Winger was on board with the Clippers when they drafted Brandon Boston. He is now the president of Monument Sports and the Washington Wizards. Brandon Boston will be a Washington Wizard. I'm almost 100% certain of it. Almost 100% certain. Because when I'm watching League Pass and all of a sudden Brandon Boston's playing real second quarter minutes, my head's like, well, what the is happening, right? And I bleep myself there because I almost said it, but holy cow, like, that's how it's going. It's pretty obvious. Gateway says, how do you feel about the Blazers not moving Brogdon and Grant? If they don't move Grant, it's not the end of the world because they could trade him probably next year still. But they should move Brogdon. If they don't move Brogdon, I think it's a mistake. And it's not because he's a bad player. Brogdon's a really good player. That's why they should trade him, because he has a year left on his contract after this season. If they wait till next year to trade him, teams will look at him as like a rental. Whereas if they trade for him this year, they can look at him as a team building piece where, hey, we'll acquire him, have him next year as well, use him for 2 playoff pushes instead of 1. Trading him this year makes too much sense. Imagine the Raptors got PJ Tucker for the 3rd time. Honestly, not ruling it out. Not completely ruling it out. Ofek wants to know Kuzma, where he'll be playing. I think the best or most likely outcome would be the Sacramento Kings. Drummond to Phoenix, any chance of that? Chris Kelly wants to know. Chris, first of all, welcome to the stream. Glad to have you in here. Appreciate each and every one of you that's been in here today. I think there's a decent chance Andre Drummond could go to Phoenix for sure. Mr. Awesome, how long would you give Beal in Phoenix? For Beal, I think he's got no trade clause, so the rest of his contract probably. Charlie says, what teams do they want PJ? Washington or PJ Tucker or Washington? Tucker will go to the Wizards probably, or in a deal somewhere else that the Clippers are trading somebody for. Washington, we might get the first ever PJ for PJ trade in NBA history, where Tucker goes to the Hornets and Washington goes to the Clippers. Debris says Boston is getting the showcase minutes. Exactly, yeah. He played 27 minutes in front of Washington and doesn't really play normally anywhere else. So, yeah. John says, I hope so. I take Boston. Yeah, of course. You guys just watched him light you guys up in 27 minutes the other night. The Clippers won by 16, and they played Brandon Boston for 27 minutes. And Cristobal says, Knicks just declined an offer for Quentin Grimes from the Mavs. Where are you seeing that? Very interesting. Very interesting. We're keeping our eyes on Twitter, by the way, because you never know what news is going to come out. I'm the best nerd's going to send in a 3-team trade, I guess. Ashley Lamont says, since there's a guard jam on the Blazers, if Portland traded Sharp, what could they get out of him? Nothing. They're not going to trade Shaden Sharp. Shaden Sharp is untouchable for them right now. Jay Davis says, Bogdan Bogdanovic to Magic would be a dream fit for me. He would be very good there as well. That could be something centered around Markelle Fultz's contract, for example. Boss 13B says, BJ Boston played against Wizards because PG was hurt. That's part of it, but PG's missed other games this year. He didn't play 27 minutes in those other games. PG's not missed one game. He's missed multiple. And that's the one game in Washington against his former GM is when he plays 27 minutes. All right. Paul George has missed more than one game. And Boston was not the first guy called up. Side Gaming, Bones Highland trade. Bones Highland could be thrown into something here too. Let's just make this a 3-teamer. Let's go send. One thing I will say, so I have a pretty close proximity to the Timberwolves. Bones Highland talked with Timberwolves president Tim Connolly for at least 10 minutes when the Clippers were in Minnesota. And remember, Connolly is the one who drafted the guard when he was in Denver. So watch out for that. Wendell Moore. I mean, I don't know, something like this. Clippers get a lot of tax relief this way too. PJ for PJ, funny. Yeah, you're right, Zach. You're 100% right. How much should Charlotte pay Miles Bridges in the summer was too much. Anything over $20 million is probably too much. Bombzoni says, can't wait to get Koulibaly into the starting lineup following the deadline. That'll be exciting. Koulibaly's going to be really good, man. Koulibaly's going to be really good. I'm the best nerd, says Magic get CP3, Moody, Trace. Warriors get Wendell Carter Jr. Young, Otto. Raptors get Fultz in 2 seconds. I think that would be very short-sighted for the Warriors. Wendell Carter's good, but I don't know. When you're ready says, what's up from New Zealand? What is the likelihood Fultz gets traded and where do you think he would go? I think Fultz, it's very possible he gets dealt. And I think it really just comes down to, like, a team's not going to be, like, hunting for Fultz. It's more so, like, what is the trade that Orlando's making? Are they trading for DeJounte Murray? Then Fultz probably ends up in Atlanta. Are they trading for, player X, Y, or Z on a different team? Then he'll end up on that team. So, and I'm not even sure if Orlando's going to make a trade. Wavy wants to know who my MVP is this season. First, I would have had Joel Embiid, but he's injured now. So, I mean, I don't really even care about the MVP race that much, to be honest with you. Like, it's so narrative driven. Like, you can make a case for so many different players. Like, obviously Jokic deserves it. I would say for, like, value, the Mavericks without Luka Doncic would be a tire fire. They would be one of the worst teams in the league. So I would say them. I mean, James Harden's kind of transformed the Clippers. I'm not suggesting he would be MVP because he's not, but Tatum is the best player on the best team. You always have that argument. Donovan Mitchell's been really valuable while Garland missed his time and when Mobley was out. Giannis is having an unreal year. Like, it just kind of comes down to how you look at it. Charlie says Orlando had too many point guards. I mean, yeah, the reason they have too many point guards is because they don't have a good point guard. They don't have a great point guard. If Orlando had a great point guard, the other point guards wouldn't matter. They have too many because they don't trust any of them enough right now. Like Anthony Black, super young. Markelle Fultz, you don't really know what you're going to get with him every night. Cole Anthony's a 6-man type. Like, I don't know, up and down. That's the reason why they have too many. Looking at Clutch Kicks here says Knicks trade Fournier, Grimes, Sims, 5 first-round picks for Mikal Bridges. I mean, that would be sweet for the Villanova storyline. Side Gaming wants to know what I think about Cam Whitmore. I think he's really good. Really good young player. I think he's got really high upside. Really high. Mr. Awesome, Tobias, you think Tobias would re-sign for less in Philly this offseason? I think a team in the Pistons or Hornets will overpay him in the summer. They might overpay him, but I don't know. I think he'd be receptive to Philly if they offer him, but they can't just like nickel and dime him. They can't offer him $8 million or something. They'd have to pay him pretty well. Zaza says Orlando has many point guards. Fultz the only true point guard. I mean, yeah, but Fultz isn't that good. So Venkata says per S. Bondi, the New York Knicks reportedly rejected a trade offer from the Dallas Mavericks for Quentin Grimes. UPS, if you're sending your family a love package or mailing a letter, consider UPS to take care of your things. Okay, Matt B, thanks. We're not sponsored, by the way, so I don't know if you guys are going to invoice me UPS or what the deal is here, but I don't know. I need to get my payday for this, for screen time. Every second you're up on the screen, you owe me $1. Bombzoni says, I saw the Lakers were interested in Tyus. What would you think of that move? My guess would be something centered around Tyus, D'Lo, and a third team. I just don't really understand that for the Lakers. Like, Tyus is good, but I don't know. He doesn't move the needle enough for me to feel like that's something they should actually really prioritize this deadline. Yeah, Kawhi MVP dark horse too. Yeah, Kawhi's been excellent. Kawhi's the best player on the Clippers. One of the best players in the world. He'll be perennially underrated. Perennially underrated. He's so good. He's shooting like in the last like 30 games, he's shooting like 55% from the field and 50% from three. He's insane. Wavy Clamp says, I want to trade Obi for something so Jarris can get put in the rotation that with that defensive mindset. It'd be great to see Jarris play a bit. Venkata says, my prediction is Bones will be traded for Shake Milton and PJ Tucker for PJ Washington. I like that. That's not a bad prediction at all. PJ Washington, you're a Dallas Maverick. Definitely a real possibility too. I am going to probably be concluding the live stream here. We've been live for just about 5 hours again today. We were live 6 hours yesterday. So hopefully you guys had enjoyed the stream today. We had 8 super chats come in today, which is super awesome. Shout out to everyone who sent in a super chat as well. Definitely goes to help the show. UPS says $2 on the way. Thanks, Matt B, for that. And remember, I'm racking it up here now. So the more time that this spends on the screen, I'm counting the seconds right now, as well. UPS, but we'll keep our eyes on that for sure. John here says Clips Hawk team was fun to watch last night. Did you see it? I actually did not see Clips Hawks last night. I went back and watched possessions and stuff. Is what it depends on. Like, I watched so many different games. Bouncing around the league, so. I've watched a ton of Clippers games already this year and a ton of Hawks games. So at times I try to prioritize teams that I've watched a little bit less. So last night I did not watch Clippers Hawks, but I watched a good deal of their possessions back this morning and obviously on social media last night too. So did not catch that game last night, but I'll probably catch both of their next games, to be honest. So we'll see. Venkata says Dorian Finney-Smith is Mavs and PJ Washington is a Clipper. Your way or the flyway? Hashtag yes. I did. This stream is crazy. Bombzoni says, all right, I'll tune in on deadline day stream. Catch you then. Appreciate you guys. I'll be live tomorrow as well. So we'll be live Wednesday. I'm expecting more trades to really start up. If a trade happens tonight, I will be going live immediately. So stay tuned for that. If something happens, come check out Utility Sports. We will be in the process of going live ASAP as soon as something happens. So stay tuned. Thank you all so much for watching. Really appreciate you guys. And we'll catch you in the very next Utility Sports live stream.